Smith side by side all the way through. Dylan Warren pushed over the curve, fantastic move. Zach Sweeney onto the podium behind Liam McNeely.
There we go. Fairclough all the way round the outside.
Hello and welcome to the ROKiT Racing Star F4 Esports competition here in the UK. We rehearsed that earlier. Well done, everybody. My name's Nikki Dean. I'm going to be bringing you all the action live from the National Centre for Motorsports Engineering here at the University of Bolton. It's an incredible facility. In fact, let's show you around whilst we talk about the competition. Thank you very much. We've got 8 of these incredible simulators here. These have been given by Racing Unleashed and they are worth a pretty penny. I had the pleasure of going in the other day. Incredible. The immersion levels that you get in there are out of this world. We've got 8 of them, as we say here, all in different colours, and our finalists will each be allocated to one of those a little bit later on. Just a quick recap on what's up for grabs today. 1 boy and 1 girl will win a chance to race in the ROKiT Formula 4 team. How good is that? Pretty exciting, and our winners are in the room. We've got 1 boy and 1 girl. In fact, I've just spied one of our competitors here. I'm sorry to put you on the spot. This is Macy Hitter, one of our girl finalists. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, definitely more nervous than yesterday, but it's all about qualifying today and just getting that right time for the race. But I'm not even worried about the race because, you know, I've just got to get that time and be fast.
So she's got that iron focus. Of course, it was all about the boys yesterday, so the girls got to put the feet up. It's your chance to shine today. Let's go through here. Sorry, I'm keeping Jens, our cameraman, on his toes. In the garage here, he's gossiping, so I'm going to have to muscle in. I'm sorry, guys, I need the big man. It's Bob Fernley, the man behind all of this. Of course, Bob was a former team principal for Force India F1 team and president of the FIA Single Seater Commission. Did I get that all right?
That was a
right
mouthful, wasn't
it? Bob, you're the brains behind this competition. So how are you feeling today? Because, you know, behind the scenes has been a hell of a lot of work to get here, hasn't it?
Yeah, I have to say, you know, the contribution from everybody here at the university, from the partners, have just been amazing. I mean, without it, when I got here on Monday, I was doubtful whether we'd be having this conversation. So it's an absolute pleasure. And, you know, to see the parents come in, the children come in, and them to embrace it the way they did. I mean, they've all made such a wonderful effort to support us as well. It's a pull and a push. We have to make the opportunity, but they have to support us, and they've done a great job. And it's been a thrill to watch the youngsters come through.
Absolutely, it's been an incredible team effort. And like you say, looking around the room, you can see all the nervous faces, the excitement. It really means a lot. So hats off, you know, for creating this opportunity. Let's jump back onto the stage, because what's going to happen today is we're going to allocate all of our finalists a simulator. The boys, as we say, did qualifying yesterday, so we whittled it down from 16 to 8. They're going to get a new simulator today, so it's all totally fair. We've got all the names here today, and you've got your goldfish bowl. You're going to pull out all of the simulators and allocate them that way. But before we do, let's just give a little bit of background then. So we talked about, you know, the hard work that's happened to get here, but why have you put this on? You didn't need to. Why have you created this opportunity?
It was a very foolish moment, because actually believe it or not, we were on a beach in Koh Samui with Henk, who is the unsung hero of all of this, who's just about, without him, somewhere. We could have not achieved it. Henk, where are you? Put your hand up. He's here.
There he
hiding.
is.
Having a beer, and he was asking me about the history of things, and I said, you know, Henk, I'm really keen to try to give something back to the sport, but I want to do it in a way that we can create equal opportunity. You know, we want boys, girls, everybody to be able to play at it. And of course, I don't have the experience on the digital side, and Henk did. So he started to explain to me a little bit about what could be done digitally, and immediately the penny dropped. So over the next 6 months, we put it all together. Then we, you know, from that point of view, you've got the vision of saying, how do I create a total equal platform? How do we get out to hundreds of thousands of people, if necessary, that they've all got a chance to get into motorsport? And digital was the way. The problem you have then is, how do we move them from digital into racetracks and the real world. And fortunately, a very good pal of mine, Monisha Kaltenberg, who is the former team principal of Sauber, it might have been Force India at the time, of Sauber, I phoned her and I knew she was doing these simulators. And I said, I need some help with this, Monisha. And she threw in behind it, put Racing Unleashed, and the simulators that we have here are more representative of a racing car than they are of a simulator. So it gives us that transition across into single-seater racing. And also they're training tools, so we can learn tracks and all sorts of other things on it. So that was the link to track. Then of course we have to look at how do we do the track, and how do we get people prepared. So we went down to Motorsport UK, I met up with Katie. Where's Katie? She's there. And she keeps me on the straight and narrow. We needed then to look at how can we obviously bring the children through so that they're capable of going on, because so many competitions don't prepare. You win something but you're not ready. So once the children finish this program and we've got the winners, and I don't mean children, youngsters, we will have 2 people, we'll actually have 3 that will then look after, and one will obviously be geared up to a 2023 championship, but to get there they need to be physically fit and they need to have FIA competition licenses. So Motorsport UK will come in, they will do all of the training, all of the ARDS tests, all the theory, and then of course we need practical. So I found another pal of mine that was back in McLaren days when we were with Force India, and he has High-Tech GP. High-Tech GP are a fantastic team that do Formula 4, Formula Regional, Formula 3, Formula 2, so there's a complete platform and ladder all the way up to F1. So I managed to persuade Ollie to support us as well. So High-Tech will now do all the practical training in the next 6 months, so hopefully at the end of the year we've got 2 qualified drivers to go into the British Formula 3, and the second and third on the podium will be doing go-karting and have similar training in terms of things, so we've got reserves as well, because what we've also got to remember is youngsters develop at different levels. So we have to be practical and realistic, but on the other hand we have to have a clear objective and a goal. That was
Absolutely, you've covered it all. Well, hopefully that's given you a flavour of just how big a project this is, and you've worked tirelessly, the whole team has, honestly, I'm so impressed. Just to give people, make it tangible why this is such a fantastic opportunity, the main barrier into motorsport for most people is finance. It's just so incredibly expensive, isn't it? So these prizes, they're worth, if we could put an approximate on, how much would you say they're worth?
I would say today to be able to do all the training and everything that we've done through here, we're talking hundreds of thousands. But each season in F4 is about $250,000 today. Now, we need to bring somebody in here that's very important, and an organisation that's very important, because without them as well, it couldn't happen. And that's Jonathan Kendrick from ROKiT. Jonathan and I are from similar backgrounds. We both struggle. We're both useless. But both of us would like to be able to help youngsters, and that's the 2 of us have got the same philosophy. So Jonathan and ROKiT have been incredibly supportive, not just here, but also through our earlier programs where we were looking at the education. And when we finish this project, we will end up with the ROKiT Formula 4 team operating from where my old cars are there. And that means we've got the entire program in place, and it allows me to do what we did with the earlier stuff, which is integrate the education program into it. So we'll have drivers at 16, we'll create apprenticeship schemes at 17, and we'll have the graduates here doing the engineering. It gives us the full circle, and it's sustainable for the future.
It certainly is. Hats off to you. When you were on that beach, beer in hand with Henk, did you imagine this here? Because I think everyone who's walked through has gone, wow. I don't think anybody expected it will be on quite as grand a scale. I
think if we'd been on the beach and we thought of this, I think we should have had a second beer and forgot about it.
No, I think everybody here is very grateful that you didn't. Okay, without further ado, shall we do our draw then? We'll allocate our competitors into their simulators. I'm going to read out the names, and Bob will draw out the simulator that they're allocated to. When I call out your name, if you can come up onto the stage, we do ask that you stay up here as well. So we're then going to have a big round of applause for all of our finalists. Make sure we're shining the spotlight on you today, because you've done incredibly well to get here today. So first up, we have got Deagen Fairclough.
And Deagen Well done yesterday, and you're in Sim 1.
Okay, next up onto the stage, Dylan Warren.
Well done, Dylan. Dylan, you were in Sim 9 a minute ago, but I realise we haven't got that, so you're in Sim 6.
Oh dear, it's been a long day. Yeah, I'll keep you on track, Bob, don't worry. Next up, we've got Theo Mercuris.
Well done, Theo. You're in Sim 4.
Marcus Lucio.
Well done, Marcus. Sim 8 for you.
Ronnie Smith.
Sim 7 for you, Ronnie.
Kai Vicini. Where's Kai? Oh, okay. Well, which simulator will
Sim
Kai
5.
be in? We'll find him later.
Yeah, Sim 5.
He might have nipped to the loo. Nathan Clifford.
Well done, Mason. You just let me have a look and tell you what Sim you're in. 2.
And last but not least for our boys, Zach Sweeney.
And Sim 3, Zach.
Okay, so boys, you're going to stay on the stage for us, but ladies and gents, boys and girls, these are your boy finalists. Let's have a round of applause. Woohoo! That's a bit more like it. We want some, the coffee's kicked in. We want some whooping. Okay, let's move on to the girls now. First up, we've got Jessica White.
Don't look so serious, Jessica. It's not so bad. Sim 8 for you.
Move along the bus, we'll all squeeze on, it's cosy, we're all friends. Chloe Grant.
Hi, Chloe. Sim 4. Sim 4.
Sim
Sorry.
4. He's getting told off, Paul. Yeah. Poor thing. Macy Hitter.
Sim 2, Macy.
Ella Wrigley.
Sim 5 for you.
Charlotte Bell.
You're a bit quick for me, Charlotte. Let me just find this for you. Sim 1. Thank you.
Did you get that? Yeah. Jasmine Shaw.
Sim 7, Jackie.
And last but not least, Monica Bolton Ramos.
Sim 6.
Hey, I tell you what, we've got some cracking names, haven't we? You know, when you're hearing them, I can hear it on F1 commentary. Our winners are here on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at them now. You know, we're excited about today, but as Bob rightfully said, this could be a pathway all the way to F1 or a million different diversions on the way. It really is an incredible prize. Well done to all of you. I'm going to ask you to move off that way, off the stage. Can you make your way to the simulator that you'll be racing in? And I'll just do a quick overview of how today's going to work. Thank you very much, everybody. So we've got our finalists now. They've been allocated their simulators. They've made the way over. Hopefully they're feeling in the zone and excited. Just a quick overview of how it's going to work today. We'll have qualifying, which will decide their grid positions, ready for 2 races, which will happen later today. Then we'll combine the results from race 1 and race 2 for both the boys groups and the girls groups, and that will determine our winners for today. Now, keeping in check throughout, we've got race control. Hopefully we'll be able to cross to them. They're all the way in Switzerland. Can we see them? Maybe they could give us a wave. They're keeping us on track and making sure everything goes running. There they are. Give us a wave. I don't know if they knew we were going to do that. Away. Yay, there we are. That's our pals in Switzerland. See, I told you there's so much going on behind the scenes. And without further ado, it's time to hand over to our fantastic commentators. We've got Lewis McGlade and Cameron Roger. Guys, are you there?
We certainly are, and we are glad to be here. What an event to be at.
Yeah, it's an amazing event. We just got the draw, so obviously the drivers now need to get used to the sim that they're in, and this is going to be great.
Okay, so guys, if I could ask you, who's your front runners at this moment then? Anybody standing out for you? Dare you say?
It's a tough question. Obviously, we'll focus on the girls for now. We'll deal with the boys' race a bit later on because that one's a contentious topic. I mean, Monica Bolton Ramos has been so strong through the season. Macy Hitter has also been very strong with them. It's between those two. Macy Hitter, I think, had a couple of issues yesterday in practice. For me, sorry, but I'm probably more on the Monica Bolton Ramos side. I think it's hers to lose. No pressure.
No pressure at all. I think maybe Macy Hitter does have an opportunity there. We saw in the online races Ramos having a few maybe consistency issues here and there. And obviously in a roughly 30-minute race, you know, you've got to still keeping putting those laps in even towards the end of the race.
Excellent stuff. Well, our team from Racing Unleashed are making sure that our finalists are getting set up, and we're shortly going to go racing, which of course is the exciting part. But for now, guys, I'm going to hand over to our commentators, and I'll be back later on to keep you in the loop with all the action here from the National Centre for Motorsport Engineering at the University of Bolton. Thanks, chaps. See you later.
Well, cheers, Nikki. And now it's over to me and you to talk through all of this. I mean, qualifying is going to be critical, of course. For those who didn't join us, or well, couldn't, because we didn't have the live stream yesterday, and we'll kind of discuss it. Where we're racing today is Brands Hatch GP. It's a really difficult circuit. Track position is going to be critical, isn't it? And so getting that qualifying lap right is hard work.
It's going to be pretty crucial, even with just sort of 7 cars on the grid. Then you know they're going to have to try and work their way through. And the car is a very raceable car, actually. But obviously, Brands actually going to have to find the ways through a couple of the tighter parts of the track. But certainly, the car is going to be good for overtaking, good for side-by-side battle.
Well, let's see the car then that we're using. The Formula RSS 4, 160 brake horsepower and quite a light car, around sort of 600 to 700 kilos. All of that power going, obviously, to the rear wheels. Very, very light, very bouncy on the curbs. Great little car to go racing in. And 160 brake horsepower, whilst it might not be an eye-watering amount of power, in a car like this, trust me, you feel it.
Absolutely, and you use every single one of those horsepowers. You're going to be revving this car out, trying to get every last horsepower down the straights around this Brands Hatch track. And with it being so light, it's very nimble as well. The drivers will have a lot of ability to sort of play around with the car and put it where they want it on the track.
Yeah, and we kind of saw that a bit yesterday. Even when we had a little bit of a go, you kind of can really throw it around. We'll see the circuit then that we are racing at. Said it was Brands GP, but we really do need to take a look at the venue that we are going around and all of its corners, all the hills. It's a very, very hilly circuit here. Here is it, Brands Hatch GP. They're not the Indy layouts. We'll be running all the way out into the woodlands as well. Not the longest circuit in the world, slightly under 4K at 3.9 kilometres. 4 left-hand turns, 5 right, and all of them providing their own unique challenge. Just 188 metres from the start line down to turn 1, but with it being such a high-speed turn 1 as well, they probably won't be braking for the first real time until they get down into Druids. Let's see the track on the flyover as we'll begin that start with that 188-metre run. So cambered slightly to the right-hand side, getting that power down on the start-finish straight is going to be pretty difficult, and then through Paddock Hill, balance it on the brakes slightly, and then up towards Druids.
Absolutely, and Druids is probably the best overtaking opportunities, the hardest braking zone, and certainly it's the place that you can really go side by side in this car. You're going to be using the brakes, trying to get the speed on the exit, because already you're coming to a little corner onto a short, sharp straight. Yeah,
Graham Hill Bend is a very difficult one for to kind of wrestle. They can use the track limits quite a lot around the outside before we get into Surtees. Arguably one of the hardest corners on this track. It's such an important one. You've got to hook this late apex, not run out onto that curb where it's so bouncy out there, onto the Hawthorn straight down towards Hawthorn Bend.
Yeah, the longest straight on the track. You've got to be getting all the speed you can, but it's such a fast corner afterwards. It's barely sort of a lift off, not really touching the brakes before these sort of 3 really fast right-hand corners. This is going to be pushing that left tyre to the absolute limit. The driver's got to be careful of that, not to overheat that left-hand tyre, because as you come up all the way into the Sheen Curve, then into Stirling's Bend, one of the only major left-handers on the track, you're going to really be screaming the tyres by this point.
Yeah, one final corner then left to go as they head through Clark Curve. Of course, on the Indy layout, it's clear waves, but through Clark and then back onto the start-finish straight. We do see drag races towards the line around here, and that is exactly what we'll expect to see up towards that start-finish line. It's going to be a tricky one. It's a great little track to go racing at, and it's one that, at least me and you, I think we've done our fair share of driving and commentary around it. It's one that we really like. It's such a challenge.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's not like all of these modern tracks. Every straight isn't really straight. It's got kinks, it's got corners in it. It's a difficult track, actually. On paper, it maybe doesn't look so bad, but all the undulations, all the curbs, you've really got to use the track limits here. It's going to be very difficult for these drivers.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's a fun one, though, especially in a car like this. I mean, we've said in bigger open wheelers, obviously, not quite up to F1, but even your your more powerful ones where you're talking 300-400 brake horsepower, it's almost a little bit too small. It's a bit of a go-kart track for them, particularly that first sector when you run through Paddock Hill and then up towards Druids. It can be a little bit tight, whereas in cars like this, it is the perfect size. And with only 8 competitors, 8 finalists, of course 7 in the girls and then 8 in the boys, they should have plenty of space not to get involved in incidents. But it is one of those circuits that does kind of invite you. You have to be a little bit desperate at times.
Yeah, we'll see that when we get to the race. I think we are going to see a lot of
Well, racing action then, ready to begin in the girls' race. Qualifying will have to happen first here as we get ourselves ready for the ROKiT Racing Star Formula 4 Esports Competition UK. The boys' race will be a little bit later on this afternoon. We'll cross that as we get to it. But the girls, they've gone through an arduous process. Of course, thousands of competitors have gone through the process online on Raceroom over the last few months to build their way up to get into this, and we come down to these final moments. It's going to be a heart-raising moment. They've got 1 qualifying session to do and 2 races. It's going to be tough stuff.
And we've literally only minutes ago done the draw for these girls as well. So they just jump into the cars, into the simulations. This is the first time they've been in this specific sim as well. So they need to just, get the feel of it and really just work out, no practice this morning. They had obviously practice yesterday, but no practice today. They're just jumping straight into it, into qualifying. And it's going to be so crucial to get these laps, as you saw in the qualifying sessions earlier.
Well, we saw Chloe Grant there in the white car. That's Macy Hitter as well. We'll roll down towards the first one where we'll see Charlotte Bell behind the wheel. Sims 3 is the one that's empty on this, but as we'll go down, you can see some of our competitors. We saw yesterday in the pre-qualifying for the boys' race that some people were a bit hesitant, a bit racy before going into it. They only get the qualifiers, no practice, straight into quali.
Exactly, they've got to get up to speed very quickly, and it's going to be difficult to do so. I mean, even just 2 laps would have helped them, but they don't have that today. They've got to come out and they've got to put it as high up the grid as they can. Obviously, 2 races for them to get the points, but you don't want to be losing points in that first race because then you've got a lot to do in that second one.
Well, the second race, again, it's not a reverse grid, it's not an extra qualifying session. The second race is the grid order that they finish the first race. And of course, we'll cross over this and we'll remind you as to how that works as the first race ends. But it means that, if you really want to win, you've got to be at the front throughout all of it. There is Monica Bolton Ramos, the driver that's won 3 of the races online. Macy Hitter, who's in the yellow or the orangey car with a blue stripe, she's won 2 races throughout the season, including the season finale at the Hockenheim Ring. That is Jazz Shaw in the 7 car, the blue and black one. The final one over that side is Jess White. The one driver that we missed was Ella Wrigley, who's in the blue number 5, which I'm sure will miss the number 1 and the number 5 up because they're both blue.
Absolutely. But yeah, these guys just getting ready. As you see, they're in the simulations there. They've got headsets on. They've got the wheels in front of them. They've got the triple monitor setup as well. So they're going to be able to see a little bit sort of to the side of them, as you would get that peripheral vision over the front tyres as well. So hopefully a bit of side-by-side batting. Obviously not in the qualifying session, we hope. But when we get to the race, a bit of side-by-side action, they should be able to see what's going on.
Well, you never know. Even in the boys' qualifying session, they were all kind of because they had pre-qualifying yesterday. To clarify to anyone who couldn't join us yesterday here in the NCME in Bolton University, there was a pre-qualifying for the boys because there were 16 boys here. They all had to fight their way through to get to this point. With the girls, they've just jumped into it. So the boys have had an extra little bit of track time. Just as a bit of FYI, an extra 15 minutes behind the wheel. We'll cover as to how that session went about a bit later on. But for this, 7 cars in the qualifying session, around the 3.9 kilometres. I'd still expect to see some little traffic games, especially with some pace differential and such.
And also, you could see people spinning, and then that hindering the car that's coming up behind them. Maybe they have to do some avoiding action, maybe they have to slow down, and that could also ruin one of the laps. And in 15 minutes, you're not going to be getting too many laps around this track.
No, absolutely not. So you've got to make the most of every opportunity. And also, something which, this is another thing that the girls won't, this is an advantage that the boys have had yesterday, is that with them doing a pre-qualifying session, the boys kind of understand where the tyres are. Now, any of the girls that stayed around, I'm sure most of them did, to at least pay attention to that pre-qualifying session, they might have a little bit of an advantage here, because one thing that we really did notice, that even though it's 15 minutes, the tyres wear is off, so the tyres won't actually wear down to the carcass and whatnot. but they do have heat cycles, they have thermal degradation, and we were seeing a lot of overheating on the tyres. So they've got to make sure that, obviously, your first couple of laps, you're getting the heat into the tyres, but it's really laps 2 and 3 that are critical. We didn't see any major improvements late in the session.
Yeah, and if you do overheat your tyres, maybe from a little spin, little half spin, something like that, you will then need to do sort of a slower lap, maybe even 2 laps, just to cool them down and get them back into the operating window, which is so important in these types of cars, because obviously they have a bit of downforce, but a lot of that grip comes from the tyres.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, it's the wings they've got does not produce a hefty amount. Like, you're really not going to be noticing. It's kind of why we'd see, whilst we're not going to see damage in this, if they lost a front wing and stuff, you could still drive them to a certain degree. It's not going to be fast, but you can still get around the circuit. It's not like, for example, in a higher downforce car, IndyCar Formula 1, where if you lose the front wing, it's kind of like you're driving a boat. This is slightly different. They're not aero dependent. They're like tyre dependent suspension. That makes so much of a difference. That's the kind of the other thing that we also need to cover. That they are not allowed to change any tyres and such. That is back with Charlotte Bell. These are the onboard cameras that we'll have throughout the running of the race, where we'll be able to see into the eyes of the driver, which I've always liked. I've always enjoyed seeing Ella Wrigley now behind the wheel, because you get to see the fear in their eyes.
Yeah, you absolutely do, and hopefully when we get a bit of maybe side-by-side battles, you can see the concentration as well, because you really need to work out with the spatial awareness. There's Monica Bolton, Ramos just getting in the zone in the simulation. But when you go side-by-side, you've really got to concentrate to make sure you're leaving enough space and that you're actually being fair with your racing as well, because that's what we want to see. We want to see a nice fair fight on the track.
How did you prepare for any events? I know obviously, LAN events, you've only done 1 or 2 in your time, but still, and never with quite a prize up for grabs. But how would you prepare for an event like this?
I just like to try and remain as calm as possible. Once you get in the simulation, just try and relax, get your heart rate down, because you don't want to be stressing about it. You don't want to be getting into a position where you're sort of overthinking the situation. You just need to be nice and calm. You know what you're doing. I mean, as we've said before, they've done a massive achievement just to get here. They've beaten, enough people to get themselves here. They're obviously good at what they're doing, and they just need to now come and perform.
I think they're out on track as well. I did see a little bit of a movement there from some of the cars. We'll head over into qualifying in just a second, and we'll see how things are going. This is going to be a tight session. I think the difference between pole position, who's going to set it? I just don't know.
We have to find out, because this is where you got to perform. All the laps they did in practice, they're all, not counting towards this. They've got to come out. They only going to really get maybe 6, 7 sort of laps, fast laps around the track here. So they've got to, produce the lap times. And here we go. We're out on track for the girls' qualifying session. They're on their out lap at the moment. And when we get around to the start finish line, they'll be starting their first hot laps.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Jazz Shaw here, who's in rig number 7 on screen. That's the bright blue car, which I'm going to say, I don't know about you, Cam, I think it's my favourite colour of all the ones we've got here. We don't have the pink one that we had from the online season, which I really like that pink car, but the bright blue, you can't miss it.
You can't. It's an amazing colour. We'll definitely be able to see her out on the track, and we'll obviously try and identify the drivers as best as possible. We do have the name on the screen at the bottom there of the preview, but here you see the side-by-side picture that we've got with Ramos coming up towards the final corner. Still 13 minutes to go in the session, obviously, but coming to start their final laps, and you can see the speed and the gears on the screen as well, just to show you how fast these cars are, despite being a 4th-tier Formula.
Yeah, exactly. They are plenty fast enough around Brands Hatch. Which is why we come to a circuit like Brands Hatch. Of course, of all of the options of the UK circuits, comes to Silverstone and such. While Silverstone's a great track for these to go racing on, I don't think it's quite as challenging in a car like this. This is a circuit which is brutal in its requirement to really hit home. Times we're looking for in this session to really go after pole position, of course, looking at some of the practice times, we're looking more towards maybe a high 25, mid to low 26. If you get a mid to low 26, I'm pretty sure it'll be a time to at least challenge for pole position, but it's not going to be easy to get there.
It's certainly not going to be easy, and you see obviously sort of the 1 minute 40s at the moment, because that was their out lap. As you say, we're going to be definitely getting, I think, sort of the 126 region, and hopefully by the end of the session, when they get a bit used to the car, we might be able to get into those 25s for some of these girls as well. And we're seeing here Jessica White coming through Hawthorns down to Westfield. This GP loop section, not commonly used, generally the Indy layout here, but we've got the full track today.
Yeah, the first time I went to Brands Hatch, it was for DTM. It was on the Indy layout, which is just hilarious, having cars going that fast around the Indy layout. You can see with Jess White having a few issues, so we are going to hold fire on that one for just a second because clearly there is some form of technical issue there. Jess White, I think she was saying, I can't hear what's going on. But either way, you've got to deal with these technical problems as
Absolutely,
well.
and I was just sort of checking the regulations on what is going to happen. And generally, obviously, we're going to try and give the competitors the fair chance to compete, and with no lap times being set and that sort of thing, it will be a session restart in this case. But obviously, if we get into the race and there's technical issues to a point, there's not obviously going to be a lot that can be done, but in real-world racing, you get technical failures, you get engine failures, gearbox failures, drive shafts failing, things like that.
Absolutely.
It can all happen.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not that we have to expect problems, but we know, as we know from sim racing and such, we do have technical problems every now and then, especially on an event as complex as this, with there being 8 different simulators out there, a 9th if you count the spare as well. Having it all set up in one place, it's then got to connect back to our colleagues in Switzerland as well, and then comes back to ours. It's kind of like the likelihood of technical problems for an event like this is slightly higher, especially as we're kind of making our own history in a sense. We're learning as we go, not just the drivers. It's all from our point of view as well.
Exactly, as Bob Fernley was saying earlier, we're making the template for this sort of event, and it's great to see that this is obviously going to be, hopefully continuing in the future as well, which is what we want to see. And obviously now the girls, they need to reset. They need to get back in the zone and get obviously back out on track in a few moments when Jessica's rig is all sorted out. So hopefully they'll be able to set the fast lap times when we get back out.
Chloe Grant seemed fairly calm as we look at Ella Wrigley, who looks slightly less calm. I'm sure she can hear us, so sorry. But I think drivers react in one of two ways in a scenario like this. They're either like, yeah, do you know what, whatever, is what it is. Others tend to really freak out because it breaks up their rhythm. I mean, we were chatting this with a couple of drivers out there and saying that Dylan Moran didn't want the silver car, the white car, because it's the car that he had a couple of times online and never won in it from memory. And it's kind of like those small little things, those small changes that make all the difference, even if it's just from a mental aspect. It's incredible.
Absolutely, and the versatility, though, is what is a big skill for these drivers. When they get, whoever the winner is today, when they get their chance to jump in, the real Formula 4 car at some point in the future, they're going to need to be able to jump in and go fast. Obviously, the sponsors and backers behind it. It's not just about being in the seat; it's about also, performing from that as well. So they need to be able to get up to speed with that car. And obviously, in the real world, testing costs loads of money, so you don't do, a million laps of testing every year.
We do get to look at these fantastic simulators that we've got here at the NCME in Bolton, courtesy of Racing Unleashed. They've done such a fantastic job with them. They really are. That's not even me just saying it from to plug a sponsor. We had a go yesterday, and we had on Friday. We had some great fun in them. They're really good.
They are, and obviously this is really sort of high level equipment, but it's great that it's being able to be here and be set up in a way that we can have these all these drivers competing at such a close level as well. Obviously, the identical rigs, giving all the girls and boys here, an identical chance of winning this competition.
Indeed. Well, you can see everyone's stood by the wayside and waiting for the session to unfold. And just waiting for it to get underway. Everyone, I think, can be a little bit calmer at the moment. It's quite a large floor, though. It's a lovely building. I'm just going to say that.
It's amazing.
The view out of that window, as much as it's straight out onto a main road. Here's some of our people from the NCME in Bolton. This is Dan Kell, terrible driver, by the way, terrible driver. There's Dave Marshall, obviously here as a driver coach for Macy Hitter as well. Interesting about driver coach, we'll probably speak about this, because obviously that's something they're going to slightly get as well as part of the prize, whilst it's not only the seat, which is a fantastic and unbelievable prize, and obviously the key thing here, but the fact that they're having their ARDS test done, their advanced ARDS test, the fact that they're having proper training done, that is worth its weight in gold anyway.
Exactly, it's not just about the physical skill of driving the car, it's also about your body. That's one thing sim racing does really well, the actual skill and the technical technical side of it is, pretty similar. You're steering the wheel, you've got the pedals, and obviously with these simulations, you've got the actual movement as well. But the physical ability, when you get in the car, obviously you need the strength to press the brake pedal. You've got the G-forces on your neck, and also the strength to turn the steering wheel, which will be a lot heavier and things like that. So obviously, as you say, the training, huge opportunity for whoever comes out on top today.
I think we kind of speak how the rigs and stuff work as well, because kind of it's not super obvious. I mean, we've had to go on motion simulators outside of this, and some of them are like it's really bumping over massive curbs and stuff. These are a lot more tame on that side, which is kind of how it's close to how it should be, way close to how it should be. A lot of them really overdo it, like they're selling a gimmick, whereas this is trying to give you an actual bit of feedback that's useful rather than just pounding. It's trying to be useful. You've got 2 motors on the back, which of course move it around. You've got a couple of motors on the front, but also the thing that I didn't quite realise is that you tighten your belts, right? You've got the belts that come from between your legs. You've got 2 on the side, then you've got 2 over the shoulder. Now, when you're going through a corner, they tighten slightly, obviously to imitate the G-force and stuff, but they tighten to move you around a little bit whilst you're in the car. That's a pretty fantastic thing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's those little bits of information that you get as a driver that you really need to know what the car is doing when it's sliding for a corner, maybe over rotating just a little bit, and those sorts of things. And that's what you get when you drive the car, literally from the seat of the pants, as that all the drivers say, because you're literally strapped into the car, whereas in the sim, it's all visual references. Obviously, we have force feedback wheels and things like that, but obviously you want to then be able to replicate the sort of the more intricate feelings that you get through the seatbelts, as we see in the car back on the screen here. 160 horsepower powering these girls down.
Yeah, indeed. This is the car that they'll all be racing in, all equal. No setup, no nothing. We did have one switch sim. I think it might be Jess White, who's moved from Sim 8 to Sim 3. Need to double check that one, but I think that was an issue with Sim 8. That kind of makes sense with the pointing of the ear, which, if that is the case, then Marcus Luzio, who's on that sim for the boys' race, might be a little bit of a concern for that one.
Fortunately, they've got obviously a few more hours before that,
Correct.
So hopefully they can sort it out, because while the race is going on, and that seat will be vacant, because as we mentioned before, there's only 7 girls compared to the 8 boys. So there'll be this one vacant rig, so I'm sure they'll be able to sort that out, and we do have the spare as well. So hopefully for Luzio, that will be good when we get there in a few hours' time.
It is why we've always got to bring spares around with you, like spare kettle leads, which I always forget. But we'll gloss over that on Ethernet cable for you, mate.
Absolutely.
We're not great on the technical side. That's why we're sat here in the commentary booth. By the way, if anyone who doesn't know, especially if you're watching online, we are actually here at the NCME in Bolton. We're not just sat in our bedroom.
Yeah, the sims are right there.
They're literally around the corner, which unfortunately means that they can all hear us at high volume. So when we all get very excited later on, we're going to deafen some people, which I've said before, I think it's going to be really distracting for the drivers, where it's like, and they're battling for position. Oh, no.
Maybe that's why Jess White was complaining. Maybe she wanted it to be louder so she can't hear us
I
talking.
don't blame her. Maybe she's thinking, there's 2 idiots in my ear right now, and I can't focus on what I'm doing.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine. It's just for her, obviously that's just a little bit more nerves now. She's got to overcome, because she'll be panicking, thinking, oh, maybe I'm out of the competition already. Now she's got to get there, be calm, as we were mentioning earlier, try and get that heart rate down, and hopefully setting some good lap times when we get to qualifying session, because as far as I know, it'll be a full rerun as well.
Well, she was in Sim 1 yesterday, because of course they have had a redraw for today, both the boys and the girls. They had a draw yesterday for practice for the girls, for practice and for pre-qualifying for the boys. Obviously, we had 2 boys groups in that. We had the draw yesterday. To make things fair, we have redrawn for this one as well. Take a look at the starters that will be heading into the girls' race, of course, and hopefully in what order, even though we know it's going to slightly change courtesy of the technical issues for the sim rig number 8. But we've got Charlotte Bell, we've got Macy Hitter, Chloe Grant, Ella Wrigley, Monica Bolton Ramos, Jasmine Shaw and Jess White. These 7 girls they'll be taking to the qualifying. We'll have 8 boys later on. Girls will do the qualifying, we'll do the first race, we'll do the second race, and then we'll have a bit of a breather. And then we'll come back for the boys, and they're all fighting for the same prize.
Absolutely. 1 girl and 1 boy winner, as you say, which is a great opportunity. Obviously, girls in motorsport, girls in sim racing isn't, as represented as it probably could be. So it's great that there's a specific girls part of this competition, and the prize is the exact same. They're fighting for it, and obviously they had all the online races as well. They had their own sort of competition with that, so it's great to see that we still end up with the 7 girls to come here and obviously fight for it, because any one of those could be driving a real world car in a few months' time.
Absolutely. I mean, well, we've been in sim racing for a long time, right? For me, it's 9 years. For you, it's
About seven.
About 7. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Cool. I'm older than you. Nice. But yeah, it's sim racing, and same with motorsport as well. Even though we've got a fair few lady drivers that are right up there at the thick end of things, but it is a boys' game. Like, it's why we've got countless boys. But I think the thing is that even if the girls grids, we kind of are saying this throughout the online competition, even if the girls grids aren't full, these girls are setting examples to all of the young talent that's around that might think, actually, do you know what? This racing thing, it might be a boys' game, but I want to have a go. But there's all boys everywhere. It's like, no, there's not. And they're plenty fast enough as well. Some of the lap times we've seen in here, plenty competitive enough.
Absolutely. I believe it was the first round of the online competition, we only had 4 girls. So obviously that increased.
Yes.
I think we ended up with 8 total, obviously 7 here today. So there's certainly an improvement from the numbers perspective from that. And, if we ever get into this competition in the future, I'm sure even more girls, because they'll see that they've now got the opportunity.
Absolutely. Well, we'll take a look at our race control and we'll explain as to exactly what they do. They're based in Kemptall in Switzerland, so they're a bit far away from Bolton in the north of the UK. Obviously working very hard at the moment to reset the servers, to get ourselves ready. But there's a few that are on the side of the server setups and stuff. There we go. Nice little wave as well. We didn't wave at the camera. We're not quite as nice as that. So good effort. But then obviously they're looking over incidents and stuff. They're responsible for making sure the server is running. They're making sure that the competition is done correctly and within the rule book, which they should have all read through. But we know as competitors that it's like terms and conditions. You accept and then just hope for the best.
Absolutely.
They should have read them, though.
When we get into the race, the drivers will actually be able to, on their wheel, have a button to speak to race control as well, should there be any incidents, which we hope not, but this is racing. They're fighting for an amazing prize, so I'm sure there's going to be a few little ding-dongs here and there. So, yeah, it's good to see the race control really getting involved with this, multiple people trying to make sure this is as fair and competitive as it could be.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is why when you're battling for a prize like this, if this was just a nice little Sunday league and we were all having a bit of fun, then, do you know what? It's fine. But in a championship like this, where you've got this kind of prize, you need race control. It does seem as though the session is back up and running. This is looking over the shoulder of Jazz Shaw, who's out on track. And you can kind of see what's happening on screen for some of the drivers. So you've got the gear selector that's just basically sort of central and then left of the rearview mirror. You've got the throttle and brake input, which they can see. They don't obviously need to, because they can see what they're doing with they feel what they're doing with their feet. But the important ones that we kind of found over on the left-hand side, they've got a leaderboard in the bottom left, which will tell them where they are in the present session. And then at the top, they've also got a position count where they're 3 of 13. Of course, the extra ones are race control and such that are looking over the session. Then you can see how much time is left in the session, which we can see is 13 minutes and 20 seconds. And then the all-important one, the one just to the right of that, where you've got the green boxes, green, left, and then bottom right, and then one blue one on the top right. That is the tyre temperature. There's tyre pressure on there as well, so they can keep their eye on it, they can monitor it, and they need to around here.
And the drivers, as you say, they need to keep on top of that, because that is directly linked to your lap time, because the amount of grip that you have, the cooler that the tyres are, the less pressure that is in them, the more grip you will have, at least for that lap. And we are going to basically just double check that the game is okay for everyone, but I do believe that we are going to be going into this session as Jessica White is out on track now in the number 3 black car, rather than the white one that she had, or the grey one that she had earlier, and hopefully is able to set some lap times, although just making a little bit of a mistake there out onto Hawthorne Straight.
Well, we were chatting to Zach Sweeney and Monica Bolton Ramos before we got into this session. It's kind of a reminder that, there was a big crash in the background. That was Jazz Shaw, who's just crashed coming through 30s. That was a little bit of a slip coming over the car. Chloe Grant has also gone through, and that the orange car in the background of that is Macy Hitter as well in the 02. That's the second rig, but a couple of issues already. All the rigs, they might have their very, very subtle differences. It could literally just be how the paddle to shift down is slightly stiffer than you'd expect. Whatever it is, you need to take yourself one lap, just calmly breathe, go around the circuit and not overdo it. Now we can see on board with Jess White. Oh, mate, Chloe Grant rejoining straight into Monica Bolton Ramos. My goodness.
And that not only destroys her lap, it destroys Ramos's lap as well, and also the couple of other girls that were involved in that. I think it was Macy Hitter having to do avoiding action from that as well. So these laps are then obviously not going to be fast for those, as we've seen Chloe Grant there on the screen, just slowing down, trying to get in a better position. Still just over 11 minutes to go now, so some lap time should be able to come in.
She's probably trying to cool her tyres as well, because after spinning them around like that, although where she's left it to go fast, she's kind of lost a lot of that apex speed from the Clark curve. She needs to kind of back off and then attack before the corner, so that you're basically carrying the standard racing speed through the corner. I think she's already lost a few tenths before we've even got into Paddock Hill, but we'll stay with Chloe Grant just a little bit here. Down through Paddock Hill, we'll see a lot of drivers using, as the session moves on, a lot more of that stuff on the left-hand side. They can get away with using it on track limit, brake, pull it down to the apex at Druids, way out over the left-hand side. And then Graham Hill, where we were seeing a lot of abuse in pre-qualifying in the boys yesterday. They can use a lot of that track as we go back to Jazz Shaw.
Absolutely, and looks like Ramos there just ahead of her as well, coming down this longest straight on the track, and it's going to be an interesting one for these guys to try and get a clean lap in. We've seen already a couple of sort of little spins, little bits of action going on, so the drivers need to be obviously getting themselves a bit of clean air to set a clean lap, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you only set one lap, as long as it's fast enough to get you in a good position. That is all that you need.
Yeah, indeed. And just timing it right, that is Macy Hitter off on the left-hand side, right in front of Jazz Shaw. Yeah, no, your hand went straight up for Jazz Shaw, and I kind of get that one a little bit. You know, if you're off the road, if other people are on hot laps, stay off the road until they've gone past. You're a distraction, yes, but at least you've allowed them to get through. There is Ella Wrigley in that really bright blue 05. That is the 5th rig. All of the numbers on here are the rigs in order, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8.
Absolutely, come up to Druids for another time. I think maybe getting a bit of a off track on the other one, because that's the one thing. The track limits are being enforced here by the simulation. If they go too wide in certain corners, or maybe too tight as well, they will get an invalidated lap, as Ella Wrigley there goes for a spin on the exit of the Graham Hill bend, and will have to get back up to speed to set another lap. But yeah, if they invalidate those laps, they won't count, even if they are fast.
Yeah, I've done that before. Well, not around here, but we had a few spins yesterday. This is with Jess White now heading up through Westfield Bend, a little bit too wide there, but does manage to keep it just about on the track through Dingledale, which is this right-hand kink, before we get into Sheen Curve, completely blind over the right-hand side, where yesterday Deagen Fairclough's line through here was absolutely phenomenal. Into Sterling's, uses a bit of curb on the right-hand side on the exit before pulling it back over to the left-hand side for the final corner at Brands Hatch GP. Let's see how she balances it on the brakes. Was all right. Chloe Grant, they don't have damage, and I think they'll be grateful of it, because I think if there was, Chloe Grant, Macy Hitter and Monica Bolton Ramos, 3 of the very favourites here at the NCME in Bolton for the ROKiT Racing Style Formula 4 Esports Competition UK Girls Race, I think they'd be out.
Yeah, certainly, and it does look like we're getting some really close lap times in just right there on your leaderboard at the moment on a 27.6. There's also a couple of laps coming in the background as well that I'm sure will be coming up in a meanwhile. We're seeing Chloe Grant coming around this final corner. You see her taking a really tight line, actually, as Jazz Shaw sets a 29.9, and then Chloe Grant goes up to the top with a 27.06 tenths away from White on provisional pole position.
Well, as much as we've got Ella Wrigley out on circuit directly ahead of Monica Bolton. Oh, goodness me, there's a bit of a side-by-side there. I was trying to get around the outside of Chloe Grant. We don't have her on my live timing with Ella Wrigley, so I don't know where they will appear towards the end of the session, but we'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it. There is Monica Bolton Ramos, the 3-time race winner in the online competition. Looking to make it 4 and 5 today. Yeah, if she can do it in the LAN events. We've got 2 races this afternoon. It's not going to be easy though. This LAN events completely different than racing at home in your own comfort in your own simulator.
As we saw at the beginning part of the online season, Ramos was really a step ahead in terms of the simulation races. But as the season progressed, she got always getting a bit held up here. Actually, Macy Hitter just going a bit slower there, so this is going to hinder Ramos's lap, not having the ideal line coming up through all this second sector, going off wide and having a bit of a spin there coming into Sterling's.
That was a big one, and then right in front of Chloe Grant as well. So that's the second time in this session that those two have come together at that section of the racetrack, and they are ticking off off the time. 7 minutes left to go. They can't mess about too much. At the moment, provisionally, on pole position, it is Chloe Grant on a 27.025. Just behind that, at least on our timesheets, is Monica Bolton Ramos, who's actually set a time 0.4 off of that. I would expect these times are going to get faster, but that really didn't help.
Absolutely. We seem to have Ella Wrigley on the timing sheet now in the 5th place there, 3.3 seconds off at the moment. Macy Hitter just in front, 2.7 seconds off, but obviously is still trying to get up to speed. We've seen a number of little spins that have hindered these laps, so I'm sure we'll see a few more drivers. There's Charlotte Bell down the XL Sterling's having a bit of a spin, probably going a bit too wide onto the grass there, losing that lap time.
Oh, and it's so critical to get as many laps onto the board, with it only being 3.9 kilometres, roughly a minute and a half, 90 seconds a lap. You can't waste too much time. Charlotte Bell taking a very tight line as well through the final corner, and I think she's going to kind of lose out a little bit. I did get a note on our live timing. It says crash with environment, which is a nice way of putting it.
That's a very polite way.
That's a nice way of putting you've been off a little bit. Back with Chloe Grant, who at the moment provisionally of course is on pole position. She does take part in Real World Motorsport. I've commentated on Chloe Grant for 9 races now in the GB4 Championship. She's getting used to racing in open wheelers properly of this kind of category, which would be a great step for her over into ROKiT British Formula 4 if she could do it, but that is getting way ahead of ourselves. But it does all start with qualifying, and it could all start with pole position. What a confidence boost this would be.
Absolutely, and coming through this amazingly fast section of the track, this is really where all of the time is gained up through those right-handed corners of Hawthorne, Westfield, and Sheen Curve. As we've seen, Macy Hitter. I thought Macy would be a bit faster than what she is at the moment. 1.9 seconds off as Bolton Ramos there, jumping up into that 3rd place on a 27.4. So really close between the top 3. As Jess White has gone to the top on a 27.001, just 24 thousandths of a second faster than Chloe Grant.
Yeah, incredible. Nice and tight there. Of course, Jess, well, to be fair, Jess White's had 3 podiums in the online competition. Had a podium back at the Red Bull Ring, at Monza and at Spa, the middle 3 rounds of the championship. Chloe Grant, who's looking for pole position here, has never had a podium in the online competition, has done a couple of rounds. She did lead a few laps, I remember, back in the Red Bull Ring, courtesy of some issues down at the 2nd corner, but has finished 4th at the Red Bull Ring and at Spa at the 2 rounds that she took part in. So a few struggles for Chloe Grant in the online competition, but seems to match well to the land competition that we have here. Jess White down towards the line. What is the lap time going to be? Slightly slower with a 27.396. I can't beat the 27.001. I still would say, though, Cam, that we would aim for a mid-26. However, we do know that late in the session, the tyres just aren't really there.
They certainly do need to be cooled off by this point, as Charlotte Bell's also on the track, hasn't got a lap time on the actual leaderboard at this moment in time, so have to be looking to do it. Macy Hitter is improving on the 1st and 2nd sector, coming across the line. Can she get herself further up the order? She does improve, but she stays there in that 5th place with, I think it was Shaw just ahead of her, also improving.
Seems to struggle there as also to hit the apex into Paddock Hill, so I kind of assume that the tyres might be overheating a little bit, maybe not quite as comfortable. Rig 2 was the one that I had to go in when I was faster than you. Yeah, I remember that. I was faster than you in
only because I got invalidated lap.
Yeah, that's because you're cutting track limit. It's fine. I can't remember who was faster. I was definitely faster than Dan, so at least there was that.
It's the important point, though, because looking at Charlotte Bell on the timing, she's actually set not too bad a time, but she must have got an invalidated lap on that one because it obviously hasn't come up on the overall leaderboard, which is the important point. In these 15-minute sessions, you've got to make every lap count, and that's certainly what the girls at the moment are doing. We're into the final 3 minutes of the qualifying session. Remember, this is the grid order that we will start the first race in.
Yeah, and again, as there was a car off the road, that would be Jazz Shaw that was just ahead of Macy Hitter. So Macy Hitter's had to abandon this lap. I don't think it's necessarily the worst thing in the world. Still 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. So they can back off and cool the tyres down, because then they can attack for maybe not the next lap. I would kind of back off for the next 2.5 minutes, have a really, really slow lap, and then attack for that final lap. Try and get the tyres back into an operating window. When you have your tyres overheat, particularly in these cars, it's normally the fronts that overheat, particularly the front left around here, that overheats. It's a little bit tricky to kind of roll through, kind of get the understeer through the corners and such. It can be very, very difficult. Did get word in our ear, Chloe Grant going to receive a 2-place penalty courtesy of an unsafe rejoin. So that is Chloe Grant, the driver that is presently second. Ella Wrigley moves up into fifth, but Chloe Grant for that unsafe rejoin that we saw right at the start of the session with Monica Bolton, Ramos and Macy Hitter getting involved. An unsafe rejoin, 2 places down on the grid.
And that is 2 places you have to make up as Bolton. Ramos improves, still in that 3rd place. So, oh, look at that, though. 1/10 separating the top 3 drivers. This is just how close it is here at the NCME. The girls getting very close with just a minute and a half left in this qualifying session. Grant, though, will drop down those couple of positions, which could be quite important for her aspirations, because she's going to have to get back past those girls in the race.
Yeah, at the moment, the order on the grid, as you can see on the screen on the left-hand side, White, Grant, Bolton, Ramos, then Jazz Shaw, Ella Wrigley, Macy Hitter and Charlotte Bell is the 7th car that's yet to set a competitive lap time to appear on the leaderboard. There is Charlotte Bell. Let's see what she can do at the final corner. Breaks down, shifts and throws it into Paddock Hill. A little bit tame there on the apex speed and holds a tight line. What is Charlotte Bell going to do across the line? Is it going to be a valid lap time? Quite tricky to do around here. It is indeed not a valid lap time, so she'll be setting another time. Oh, actually, no, I did get it as a valid lap time. It was a 33.3.
Oh, but too wide there, and that is going to be that lap done. And with 45 seconds left, she's not going to be there. Macy Hitter goes back up into 5th place as well. So Ella Wrigley and Macy Hitter swapping positions a few times. They're getting a bit closer. Jazz Shaw as well also improves in that 4th place, getting into the low 28s.
But with Jazz Shaw, because she's in 4th place, again, remember, Chloe Grant has a 2-place penalty, so she will actually move behind Monica Bolton Ramos and behind Jazz Shaw. The drivers and such won't know this at this point, as Monica Bolton Ramos crosses the line to finish her lap and finish her session with how she entered T1 there. She is calming this one down, so she will start from 2nd place because of the penalty for Chloe Grant. But Jess White, I mean, I'm going to say bravo. Obviously, we've still got a couple of laps to come in, but bravo to have had a technical issue on the first sim, which was sim number 8, to have then gone over to sim number 3, to have jumped in, bang. That holds mine.
Absolutely, and getting up to speed with that, as they're really having a bit of an issue there, coming round the start-finish straight, as some lights, as it looks like she is, basically she has not... she set the lap time, but obviously we need to get that confirmed, as the black card there of Jess White going wide on the gravel as well. But to jump in the car after those issues, being nervous and then setting the time when obviously she wasn't necessarily fighting for the wins in the online competitions, well, certainly very good.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to say I think that is incredible. So Jess White did have a few pole positions a few podiums rather. I'll get my words out. I can speak English. But had a few podiums in the online competition. To have grabbed this pole position, that is an incredible effort. The final lap times coming in. Macy Hitter does set her final lap time. And you said it was Jazz Shaw. We did cut across from that. You said it was Jazz Shaw that was going to move up into 3rd position. It's Macy Hitter. Macy Hitter has actually improved up to the 4th with a 28.364. So has just taken that in the final moments by a 1/10 of a second over Jazz Shaw. So that's a good effort from her right at the death. When we know that these tyres aren't at their optimal, Macy Hitter's calmed itself down, has brought the tyres back in, and she's got herself up the order.
And I think what Macy Hitter did was pretty good over that session. She started off a little bit slower, but then every lap she just improved 10th by 10th, and getting up into that 4th place is going to be, well, effectively the 3rd place as well, is going to be a really good position for her to battle the likes of Ramos and White at the top.
Agree. Wow. I mean, a thrilling qualifying session there, and Jess White's done the work. Chloe Grant, Monica Bolton Ramos, Macy Hitter, Jazz Shaw, Ella Wrigley, and then Charlotte Bell. So that there settles them for the qualifying session, and I think it was a bit dramatic, obviously, with a couple of the incidents and such that we had through the qualifying session. We were kind of expecting a few issues, but now we head into the race. They'll have to focus. It's an 18-lap race, not half an hour, 18 laps, so I have plenty of time to work their way through, but I'm concerned about the tyres for this race.
Absolutely. We saw in 15 minutes how they can drop off in pace. So how the drivers control that over around a 25-30 minute race is going to be very important for these girls to do so, because it doesn't matter if you're fast in those first 10 laps, those final 8 is where you're going to be scoring the points. I think you need to go into this with a light strategy. And anyone who says that a sprint race is not a strategic race, that is completely false. It is a strategic race. You need to underdrive the car for a significant portion. You need to be rolling with it a little bit and just kind of backing off, keeping the tyres in check, keeping the tyres in temperature.
and it's a little bit of a balancing act. Either way, I think we might well be able to head down onto the race floor, because Nikki Dean is standing by. Hello, what do you think of that?
Well, I'll tell you what, I've got no nails left. Nail-biting stuff indeed. Very dramatic. Lots of the girls now have actually gotten out of the simulators. We're going to give them a quick break before we do the first race. Come with me, though. Jens, our cameraman, we're going to go and try and find any of the girls that might still be here. Some of the girls being interviewed behind me, so I'm sorry, I'm going to have to go for Macy again. Macy, how are you feeling? It was very dramatic, that. I think it's fair to say at one point we were all thinking, what's she doing, what's going on? But you did bring it back. How are you feeling about how you ended up?
Not as amazing. Like, I would have hoped to have done a bit better, but the race is a lot different to qualifying, so I suppose I'll just see how that goes. But it's what it is.
It's what it is. Look how casual she is. I was talking to your coach as well, and he was biting his nails here, regardless of what he tells you. But we said the same thing. You know, qualifying, yes, it's very important, but it's all about the race. So great for you to keep focused. Have we got any of our other girls here? Let's see who we've got here. Jasmine, can you talk to me about how that went for you out there? How do you feel that, you know, did you do as well as you'd expected? How are you feeling about going into race one?
Well, I definitely improved from yesterday. I got about like 5/10 quicker, so which is good. I was expecting to go a bit quicker, but I think with all of the technical issues, it was hard to get into the zone. I think I've got a good time for the race and from the qualifying lap times, but yeah, I'll give it all in the race.
Excellent. They're all so cool, calm and collected, aren't they? I was hoping to get hold of Chloe Grant, just to have a chat to her, because of course there was a penalty there for her as well. I'm sure that's pretty disappointing. But she's disappeared off. They've all gone to get themselves a drink. We've got Jess down here. Jess finished first overall. Look at her, she's dying inside. Come here, love. It's all right, I'll look after you. How are you feeling about your performance out there? Pole position, you must be feeling good about that.
Yeah, I'm quite excited for the race now, yeah.
Again, dead cool, dead calm. Anything you would have done differently? I guess the answer is no, because you've got that pole position. What are you going to do in first race then? Have you got a strategy, tactic? What are you thinking right now?
Just stay calm and don't bin it on the first corner.
Just win. There you go. Right, well, that's from the thick of it here in the action at the NCME. We've got some of the boy finalists here as well. No doubt that's gotten them excited for their portion of the day, which is a little bit later on. I think we're going to cross back now to Lewis McGlade and Cameron Roger, our fantastic commentators, and they'll build us up to race one, which is going to happen imminently. As I say, just grabbing a quick break. So over to Lewis and Cameron.
Cheers, Nikki. And once again, everyone was very calm there, weren't they? I mean, I'd be feeling a bit nervous. We'll take a look at that lap time to grab that pole position. I'm sure it was kind of a calm and understated lap time. It's kind of what you need around here to go and grab that pole. It might not look so flashy, but it is just plenty fast enough. Let's take a look at the pole lap then for the girls' race and see how it was done.
Yes, certainly a really good lap here. It was thousandths of a second in the end. Jess White through the first corner, using the curb on the inside, then going out and really perfectly actually going out towards the gravel. Then the hard braking zone into Druids, really cutting it fine, but that's what you want. Really late apex as well. Very good exit. That'll take the speed all the way down to Graham Hill Bend.
Yes, it's nice and calm so far. Used a bit too much curb at Paddock Hill. Let's see what it is through Graham Hill. Using that curb on the exit, that is spot on. Absolutely super from Jess White. Not running out super far wide. You can get away with a lot more, but still, to keep within the confines of the racetrack. A little bit too tight into Surtees, but not too bad. It's clean. This is the thing. I was told this when I first started driving. Hit every apex. That is the critical thing around here, and that's what we're seeing so far from Jess White. On the Hawthorne Straight, we go downhill, we head back uphill. This is incredibly steep, by the way. It really helps slow the car down. Go in for that apex and carry the speed through Hawthorne before we get to Westfield Bend, where we'll see them really attack the inside.
Using loads of curb on the inside and the outside there, just keeping the car going as a straight line as fast as possible. Now through the Sheen curve as well, sending it over the curb, but actually not using all the exit curve, which is good, because then you get yourself back over to the right to open up Sterling's, and already we're coming up to the final corner.
Yeah, it's just a very, very tidy lap. This is why you have a pole lap. Only separated, of course, by 1/10 of a second back to second and third through the final corner nicely. Not too far out to the left-hand side, which is good. We like to hold that tight line. Could have gained a couple of hundredths of a second by holding it tighter to the wall, but it didn't need it. Jess White on pole position here with a very nice, very clean, very tidy lap around Brands Hatch GP.
Yeah, I think you should be happy with that. I mean, certainly there was maybe a couple of tenths still left in that for her. So that is obviously what she'll try and improve when we get into the race. But as a qualifying lap, on pole position, that's all that she cares about.
I think we should take a look at those final results then from the qualifying. Of course, we'll take into account that Chloe Grant has that penalty, but we can see the order that we have and see the order that they'll be starting this first race in. Jess White on pole position, then Monica Bolton Ramos, then Macy Hitter, then Chloe Grant, who's dropped back the 2 places courtesy of a penalty for an unsafe rejoin. Jazz Shaw, Charlotte Bell and Ella Wrigley will start at 7th after race control, having a couple of issues with the timing and such and penalties, so we'll drop down into the final spot on the grid. But either way, I think coming into this is no disrespect to Jess White, because clearly a very talented driver. When we were coming into this, we were more thinking of Monica Bolton Ramos, we were more thinking of Macy Hitter, even Chloe Grant with her real world experience. Jess White was a driver that we think maybe could have got a couple of podiums, same as she did in the online series, but pole position to start off with, that is an enormous confidence boost, and that makes me a little bit more intrigued as to who's going to win this.
Absolutely, but that's why we have these what we call LAN finals. When we come here, everyone is still on the same network, they're all on the equal simulations as well. It's about the driving skill. It's not about how much practice you do at home. It's not about the rig that you have at home. It's all about coming here and performing when the pressure is on. And even after having to switch rigs, nailed that lap, got it on pole position, and I think she's going to be really happy with that.
So I say that is very, very impressive to have just gone, right, this sim rig's not working, I need to change this up right now. It already informed me, we kind of heard about the audio and stuff, or whatever was going wrong. There was something wrong with the rig, but rather than panicking, was like, right, okay, that's fine, we're going to have a bit of a delay here in the session, I caused it, and then jumped into another rig, and boom, straight away, and looked strong throughout the session. It wasn't as if it was just one lap here and there. You kind of, we had it before, where you get like one fluky lap, like when I said yesterday about that pole I had and I had to leave the room. She was looking strong throughout the entirety of the session from start to finish.
Yeah, absolutely, and she set another multiple low 27, so maybe not laps that would have also been good enough for pole, but certainly good enough to be in that sort of top 3 area. So she's got the speed, and when we go into the race session, she's just got to keep that going. But the interesting point for the girls is, obviously, they haven't had as much sort of side-by-side practice as such, with the boys having those extra qualifying sessions, as we'll get to explain later on, later in the day. So the girls, that was the first time they had actually been on the track side-by-side. So now they're going to need to get used to that. They do have sort of little proximity arrows. They've got the mirrors, they've got the triple screens they can see to the side, but it's not, it's not the same as you turning your head.
It's not easy to drive through that, because, like you say, as much as you've got a decent amount of peripheral vision, it only comes to about here. So when someone's directly side by side with you, it can be a little bit hard to work out where they are, and that's something which can only really be solved by experience. Those that are really experienced in sim racing, that have done plenty of it, will be able to kind of react to that and go, hang on, I can't see left and right, so I have to kind of assume, I have to look in my mirror and think, right, if I can't see them in my mirror, if I've got this proximity arrow here, then they're potentially still kind of there, and so it's you've got to be a little bit careful with that, and making sure that you're not chopping across everyone. But either way, whilst we're waffling on and talking about boring stuff which no one cares about, I think Nikki has something much more interesting to speak of.
Here as well. Of course, that was very dramatic there. We can see Jess, who's in pole position. She's just getting into her simulator now. She's in the zone. Wonder how they're all feeling right now. Perhaps if we could move down here very quickly, Jens, and I was hoping a bit earlier to have a quick chat. I know she needs to stay in the zone, but a very quick chat with Chloe Grant. See how she's feeling. She's actually with Stefan now from Racing Unleashed, getting her quick brief before she gets into her simulator. Chloe, I'm sorry to pounce on you. That was a little bit disappointing, but could I have a quick word from you? Obviously, it's a penalty there. You were second position all the way around, dropped down to 4th because of that penalty. How are you feeling? Has it affected your focus, or are you ready to get out there and fight for it?
No, it's definitely not affected my focus, but it's quite disappointing, I'm not going to lie. I'm still not exactly sure what I was penalised for, but it's just get on with it and race the best I can.
Absolutely. Excellent attitude there. Stay in the zone. Best of luck now. You could be getting back into your simulator. As I say, we'll have a wander down here and I can show you what's happening. The guys from Racing Unleashed and some of the coaches, some of the chaperones with our finalists here, making sure that the girls are in the zone. We've got Ella Wrigley here as well. How are you feeling? I'm sorry to shove my microphone. I know you're getting a pep talk there. Are you feeling all right going into the race?
Yeah, I'm fine. I know I'm not the fastest and I'll be starting at the back, but hopefully if I get a good start, I can get right up there.
Exactly, that's what we'll be doing. Best of luck. Keep that great attitude. A bit further down here, maybe we could get Monica actually. I hope I'm not ruining your focus here. Are you all right? She's just tightening up her seatbelt. How are you feeling, Monica, going into the first race?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident. I just hope that I can take the lead in turn one and then pull away.
Well, that's what it is. Half the battle is confidence. I will leave you to get into the zone. No doubt we'll catch up with the girls a little bit later on. But it is almost time. As I say, they're doing the final fittings, getting in there, making sure they're nice and safe, getting in the zone. And then, of course, it's time almost to race. But I'm going to cross back to our commentators, Lewis and Cameron, to build up to the race. Over to you, chaps.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to remind you then as to how this is all going to work. We're going to go through we've done the qualifying session, so that's 15 minutes. That's done. That's out of the way. We've already got our grid order. We've already got Jess White on pole position. We'll roll through the first race. It'll be 18 laps. At the end of this race, we'll gather ourselves some points. If you've watched Formula 1 and stuff, you know the kind of point structure we're looking at here. It's 25 points for a race win. 18, 15, 12, 10, 8, 4. 8, 6, 4, 2, 1, but we don't get down to the 2 and the 1, and we don't have the 4 in the girls' race because it's just down to 7. So 6 is the lowest points we score. So every driver gets points. For the second race, it'll be the same order that they finish this race in. So if you get knocked out towards the back, not only do you score potentially, if you finish in 7th spot, not only do you score 6 points, but you've also got to start at the back for the next race. So getting consistent results in this is critical.
However, because the race is effectively in 2 halves, if you drop back, you then have the reset from effectively gridding again for that second race. So all is not lost after that first race. So you've got to make sure that you're keeping your focus, keeping your concentration so that you can then push in that second race as well. But also, Monica Bolton Ramos there seemed very confident coming into
very
that.
Confident.
Was like, I'm going to get the lead, going to pull away. But then again, after that first race, going to reset. She's going to have to do it all again if that is how it plays out.
And maybe she's been a bit more confident as well, based on the fact that Chloe Grant's moved back from 2nd position down to 4th, which promoted her back up onto the front row of the grid. Tricky track to start at, though. I think we should speak of the start here at Brands Hatch. Is that the circuit is banked slightly. It's down on the right-hand side, which means putting down, I know it's 160 brake horsepower, but it is very easy to be putting that power down and then to lose the rear ever so slightly as you're trying to fire off the line.
And also, you naturally sort of go out wide through Paddock Hill Bend out onto the exit. Use all of that curb as we saw with White's pole lap a bit earlier on. So if you're side by side with someone, you've got to make sure you're leaving them room on that outside and you're not pushing them off into the gravel, because then you've got to get back on and settle the car before the braking zone into Druids, which I assume we're going to see a few sort of dives
100%.
Down the inside.
100%. Yeah, you've also got to watch out at Paddock Hill as well, because people don't tend to realise it until they do the race start, until you're side by side with someone, is that as much as it's banked, basically the outside of the circuit flattens off a lot faster than the inside. There is a bit where basically it's almost like a crown in the road, and you've got to watch out for it, because it's as the pit relief is on the escape road is on the left, as you would escape on the Marshall side and then get back out over to the support paddock, which is over on the left hand side after Paddock Hill. That can cause some problems because it's a very sizable bump. And when you're in a car such as this, if you're in a touring car or whatever, you don't really notice it so much. When you're in a car like this with low profile, with small wheels and stuff, it's like a shopping trolley. You notice every bump, every little inconsistency, and as soon as you go over that, it's problems.
Absolutely, not much suspension travel in these cars. They're so low to the ground already, and obviously because they're sort of aero-based, the aero platform needs to remain stable, so they're quite stiff compared to some other cars, and you don't want to be upsetting that through a corner like that. We did see a couple of girls going off wide out into the gravel as well on the exit of turn number 1 in the qualifying session, so hopefully they just dial that back maybe 0.5% just to keep it inside the track limits this time around. But of course, that is the important part now, because this is where the points are played out. Everything beforehand was just building up to this moment. This is where we're going to find out the potential champion in this first race, or at least who we might think is going to win. One hand on the trophy. It's only 2 races. It's not like a full championship of 8-9 rounds. It's just the 2 races that we have here today for the girls, and then 2 races for the boys. So if you win this race, that is one hand on the trophy. That is one hand on the prize. That can get to your head, though. Absolutely. You can't get overconfident. That is probably the worst thing. If you do go and win the first race, maybe, it is 18-lap race, so we might even see, a 10-second lead if someone, dominates in that race. Those 10 seconds then get reset, and you've got to do it all again. You can't get overconfident because you can always be overtaken. Then all of a sudden your rhythm is gone, and you've got to then play a bit of catch-up from that.
I wonder how many boys, by the way, are still here from yesterday that didn't get through in their pre-qualifying. Just to come and watch, to come and support the event. They were encouraged to, because why not?
Well, they certainly were. I mean, when they were having the practice session, they obviously sort of went out in their groups of 8. And while the other group was going, they were all sort of standing around the rigs and chatting and everything. There was quite a nice atmosphere going on between all the competitors. But I'm sure we're going to see a few sort of harder faces now.
Well, Ella Wrigley then starts from the final position on the grid with 7th place. That'll be in the blue, the number 5 car. She managed to set a 28.807, and with a penalty, she starts from the rear of the grid. 6th place will be Charlotte Bell on the 3rd row of the grid, setting a 133.3. Was the slowest driver, but still managed to set those lap times. That's in car 1. Jazz Shaw, 28.473, had a few issues throughout that session. Will start this race from in 5th place. But then after this, things get a little bit tighter. Chloe Grant, after a 2-place penalty, was scheduled to start from the front row of the grid. Starts from 4th place with a 27.025. It was a 2-place penalty for her. But what can she do? Macy Hitter, a 2-time race winner in the online competition, will start from 3rd, 28.364. Struggled a little bit in that qualifying session, maybe even to the tune of about a second slower than where we'd have expected Macy Hitter, but maybe can find a little bit more in the race. And then our front row of the grid, Monica Bolton Ramos, and then the surprise package so far of our finale here, Jessica White on pole, 27.001.
But look at that, just under a tenth of a second between those two drivers, very close on that qualifying speed, and there's now the consistency factor that is going to come in this 18-lap race. But obviously that's a total of 36 laps that we've got around this, so it's not just the one-lap shootout that we have here, it's also keeping that consistency as we're already onto the grid.
Yeah, indeed. Now, this is it. This is where the hearts really do start to rise their way up. This is where the tension is really on. Again, this race victory, if you take this one, if you take 25 points from this, it's one hand potentially on the trophy a bit later on this afternoon. With 18 laps ahead of us in this race, with 36 laps overall, this is going to be a tricky hour, roughly hour of racing, and it's not a long run. Again, 188 metres down to turn 1.
It's going to be very close between these girls. They're going to be going side by side, and we're going to see how that works when they get down towards turn 1, because it's very, very close. And then turn 2, we're going to be seeing, obviously, where you get into that braking zone of Druids, and before you know it, they're going to be already out onto that GP loop and trying to get some slipstream.
It's going to be a tense battle. I think we're going to see some big dive bombs down into Druids. Of course, the second corner on the circuit. We do have a countdown there, just getting themselves ready in the ROKiT Racing Star Formula 4 Esports competition UK is about to get underway here. The girls' race as they prepare themselves for the charge down to turn 1. Jess White and Monica Bolton Ramos on the front row of the grid. The black car of Jess White is away well. Monica Bolton Ramos does have a better start. So does Macy Hitter, who might well look to the inside coming into Paddock Hill. But that second phase of the start from Jess White was good enough to at least hang on to second, and Monica Bolton Ramos doing exactly as she said. She takes the lead on the run down towards Druids Corner for the first time. A bit of side by side in the background. I think that was Ella Wrigley. That's a big dive bomb though, a bit deep. Chloe Grant's coming through. There's contact off in the background, and Chloe Grant's got up into 3rd.
Jazz Shaw off in the background as well, so obviously a bit of carnage there on the first braking zone. But look at this, Chloe Grant already looking up the inside actually as we come up towards Sterling's, coming up back into that second place, which she did get in the qualifying session before she lost it through a penalty up past Jess White. Jess White already down 2 places with Macy Hitter following behind. Yeah, onto the Hawthorn straight, and they're going to remain side by side towards Hawthorn's corner. It was a slow exit from Chloe Grant, and this is Jess White's opportunity to repass through. The orange car in the background of Macy Hitter's just staring again. White and black inside, a little bit of contact between the two. Chloe Grant just pushes off just a little bit as they both side off. They're both going to be in the barrier. Macy Hitter's going to come through, and also Ella Wrigley from 7th place on the grid's come through into 3rd. That's why keeping it clean is very good. Chloe Grant goes down to last place, 7th place. That's a lot of work to come back from. A really good first sector, but that second sector just going too wide into Hawthorn bed. A bit of contact with Jess White, but Jess White does continue as Wrigley is having a bit of issues, a bit of contact here with the barrier as we come down to Sterling's. Yeah, she does manage to rejoin. It doesn't get too involved with it. There's another one that was off. That one should be Charlotte Bell that was just running wide there going through Sterling's.
My goodness, what a first lap that was. A 4.8 second lead then that Monica Bolton Ramos then heads the field over the first lap. An absolutely storming charge. Macy hit her up into second position after starting from third. Jess White starts from pole, drops back to third. Jazz Shaw up a couple of positions as well to fourth place. Ella Wrigley, Chloe Grant and then Charlotte Bell. I think Chloe Grant has a lot of work to do, and she's going to feel the pressure on her shoulders right now. She knows she's got the pace to finish second, but she has to show it.
Absolutely, but she's got to work her way back safely through this and not cause any more incidents, maybe not get any more penalties either, because remember, there is the second race. As in the background, Ella Wrigley there going off a bit wide. Chloe Grant makes up the position there. That's a nice, easy one for her. And she's got Shaw, as we're seeing on screen, that she's got to come past as well, but she's got to make sure that she's getting herself into a good position to then fight in that second race, even if she's not going to win this one.
I mean, I've always kind of said this when you have like an interview. I'll never forget an interview that Kevin Siggy had on one of the Formula E Race at Home Challenge, and it was interviewed after qualifying, and then they said he qualified on pole, and then they asked him, like, so how hard is this race going to be? And he said, no, I think it's going to be quite easy. I think I should just walk away from everyone. And I just remember sat there thinking, wow, that is ego. But guess what he did in the race? Exactly that. Walked away from everyone. Complete domination. And I think it's kind of the same that we're seeing here from Monica Bolton Ramos. She had confidence. She was in second place, but she knew she had the pace. Boom. First lap, straight up into the race lead, and already has 7 seconds. The only person now that can beat Monica Bolton Ramos is Monica Bolton Ramos.
Absolutely, and there's going to be that sort of 7-point lead that she gets from that as we're going side by side up through this main straight. Chloe Grant getting past Jazz Shaw on the inside. Can she hold it though? Bit of contact between the two coming into Paddock Hill Bend. Jazz Shaw just getting bumped a little bit wide, but it's actually Chloe Grant who goes off into the gravel and is going to drop back down into that 5th place, and even I think Ella Wrigley is going to be getting past Grant as well, coming up into Druids, which she does so Ella Wrigley there up into 5th place.
Chloe Grant's not having a good time of it. Again, it's focused on getting as many points as you can. You know, you said you need to work up your way one by one. There's still plenty of time left in the race. Ella Wrigley's a little bit slow off of Graham Hill Bend. I say Ella Wrigley got up to 3rd spot, so that was a great effort over the first couple laps, but doesn't seem to have the pace. Chloe Grant straight down the inside though. Oh, there's a bit of a spin as well. That's Macy Hitter. That was Macy Hitter from 2nd place on the grid. What has happened to Macy Hitter? She was running around in 2nd. She rejoins and does carry on in 5th place, but has lost plenty of positions from all of that, and that has promoted the likes of Ella Wrigley and Chloe Grant back up. Chloe Grant into 3rd.
I think Jazz Shaw was involved in that as well. I think I saw a second car. She's also dropped down into 6th position. So maybe there's a bit of contact between the two drivers, or just a simultaneous spinning there, coming into Surtees corner. And it's been a few too many incidents for these girls in those first couple of laps, but it's really reshaking the order. And all of a sudden, Grant from the back is already back into that 3rd place, and only 5 seconds behind Jess White if she has some pace in these final 14 laps of the race.
Yeah, we'll keep our eye on the lap times, of course. You can see that one from our race leader being a 27.7 being set from Monica Bolton Ramos. That will be the fastest lap, at least of the present laps. Her best lap on the previous one was a 26.9. No bonus point though for fastest lap. It was actually set there. Ella Wrigley sets a 30.4. It was her personal best lap of the session. That's why it went purple. It was the personal best lap rather than it being the fastest lap of the session. We'll keep our eye for that anyway, to show you where the gaps are closing up. But right now, Chloe Grant, who's got up into 3rd spot, I'd kind of say with 15 laps left to go, that might be as good as it gets, to be honest, after way too many mistakes at the start.
Just got to keep it clean now. She's on her own. She's got the space. We assume she's probably going to have a little bit of speed over Ella Wrigley. We'll see how that one works out. So now she's just doing the consistent laps, try and pull in Jessica White there in that 2nd place if she wants to challenge for that. But 3rd place still isn't too bad, because when we get into that 2nd race, she'll be in a good position to fight. It's just, if she then wants to try and take the championship today, Monica Bolton Ramos will have to have some difficulties in that 2nd race. She's already got 11 seconds in the first 4 laps.
Well, Chloe Grant has closed in about 1.5 seconds over this lap on Jess White. Also pulled away from Ella Wrigley a fair amount there. Macy Hitter's dropping back into the clutches of Jazz Shaw, and if it was those two that came together, again, this is where I think they've had a spin. Tyres could be overheating and such.
They certainly could, and that's a big issue for Grant, because she's had about 2 or 3 spins already during this race. We also saw Hitter, and I believe Shaw, it was about a lap or so ago, going off as well. So here is Monica Bolton Ramos coming up into Druids, leading the way, but Jess White there behind, setting a 29.1, but Grant again into the 26s, massive pace advantage.
And the fastest lap of the race there from Chloe Grant over the previous one, so gained well over 2 seconds on Jess White. This is where we were talking about strategy through this race, learning to be consistent, learning to sort of drive yourself. And that's one thing that Chloe Grant might use her real-world racing experience to kind of know how to pace a race. It's not just about going 110% from lap 1. It's about thinking big picture. It's about treating this as an 18-lap race and not as a one-lap shootout.
Well, especially in a series where you have to conserve tyres as well for multiple races. It's certainly something that she has to think about during the course of that. As we've seen Ella Wrigley here coming down the back straight. You see the top speed of these guys. We're still getting over 200 kilometres now. It's about 125 mile an hour, so still pretty fast even in these Formula 4 cars.
It's plenty fast enough. I mean, if 160k is you're thinking about it, right? Right, well, that's a good maths, mate. That was. Yeah, I was going to say 160k is 100 miles an hour. Then the extra 40k, bearing in mind that 32 is 20. 32 kilometres an hour is 20 miles an hour. And the extra. Hey, I'm actually well impressed with you. We'll have to speak to Ewan O'Leary, because I know he does his maths quite well. He'll be around a bit later on. But either way, great lap time there from Chloe Grant, and again going fast. He gained about 6 tenths in the first sector, a couple of tenths in the middle sector, and once again is hammering down the gap to second position at the moment as they cross the line. Look at that, 3 seconds. Chloe Grant is knocking at the door for second place right now.
And already just a tenth behind Jess White, so there's going to be a bit of side-by-side action soon between Grant and White for that second place, and Grant really starting to come back as Matey Hitt is also setting personal best laps of the race. We're getting towards the third waypoint in this opening girls race. Obviously we've got the second one coming up as well. The cumulative points between these two races will determine the winner.
So Chloe Grant is right next to, I think they might be very close, coming down on the Hawthorn straight towards Hawthorn Bend. That battle for second position, I think Chloe Grant is really, really knocking at the door as we are on the 6th lap of 18. This is back with Charlotte Bell. We do really need to get up there and see that battle for second, because Chloe Grant, I think she has now got second position. So Chloe Grant has moved up into second position, still way behind Monica Bolton Ramos. As much as she might be running fast lap time, I think Bolton Ramos is potentially pacing this race a bit. But Chloe Grant, either way, there she is. We can see clearly up in the second place.
Absolutely, and I'm sure that was a nice move there, coming through the back straight through the Hawthorn Bend sort of part of the track where she managed to get past. And this is a great recovery so far from Chloe Grant. Already been off the track a couple of times, having a spin, but being able to then come back and put in consistent laps. And as we're starting lap 7 for these girls, Jessica White there drops down to that third place. Probably a little bit disappointed from starting in that pole position. However, we did mention previously just how confident Ramos was, and also the fact that we should probably the more favourite from this. I think this is maybe the position for Jessica White, but she just needs to stay in this position now and try and keep that, because that'll be a great start for race 2.
Charlotte Bell struggled to get to grips with the car. She's fallen a lap down now after an incident down into Paddock Hill Bend. Monica Bolton Ramos is dominating right now here at Brands Hatch GP in the first race, and again this is really one hand on the trophy territory, but she'll have to worry about Chloe Grant in that second race, because Chloe Grant has been really, really tight, really, really fast, and as fast as, I can't remember what the ruling was in the regulations, but if there is a tie break, it goes down to the fastest lap that they've set, which at the moment, this is getting way ahead of ourselves, so we'll pump the brakes on this one just a little bit. But still, if that was to happen in a race in a bit's time, then it would actually go to Chloe Grant, because she has the fastest lap at the moment. But I think Monica Bolton Ramos probably has a bit more pace in the tank that she could react with later on, not just in this race, but also in the next race as well.
And obviously once we reset, potentially Grant is closing her down, but we'll see how this one works out as we get into the second half of this opening race for the girls' final. If Grant can close that down, maybe even challenge for the position. We have seen Ramos in a couple of races on the online section of this series did have a few consistency issues, but at the moment really just holding on for that first place at this moment in time. Hopefully she doesn't make too many mistakes from that regard. I've seen Jess White hasn't really dropped off too much from Chloe Grant. It's just I don't know if she's going to have those last few tenths to come back and battle Chloe.
I don't necessarily think she's got the pace to come back and battle, but she does seem to have alleviated some of the issues. Got down into the 30s at one point through the opening portion of this race, but does seem to have taken a bit of a breather and is now setting some fairly consistent lap times. She's a fair way ahead as well, right on board with her. She's just departed Surtees now, and there is Ella Wrigley, who's in 4th spot. I just has done a good job to get up into 4th. I think that Jess White is faster than Ella Wrigley at the moment, so I don't think it'll be too bad. We'll take a look at the replay, though, of earlier on in the race, of the race start, so that we can see how the start of the race really unfolded, because it was a pretty tight run down into turn one. That's how Monica Bolton Ramos took the lead.
It certainly was, and she was big and bold on the outside, but actually we go a little bit further up at Jewish. Chloe Grant having a bit of a contact there, which is not the ideal point, but as we're going to see come up into Hawthorne Bend, just a bit of contact between her and Jess White once again. I think that was a little bit more sort of 50-50. I don't know if that so much was her fault, but obviously that made her go off the track as well, losing a couple of places with the overcorrection. Now Ella Wrigley coming up to the Sheen curve, she's going to have a bit of an issue up here as well on that inside curve, using it too much,
and that was when she was in third position as well. We'll see it once again, the curb on that right side, you can kind of see with a bit of late turning, so she was putting too much steering lock when hitting that curb, and it just bites when you do that. So I think the first instant, though, Chloe Grant making contact with Macy Hitter, I think that one was more on Chloe Grant, because she was drifting way off the apex. The second one, kind of agree with you, a bit more 50-50 and such. But I've always said this before, this is why race control, we have live race control, and whatever decision they make, whether we agree with it, whether the competitors agree with it or not, that is the race control decision. They have eyes which we can't see. They're looking at stuff which we don't know. And so you always, as a competitor, you always must respect the authority of race control and respect the decision of race control, even if you disagree with it.
Absolutely, it's their rules, it's their racing, and obviously they have the ability to see every single camera angle, because that's one thing with the simulation, you saw the camera angles that we got for the replay. Obviously you can't do that in real life with the way that you're sort of flying just a little bit behind the car, so they can get literally infinite angles of the instance to try and see who is potentially at fault or not. We haven't had any word from that one just yet, but as we see Bolton Ramos here, we're having a
Chloe Grant
spin there for Chloe Grant, second place at the moment, and that is Jess White back up into that second place. I think Ella Wrigley is a little bit too far behind to gain from this, though.
Yeah, that's Chloe Grant then. A massive moment then for this, because that would have been 18 points that Chloe Grant was going to get. Jess White then missing out, and now has gained that back up again, so drops down from pole position. You can see the irritation for Chloe Grant. It was a solo mistake, because it couldn't have been with anyone else, but that was, at least as far as I'm aware anyway, might have been with one of our back marks, but I'm not necessarily sure. Charlotte Bell, I don't think was anywhere near where Chloe Grant would have been at that point. So I'm going to take a wild stab in the dark and say it was solo. Sterling is such a difficult corner to do on the best times. I'm going to assume probably ran a little bit too far wide and overcorrected slightly.
And this is where sort of the pacing yourself may come into it, because she wasn't realistically going to catch Bolton Ramos, so she did need to be pushing to hold on to that second place. So maybe just going just a little bit too wide, as you say. But now with the spin again, maybe overheating the tyres a little bit, needs to calm down and make sure keeping that third place, because you never know what's going to happen in race 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, you're just trying to hoover up as many points as you can here, because you don't know what's going to happen later on. You don't know what's going to happen later on in this race. You need to keep focused, keep doing what you're doing, and hanging on to the points that you have. Again, a reminder as to the points that we have as we see Monica Bolton Ramos. It is 25 points for a race victory, 18 points for second, then 15, 12, 10, 8, 6. And that's it for this, and then 4 for 8th place in the boys' race. But 25 points to 18 is a big jump. Matters less in a 2-race shootout, but still, the point is that you can't afford to lose an extra 6-7 points on top of what you were losing, because then you could win the next race, but it's tough because you've already lost too many. Exactly,
and that means that Monica Bolton Ramos going to have to finish effectively 4th position in that next race as well, for them to be able to overturn that for Chloe Grant. So 4 seconds behind Jess White at the moment, needs to be making sure she's holding on to that one as well, to lap 11 of 18 in this first of the girls' final event. Fortunately for Chloe there in 3rd place, Grant is, Hitter, is about 10 seconds behind her.
Charlotte Bell's had a bit of a problem at the same corner that we had Chloe Grant go off that. That was down at Sterling, so she had another bit of a spin as she drops further back. Unfortunately, it's not been the race weekend that Charlotte Bell's wanted. I think struggled to really get to grips with this car. There's Macy Hitter, another driver who it's harsh, it is, but through all the online races, Macy Hitter was very strong, to the point where she was, I'd almost argue, faster than Monica Bolton Ramos at times. They both made mistakes in their own right, but Macy Hitter was getting faster and faster. I think she would be disappointed with how this weekend's gone so far, because she's not scored the points that we would expect. Obviously, I know we've not scored any points yet because the race isn't finished, but still, in 4th spot, I think she would have expected way more.
Absolutely, and hit it multiple times, had the #1 car because she's fastest in the pre-qualifying for the online race as well, so she's definitely got the speed there. As you say, maybe just struggling a little bit to get used to these, as Chloe Grant now is starting to come back at Jess White, so she's definitely got the speed still in this car. So we're starting lap number 12 of 18, using that curb on the outside of Paddock Hill Bend, coming up towards Druids, where she made a bit of a contact with it a bit earlier, but she does make the apex this time around, although just a bit too much, loses the rear end. But Jess White is certainly getting closer. Yeah, careful there for Chloe Grant, just overdoing it ever so slightly. Now brings it back over to the right-hand side. Keep it to that right before we get into that braking zone at Surtees. I would say Chloe Grant is certainly faster than Jess White at the moment. That's why she made the move in the first place. But Jess White's earlier issues, where she was running in the 30s, have been alleviated. The issue is that I didn't realise this, but on the last lap, clearly driving on an absolute mission, Chloe Grant set the fastest lap of the race, a 26.498. That is over half a second faster than pole. So she's clearly got the speed in that car. It's just you've got to be consistent. And unfortunately, this race hasn't had that consistency. It's been off about 4 times now, and that's why she's down in that 3rd place. But to recover to 2nd place, considering she started in 4th, then went to the back and has come back up again, I think wouldn't be too bad. You can already see in the mirror at the top of Jessica White's screen, she's getting very close. You kind of see as well, as we were looking on board, looking at the camera there of Jess White, kind of feeling a bit calm, but you can, if we were to keep that up, I guarantee you'd see the look up constantly, just being like, where's the mirror, where's the mirror, where's the mirror, where is Chloe Grant? She's catching, and she certainly is. Yet again, very fast in the middle sector and final sector, but Jess White has responded, has set a personal best lap of the race. It was a 27.642. It was around about 7/10 slower than Chloe Grant. So Chloe Grant's still catching, but Jess White is starting to find her feet a bit more. She certainly is, but this time got to be making that clean overtaking manoeuvre. Doesn't want to be risking anything else in this race, because being in that 2nd place will be very, very beneficial for her when we get to the 2nd race, because that means that if she can then overtake Ramos and take the victory, she has even better of an opportunity. As coming to Hawthorne Bend, getting very close once again to Jessica White, but this is the part of the track where you just got to slowly creep up on the car in front of you and try not to do the overtake in this part of the circuit. Yeah, it's tricky here. Let's see. So where is the opportunity going to come? Last time we didn't quite catch it, but last time it did come up into Hawthorne's Bend, which is on the start of the Grand Prix loop. And where is Chloe Grant? She's missed the apex there, so she's lost out a bit of time and a bit more momentum, which could have cost her the opportunity down into Paddock Hill. We head down into the final corner now at Clark's, and Jess White just about holding on to 2nd position now. The black car of Jess White, the white car of Chloe Grant. Would have been helpful if it was the other way around, but we're not going to go into that too much. But Jess White continues to hold on to this position. There is 5 laps left in this first race here in the girls' final in the ROKiT Racing Star Formula 4 Esports Competition UK. And at the moment, Jess White is hanging on. This might be a big send from Chloe Grant. Way off the apex, though. Getting a good exit, though, a bit of a V-line, as we call it, getting that later apex. Don't know if that was a mistake or intentional, but it certainly worked, because Chloe Grant had to check up in the middle of the corner and lost a couple of car lengths. But now Surtees, this is the all-important one, because if you get this right, you carry the speed all the way down the straight, and that is where the slipstream is. Chloe Grant, a lot later apex, should be getting a good run. Not quite close enough, though, I feel. It have to be a big slipstream and a big send into what is an extremely high-speed corner, especially in these cars. They barely brake. They only breathe over that left pedal as they just touch it in. We'll see it as we watch on from Chloe Grant. Later apex, a little bit too wide there from Jess White once again, heading into Westfield Bend. The pressure's really there, really closing in. Oh, and Chloe Grant's made contact. Chloe Grant has tapped the rear end of Jess White, and I have not seen a slam dunk penalty more so at this competition than that. For Chloe Grant, that is surely done. Absolutely. And on the previous lap, I was saying this part of the track is not really where you make the positions. It's so difficult, it's so high speed. Any little contact like that, and you just go for a spin. Jess White dropping down into that 3rd place isn't going to be too happy with that one on this 14th lap of the race. They're coming to start the 15th lap, and I do wonder if there's going to be any sort of redressing of that position. There should be. There really should be, because if there's one thing that's for sure is that Jessica White was not at fault for that incident. Not that it was a malicious bit of contact from Chloe Grant, and I wouldn't even go as far as saying it was clumsy. It was hard between the two of them, and she was trying to carry a bit more speed into Westfield Bend.
But it was, at least from Abby, it was on Chloe Grant, who drove into the rear end of Jess White, which to me is either a penalty, position-wise, or time penalty or whatever, or redress the position and just get it done. Don't even need to deal with it from race control. Just sort it out yourself so that then you can attack again and try and get success. That's what I would do.
Exactly. Sometimes in these situations, you see it sometimes in real life, especially in sim racing. We often see drivers, especially in this position when there's a large gap ahead of them and behind them. That couple of seconds that they lost doesn't really matter too much. But if they just swap the positions around, then that can often sort out the situation before any sort of steers need to come in. But we'll have to see how that one works. As we've seen Monica Bolton Ramos here coming up to the back of the blue car, which is Jazz Shaw, to come in to put a lap on them. Already put a lap on Charlotte Bell there in 7th place, but now Jazz Shaw in 6th is going to have a lap put past her as well, as that is Grant getting past Bell also to put a lap on her.
Yeah, I thought she'd almost given it back there. I thought it was a darker car than the dark blue that we have on Charlotte Bell's car. I thought it was a black car, and I thought she was redressing that position, which I'd say would be a very smart move. Of course, they do have the radiator race control, but it's not as if they have a race engineer or anything that will whisper in their ear and be like, right, okay, you're probably going to get a penalty for that. Let's redress that and let's get back going again. It is all fully the driver's decision as to what they do in a scenario like this. And for Jess White, I think it is 100% critical that she remains calm, doesn't get flustered by that incident, which is easy to do because she won't know what's going on. Like, she won't know whether there's a penalty or whatnot. She's just there driving and thinking, I've been knocked out of this spot and now I'm really irritated, and I think rightly so.
And sometimes you have to keep calm, as you say, because you can't let that frustrate her. She needs to then remain in that 3rd place to maybe take advantage of any potential penalty that could be coming that way. But of course, we don't know how that is going to work out. We have to wait for that one to see what is going to happen. As we come back to Ella Wrigley, drop down into that 5th place with Macy Hitter going back up into 4th, few laps to go, setting a 1:42 there. Obviously having a little bit of an issue on the previous lap, but still from the back of the grid, getting up a couple of positions. 5th place isn't too bad. She did say in the interview with Nikki that she just wanted to see what she could do starting from the back to see if she can get a couple of positions.
And she was running 2nd earlier on, or 3rd earlier on rather, before a little mistake. I think most drivers have made a mistake to some degree in this race, with the exception of Monica Bolton Ramos, who is just away from everyone. Although her pace has dropped off a lot, which I think is less of a concern from this race, more of a concern from the next one. If she does that again with Chloe Grant right on the rear end, and Chloe Grant does seem to have decent pace at the moment, that is a problem.
Especially if they obviously they're going to start race 2 in the finishing positions of this race. So as it stands, potentially Chloe Grant could be starting in that 2nd place side by side in the Paddock Hill Bend. Could be quite an interesting one.
Very much so. Just to clarify again, and I know that Monica Bolton Ramos might be driving well within herself. There's no need to take any risk right now. You can lap 2-3 seconds slow, but you can see even there at Surtees, way slower than a standard line. And to clarify as well, the lap times between herself and Chloe Grant is catching at 2 seconds a lap at the moment. There she is, and you'll just see the line takes it right out towards that curb. 2 seconds a lap this car is catching. Now again, if this happens again in the next race when they're not that far apart, Chloe Grant could be going for the race lead, and that is the critical thing. That's what needs to be thought about, and that's why playing the long game and maybe not attacking quite as hard early on, or building a gap and then closing it back down again by pacing yourself, it's hard.
Absolutely, and the point of Ramos maybe overcooking the sides or maybe driving within her limit is something that we're going to have to find out, because when you're in that position, you might as well bring the car home, keep it nice and safe, although you can't go too slow, because often when you go too slow you lose concentration and then you can make an even bigger mistake which could take you out of contention, as we are on this 17th lap of 18 and now on to the final lap for Bolton Ramos.
Well, let's take a look again as Chloe Grant we're on board with, straight into the rear end. I mean, it is a really light bit of contact. It really, really light. But the thing is, you'll see it here. I mean, it's harsh. Okay, right, you're a president of Formula Sim Racing. What would you call that?
It's definitely Grant's fault in that regard, because as the car behind, obviously open wheels don't have brake lights, but we still need to assume that the car ahead maybe isn't going to be going as fast. In that situation, you're going to be sort of having the intentions of overtaking as well, so you might be pushing it in a little bit into that corner as well, and making the contact mid-corner is when the car is the most unstable.
Yeah, and like I say, it's slightly unloaded on that rear end, so as you're braking, you brake, you move the weight forward, you turn right, you're moving the weight over onto the front left, and basically she's just tapped the rear right, which is the lightest part of the car at that point. And at that point, I mean, you could literally, if you were side by side with it, get out and just push it with your finger. That's it, it's sorted. Either way, we'll stop waffling and we'll focus on the really important point at hand, which is the final corners beckon for Monica Bolton Ramos, who took 3 victories in the online competition on her road to the final. And now she's got one more corner to tick off, and we'll see the smile as the first race here at Brands Hatch GP in our season finale of the ROKiT Racing Star Formula 4 Esports Competition UK goes to Monica Bolton Ramos. There's the smiles, there's the cheers, and rightfully so. Bravo. And our most winningest driver, I hate that word, but I will use it, our winningest driver from the online competition continues the form here at Bolton.
Had the confidence in that interview pre-race with Nikki, said that she was going to take the lead in the first lap and run away with it. That's exactly what she did. But this is only half the way. She needs to try and confirm that in this second race. Across the line, Chloe Grant there in second place and Jess White as well. We'll have to see what works with that. But certainly something else behind having a few issues. Hopefully they can calm that down for the second race.
Yeah, no word from race control as to what the issue is, whether it's going to be put as an NFA, no further action, whether they're going to give it a penalty and maybe a couple of places. Considering she got a penalty from qualifying, I'm pretty sure she'd be disappointed to be once again targeted by race control. But at least in that one especially, I think she only has herself to blame if there is a penalty.
Absolutely, and it was her mistake in
It's her
qualifying,
responsibility,
and a couple of incidents she had in the race as well. But this is what happens in racing sometimes. She needs to remain a bit more calm and settled, because she clearly had the pace for that second place, so she didn't need to make those lunges and those overtakes.
Yeah, I mean, she looked, had she not dropped back with some of the incidents, I think she looked fast enough to challenge Monica Bolton Ramos. I think she absolutely has it in. There's someone who will be irritated. Now, we were kind of discussing the idea of maybe there'll be some irritation, some discussions, things normally we say it's in sim racing. We have a lot of heat in instance, because everyone messages each other about how the commentator can't say this and that about me on the broadcast. I was like, yeah, but I actually can though. But that's fine. But when it comes to an event like this, there is a little bit of heat, because you can get out of the car and go straight up to him and be like, right, what was that? What did you just do? Why?
Absolutely. You can
Gotta be calm,
have
though.
a bit of conversation. You do have to remember, there's still another race. You're fighting with these girls another time, so you can't get too heated, but maybe just say, that wasn't too kind.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I get why Jess White would be irritated, 100%, because it was a frustrating incident, especially when you're running in second place. I think Chloe Grant might be irritated in herself a little bit after that contact, because if it does cost her a few positions, then it's kind of like, well, that was a silly mistake, because she probably would have been able to get it either way, because she seemed to very much have the pace. But either way, we're going to get, because I'm sure you're bored of our voices, because Nikki Dean is going to be standing by on the floor to have a little bit of a chat with some of our drivers.
Thanks, guys. What a race. I think I've aged about 20 years. Goodness knows how our finalists have been feeling. And, of course, they've got all their supporters here as well. Now, there will be some investigations on some drivers. Race Control will be giving us the official finishes, but we're going to go to how they finished provisionally here. Let's go, first of all, to third place. That was Jess White here. Looking pretty disappointed. I'll come around this way so we can get our camera. Jess, I know you've got a lot to digest here. I'm sorry to get straight in with my microphone. It was a real tricky race. You went from pole position starting, finished in third. Anything you'd like to say at this point?
Thanks for taking me out, first of all. And she decided to do it again. It's just shit driving, to be honest.
All right, well, we'll move on. Sorry there for language. We'll move over to Chloe Grant. Of course, we have got energy and nerves running really high here. There was a collision contact made between Jess White and Chloe Grant, who finished in second. Chloe, how are you feeling at this point?
All right, yeah, I was coming up behind Jess and I didn't realise she was going to brake so early. There was genuinely nowhere for me to go. I do apologise, because I did go into the back of her, but there was nowhere for me to go, and I didn't realise how quick she was going to be on the brakes. But
We'll leave you to get back in the zone. Big of you there to apologise. Let's move around to Monica Bolton Ramos. Let's get the energy up again. Dominated at Brands Hatch. Have a round of applause for Monica. Where is she? Round here. Let's jump around. Way to go, girl. you did some fantastic driving out there. You didn't start in pole. How were you feeling beforehand? You said you felt quite confident. Do you think, you did everything that you could out there. How are you feeling?
Yeah, just really, really happy. I did lots of practice starts at home, so I knew how to take turn one quickly. And I went around the outside, took the lead, and then tried to, take it a bit slowly so I didn't spin. So yeah,
you did. I think it's fair to say she did pretty well. Let's have another round of applause. Get the energy back up here in the room. As we said, there will be some investigations there. We are waiting for the official results. Were you aware of anything that was going on track, or were you just in the zone?
I was looking at how far behind people were, so I kind of knew if there was an incident or not, but not exactly what happened.
Probably the best way to be. Keep focused on your own drive. Well done again. Let's see who else we've got down here before we go back to our commentators, because there's a lot to... Ella, by the way, you pulled right back there. Well done. I know you said that you weren't feeling... You were fairly confident, but you weren't expecting to finish, but you did pretty well.
Yeah, thanks. I am happy. It's a shame that I spun towards the end, but I lost that position in fourth, but I'm happy with the result that I've made up 2 places as well.
So well done. Great drive in there. Okay, there's and lots of claps as well. We've got other cameras here as well filming for a documentary. I know the girls have got a lot of information to digest here. We'll just grab Macy Hitter. Macy, I keep pouncing on you, don't I? I'm sorry. How are you feeling then as a result? It was a very dramatic drive. Was it easy for you to stay in the zone and focused on what you were doing? Were you distracted by anything that was going out on track?
No, I wasn't distracted at all. It was just a hard race, and I think I overstressed myself a little bit again, which wasn't great, but we've got another race, so it's not the end of the world, but I would have obviously liked to have done a lot better.
Do you think you can do enough in the second race to claw it back?
Fingers crossed, yeah. I mean, I know I can do it, but it's just about doing it.
It's whether you can do it on the day, isn't it? Good for you for keeping nice and positive, though. So there's plenty going on, as we say here in the background. We do need to find out from race control what those official results are of where our girls will finish. But for now, I'm going to head back to our commentators. We've got Lewis and Cameron here. As we've sort of alluded to here, and we've heard from some of the girls, there's mixed feelings here in the pit lane. But over to you for your on this.
Absolutely. I mean, the words there from Jess White, of course, very, very frustrated. We'll take a look at the incident as to why she was so frustrated. I mean, Chloe Grant did admit fault to the incident, of course, just straight into the back of Jess White. Kind of we were saying before, understanding Westfield bends very fast through the corner, and Jess White a little bit harder on the brakes than maybe Chloe Grant expected, but still the blame does go on to Chloe Grant from my point of view.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously Chloe was pushing to get that position back. I don't think that was the right part of the track to do that, though, which is really the issue. Obviously, we want to see close racing. We want to see these girls trying to get the positions. But at that point of the track, we did mention that literally where the contact was the sort of the worst point for that, because Jessica's car was so light and loose over that curb. While turning in, there's always going to be a contact from that, unfortunately. And you can really understand Jess's frustration with that, because
100%.
Really, she probably could have got second place from that.
But the issue is, right, now, if the penalty does get dished out, right, which would be fair enough, right, let's play this as that's what would happen, or even if it doesn't, right, for Jess White, she needs to come back into the next race and be calm. It is 100% the single most important thing. We saw very emotional, and again, rightfully so, out there in the hall. I get it, 100%, but you need to remain calm right now, because an emotional driver is not a good one.
No, you got to keep your calm, you got to keep your concentration, and having all those extra thoughts going around your head isn't good. In all ways, you want to be a little bit, you don't want to get a little bit too heated with someone, because then you might, do something a little bit different than you normally wouldn't do.
Then we should take a look at the final moments of the race as well, because for Monica Bolton Ramos, it was another victory. I mean, we could count it as a part of all of the other races as well, being a fourth victory out of 6, but we really do need to keep it straight to this final as well, with it just being the first race victory of our finals here. We've got 4 races today. We've got 1 down. We're down to just 3 more. 1 girls race and then 2 more boys race. It was a victory for Monica Bolton Ramos, and we've seen that a few times this season anyway, just generally, because just doesn't know how to not win.
Absolutely, but Macy Hitter did obviously get a couple of wins as well, so I think that's why she is a little bit disappointed. So I'm sure she's going to want to do better in that second race, getting that 4th position.
Indeed, I wonder if we can see that clip of her crossing the line, because she was very emotional, and rightfully so, in the car as she crossed the line. Lots of cheers and such. Here she is. It's a nice moment. It is a nice moment. When you get to fist bump the air, you get to really enjoy it. And there is Monica Bolton Ramos across the line.
It's nice to see that emotion as well, because sometimes you almost feel like, almost awkward that you want to be polite to your other competitors, but embrace the moment. This is 100%. Obviously her opportunity to get the race victory, and she took it.
Oh, mate, 2018 at the Nürburgring, I just spent the entire day irritating Florian Haase. And after the race, I was cheering and stuff. We got on the podium. I kept him behind for the entire race. And then in the car park afterwards, I was walking up to him and he was like, "You're Lewis McGlade, right?" And I was like, no. I thought we were going to have a big brawl. Who said good driving? I was like, all right. Because I think, as much as Lanavant, whilst emotions are high in the car, when we get out there is a lot of that respectfulness, because you kind of have to, mostly for the fact of we're not really the months for fighting, but also for the fact of you have to respect your competitors. It's really important for a good racing series.
Especially when you're going side by side in some fast corners. You've got to have the respect there. You've got to be able to rely on the person on the inside to have a sort of a fair judgment of the room that they're giving you.
I mean, this is why I'm kind of excited for the boys' race, because some of the boys' races that we saw, particularly between Zach Sweeney, Kai Bacchini and Thea Mercuris, between those three back in the boys' race, I mean, they've got a lot of pressure to build up on more of that. Of course, we'll deal with the boys' race a bit later on, because we do have the second race to come up in this. With the point structure that we have, again, to remind you, the finishing order from this race will be the point structure they take. So for Monica Bolton Ramos, it'll be 25 points that she has. For Chloe Grant, provisionally, at least for now, as of course race controller looking over it, is 18 points for her, and then 15 points for White, Macy Hitter with 12, etc. Ella Wrigley with 10. And then basically through the next race, they'll score once again the same points, the exact same points, 25 for a race victory and stuff. Highest points wins. It's nice and simple. It's like a baby little championship here.
Also, obviously for Ramos, she really just needs to finish in the top sort of two of this next race, because if, say, the person in second, once we see the official results, they then finish ahead, and then they'd effectively be tied on points with a 25 and an 18. So then they need to go down to the fastest lap. Obviously, Ramos didn't necessarily get the fastest lap in that one.
Well, we're getting words from race control that both drivers, Chloe Grant and Jessica White, both receive 5-second time penalties. Jessica White for reckless driving and Chloe Grant for the obvious incident, which means that nothing happens. They both stay in the same order, which does mean that Chloe Grant then does actually hang on to second position, only saved by the fact that Jessica White got that penalty for reckless driving. There is your podium: Monica Bolton Ramos, Chloe Grant and Jessica White. So it is 25 points for Monica Bolton Ramos. That was never in question, really. It is 18 points for Chloe Grant and it's 15 for Jess White. And this is where it's critical for White to just hang on, to breathe, to be comfortable and to focus on the next race.
So we're actually saying for Chloe, that was also that one penalty. So that was the hit with
Ella Wrigley.
Macy Hitter was involved in that battle in turn number 2. Druids scored a first lap. We did see the replay of that, her just going a bit too wide off the apex from that.
Interesting. Well, there we go. So race control have spoken. And again, as we've said before, race control, always, the decision that they make is a decision that you have to respect as a competitor. Whether you agree with it or not, there's nothing you can do with it now. You need to just refocus and just say, I don't agree with that decision, but I'm going to get in the car and I'm going to drive anyway. We'll take a look at the full race classification as well, though, as we can see, again, confirmation of that race victory for Monica Bolton Ramos. A good 10-15 seconds up the road from Chloe Grant, who was looking really strong at the end of that race. Penalties for Chloe Grant and Jessica White that keep them in second and third in the same order. Macy Hitter, who struggled a little bit on pace through there, finished in fourth place, and then Ella Wrigley behind, with Jazz Short and Charlotte Bell both finishing a lap down. I wonder what Ella Wrigley can do. After starting from 7th, she worked her way up onto the podium, then had a bit of a spin. If she does the same thing again, she could actually maybe hold on to it with a bit more confidence in the car.
I think the main part for this race too is keep it clean, girls. We need to see some cleaner racing, and then because of course the order completely changed multiple times throughout that first race, because they were just having a few incidents here and there, pushing each other off, things like even just solo incidents as we saw. If they can do a clean 18-lap race, I think we'll see potentially some of the drivers like Macy Hitter and even Chloe Grant. I know she did end up getting back up there, but having a nice or more comfortable race.
Absolutely. And again, when they get back into the car, they'll have 18 laps as well. It's the same race race distance, the same race everything. It's the same order that we had there. So Monica Bolton Ramos will start this race from pole position. She started the previous one from second, of course, before she launched down to turn 1 and led every single lap of the race. Didn't set the fastest lap, though. That is Chloe Grant. And I think that's going to be big pressure. Big pressure.
Could be crucial if they tie on points. So we'll have to find out what the fastest lap would then be in this race.
Well, we'll head back down to the paddock because Nikki Dean is standing by to, once again, talk us through what's been happening down there as we get ready for the second race.
That happened out on track. I know that feelings here are running high, but as I say, the girls have gone to get themselves a drink and screw the heads back on, for want of a better expression, get in the zone, because of course we do have a second race, so who knows, maybe everything could change. I know that emotions are running high, and it's that ultimate prize, isn't it, that they all want to get their hands on. We were hoping to speak to Bob Fernley, if he can hear me and is around in the building, to see what he had to say on things at this stage, but yeah, it's very quiet down here. All the guys are regrouping, ready to get the girls back in for the second race. And for some of them, I know, I mean, I can't even begin to imagine how they must be feeling right now. But everything's still to play for. It's really important that they keep their focus and they come into race 2 with everything to play for. So Bob isn't around, sadly, but we will grab him at some point because, of course, former team principal of the Force India Formula 1 team, he will have been through this many, many times. You know, there are drivers that are upset with their own performance, upset with other drivers. It's part and parcel, really, of being a professional racing driver. So we will speak to Bob at some point today to see what his advice would be to our young drivers here today for staying in the zone and staying focused. But as I say, we're waiting right now, giving the girls a chance to recoup, get some water down them, maybe have a pep talk, mum, dad, chaperones, coaches, whoever's brought them here today, ready to give it their all for race 2. So we'll go back now to Lewis and Cameron. I tell you what, boys, you guys are very good at talking. You're giving me a right good run for my money. How are you feeling about everything going into race 2?
Yeah, I mean, we are kings of waffling. just waffling. So no, I'm feeling good. I'm just concerned that penalty and stuff might cause a little bit of issues. Maybe Jess White's not going to be happy with it.
I mean, judging by that interview, I don't think she was, but it's what you said earlier. You have to accept that decision, whether you agree with it or not. You have to accept it, and then you have to come out in this race 18 laps again to try and, some would say prove them wrong and try and do what you can on the track. But don't go overboard and then create more incidents for yourself, because 100%. Then that will completely put you out of the running.
100%. You can't overstep. I think that's the critical thing. You're absolutely right. Sure, you might be only able to win, right? You're just white. You take the win. If Monica Bolton Ramos is finishing second, then you don't win the competition, and that's rough. That's horrible. But there are more prizes than the overall prize. Of course, we've got second and third get the Club 100 karting championship as well. So that's great. But obviously, everyone's focused on that main prize, that main focus on winning the seats in British Formula 4. Tensions are going to be high out there.
And because this is the first iteration, the first year of this contest as well, you're going to be, the top of the list as the years to come. You want to be the first one getting your name on that championship trophy. So that's quite a big accolade to go for as well.
Those trophies are nice, by the way. We'll take another look at them a bit later on when we start the boys' race, but they are some pretty handy trophies. So even if you ignore the drive, the coaching, everything else, the yards tests and all of that, that's brilliant. The idea that you get a nice trophy, we've always said the sim race, we don't get enough trophies in sim racing, and that's a pretty tasty one.
Yeah, well, obviously, we're mainly online with sim racing. We're obviously all over the world, but here at the NCME, we're all in the same building.
Indeed, and with that, we can catch up with the parents of Monica Bolton Ramos, because Nikki Dean is standing by with them.
Absolutely. Monica Bolton Ramos, of course, as we said, dominated out there at Brands Hatch, and we've managed to get mum and dad here. How are you feeling?
I feel better now,
yeah.
But it's nerve-wracking. I'm really, really nervous, but it's getting better. I'm getting better because she's doing so well, so...
She's staying in the zone. What about Dad? How are you feeling right now? I'm going to tell you what, she walloped everybody out there, didn't she? She did a right good drive.
She did do a good job. We're massively nervous, us two. Our hands are shaking and sweaty, but hopefully we're doing all the worrying for her and she can just focus on doing her driving.
When she got out, she was really chill, wasn't she? She was like, yeah, it was great, did my all. Whether she's feeling like that inside, I don't know. And you almost have to ask yourself the question, is that going to put more pressure on her going into race 2? All eyes are going to be on Monica. The girls are going to want to, be nose to nose with her. But like you said, a lot of the parents here as well, having to stand in the pit lane, you can't do anything. So it is really, really terrifying. What advice have you given her at this stage, or are you just leaving her to kind of carve her own way?
Just telling her to keep calm, keep doing what she's doing, focus on her race pace, and just do the same as what she just did in the first race, really. It's quite easy to kind of get distracted or get carried away, too much adrenaline. So just, keep calm, keep hydrated, and just go again.
Do you reckon you could wallop her if we got you in one of the simulators? How do you fare against Monica?
No, I've tried racing against her in karts, and I was a good 6 seconds slower than her, so it's not even on the cards for me to have a go.
That's what I like to hear, girl power. And back to Mum then for the final word. Are you going to be able to keep it calm for this one? Are you going to stand far back, or how are you going to be feeling going into race 2?
I probably not going to watch it. I'm probably going to hide somewhere upstairs. I can't watch it. It's too nerve-wracking. But I think she's got a good chance, so I feel a bit better now. But I don't think I will be watching it. I'll be hiding somewhere.
Do you have any experience on racing simulators? Could you take her on?
None. I might try later if you let me, when they finish.
You never know. Maybe it's in the genes. Perhaps we've got another winner here. Now, quick, because Bob's running away. Don't you go anywhere, young man. How are you feeling? Because we've had quite a bit of drama here. I know that some of the girls are feeling perhaps a little bit deflated. We've had an investigation. Race control are quite happy that everything was above board. I just wanted to come to you because obviously you were former team principal of Force India Formula 1 team. So you're used to being around drivers that maybe have had a bad drive, disappointed with themselves, disappointed with something that's happened with another driver, had contact. What would you be saying to them now? They've got to stay in the zone for race 2. It's still kind of all to play for, isn't it? So what's your advice?
Yeah, I think the thing is you've got to step back. The thing with racing is, as they always say, you're only as good as the last race. So put that behind you, move on now and look at what you've got to do now. Regroup, get your mentality back, calm yourself down. Because, if you look at it from the start of the programme, Monica got a great start, so she really nailed it there. What happens now with the ones behind? They need to learn from that and try and get the advantage of the start again, and then put everybody under pressure. But racing is always about ups and downs. It's always about disappointments and elation. There's very little in the middle. So from a driver point of view, what we would normally do if a driver had a bad day, we try and just set them down quietly, just bring them round slowly, let them get focused again. Just have a driver is incredibly good at going through their mind where they went wrong. Just settle it all back down and get the system back out, come back out, and they'll be fine.
Okay, so now let's take your professional head off. I don't know about you, but my heart was in my throat watching that. How did you feel? Because it was incredibly exciting, wasn't it?
Oh, very, very good, very good. And what amazes me today is, the standard of the coverage and the quality of everything, just remarkable. I mean, I really enjoyed it. It was good fun.
Excellent. And who's your front runner then going into race 2? Can I ask you, you're allowed to say who are your eyes on?
Well, I think there's lots of things can happen. I don't think you should ever have a foregone conclusion with it. Obviously, Monica drove really well today, but the other girls are coming through as well. So it only takes one mistake and everything can change again. So, who can concentrate the longest? That's going to be the key. The pressure is going to be the last part of it.
Absolutely. And finally, have you had a chance to go in the racing simulators? How do you think you'd fare against the girls then? Because we've got some really great drivers, haven't we?
I think I'd be a disaster. I wasn't very good in the real ones.
Well, we'll try that out a little bit later on. Bob Fernley, thank you very much there for your insight. Almost time to get the girls down into the simulators for race 2. But before we do, let's cross back to Lewis and Cameron again. I'm going to give you your shining moment to do more talking.
Indeed, yeah, we do. We're all right with talking. We waffle a lot, so we'll just carry that on, shall we? Obviously, speaking of the favourites and stuff, I think it's a good question. Monica Boulton Ramos might well be the favourite for it, but Chloe Grant, it's the pace at the end of the race that's really concerned me.
Absolutely, she was so fast, and Ramos needs to watch out for that, because if Grant can have a bit of a cleaner first lap this time around, I think she'll be able to stay with Ramos and maybe challenge her, and you never know what can happen between the two, because if Ramos makes a mistake, goes back to 5th, 6th position, she may not be able to then get enough points to then come back and challenge for the overall victory.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know where this is going to go with the difficulty of that sort of second race where you've got a bit of a form, but we'll take a look at the points positions, which of course are in the order that they finished in. So it'll be 25 points for Monica Bolton Ramos. We can see that leaderboard to guarantee this one for you, so you know exactly where things stand. Chloe Grant has 19 points because of the fastest lap, which is where the tie break might cause its problems as well, because obviously it's an extra little bonus point, and Monica Bolton Ramos might need to find a little bit more speed. Jess White, Macy Hitter, Ella Wrigley, Jazz Short and Charlotte Bell rolling through on the standard FIA point structure that we're used to, so 25, 18, 15, 12, 10, 8 and 6, and then the bonus point for the fastest lap, which Chloe Grant had. And it was quite late in the session as well. It wasn't exactly on the second, third lap. It was about lap 5 or 6, I think. Yeah,
and that is a very important point with the extra point, because this means if Chloe and Monica swap around on this race, then Grant will take victory with that extra fast lap, and if she can do that again, then that will put obviously a second point in there as well. So I think it's looking very close between those two, and I mean it's difficult to predict who is going to come out on top of that, because we saw how aggressive Chloe was in making the move. She was bold. She wanted to make the opportunities stick. So if she can get alongside with if she gets alongside Ramos, I'm sure she's going to take the lead.
It was lap 11 that fast lap was sent. Now, obviously, because Chloe Grant had a couple of issues coming through on a few of them, and then finally got through in lap 11, which, based on how we had this in qualifying, the pre-qualifying yesterday, and indeed in the qualifying session for the girls' race here, we didn't really see any fast lap times after about lap 6, really. And so the idea that she's setting personal best laps around lap 11, and I don't know if you saw any of the laps late in the session, we were kind of trying to point out some of them to you. Monica Bolton Ramos, I'm sure, driving within herself, but there were some lap times, 29s and 30s late on in the session. And Chloe Grant was setting 27s late in the session. Her fastest lap was in the 26s, was in the mid-26s. I think it was 26.4, 4.98 if I remember correctly. But that's a wild stab in the dark. But either way, mid-27s, that's closing in 2-3 seconds a lap.
Absolutely, and you would hope that is Ramos taking it a bit easier at that point in the race, but this is where we're going to find out, because Grant's shown the pace, Ramos has shown the pace, and also consistency, which we didn't necessarily expect from some of the races we saw in the online part of the competition. So those are going to merge, and it's going to come into this final race. 6 points between them. We need to find out who's going to come out on top.
And it's not going to be an easy process indeed. Of course, we'll have another 18-lap race. We're waiting. I don't know where the competitors have gone. I've seen a few outside having lunch as well, which does concern me ever so slightly, because it's kind of like we do need to jump in the simulators and get on with this a little bit, because we are going to be running out of time. And we have a very, very long day indeed. And we do want to find out who's going to be on top. I'm desperate to know. Is it going to be Monica Bolton Ramos? Is it going to be Chloe Grant? Is Jess White going to fight her way back through? Are we going to deal with more drama? I think we're not done with drama yet, Cam. I think we've got plenty to show our way through. Well, we'll have to look again. I don't know if you were going to say anything then. I thought you were going to talk.
Apologies. Loads of people speaking at once. But yes, obviously the cars are the interesting point of this track, because it's actually quite a good combination. We have seen the ability for them to fight. And then obviously when we get into the race, it will be a lot closer.
Indeed. Well, we'll see as we head over into the second race. 18 laps on the board. Let's take a look. Well, hello once again, back to the NCME at Bolton University. Race 2 will be underway in a few moments once we've hoovered up all of our drivers, but I think it's about time that we once again take a look at the vehicle that we are racing around this circuit and that we've been battling our way through the weekend's action. Of course, the Formula RSS 4, 160 brake horsepower, a lightweight open wheeler, around 625 kilos on this car. It's nice and easy to wrestle around, but it has its challenges.
It certainly does. Very nimble car. Has been proving to be great at racing between some of those girls already so far. Quite a small car as well, so it doesn't take up loads of space on the tracks. Even though Brands Hatch is a bit thinner than some other tracks, but more narrow, they can still get side by side and have some really great action.
Yeah, and it's like I say, it's a bit nimble. We've had plenty of good racing in it, and we had some good racing. Well, actually, no, you drove away from it, but it's fine. We've had some good fun in these cars because they are enjoyable to drive. We drove it around Silverstone. They're driving it around Brands Hatch, and it's the GP layout as well. Just under 4 kilometres around the circuit as we once again head to West Kingsdown in Kent in the United Kingdom, one of the most southerly racetracks in the United Kingdom. I'll have you know. Oh, wow. Not quite as southerly as Thruxton, that's my home circuit, but never mind. 3.9 kilometres, 4 lefts, 5 rights, predominantly right-handed circuit. 188 metres from the start to turn 1, and a 39-metre height difference all the way around. It's Britain's most loved racetrack. I'd agree with that as well. I do love a bit of Brands Hatch GP. The start, that 188-metre run down towards turn 1, that's how Monica Bolton Ramos took the lead after getting the power down on the wheels, round Paddock Hill Bend, and then up towards Druids, where we saw plenty of drama in the first race.
Exactly. This is the main braking point on the circuit, and you saw Grant sending it down the inside, getting that penalty from the contact with Macy Hitters, so they've got to be careful not to be doing that again and getting even more penalties as we come through Graham Hill Bend out onto this little short sharp chute before we get onto the grit of the GP loop. Normally you'd go to the right back on the Indy track, but no, we're going left at Surtees out onto the back straight, which is such an important corner here because it goes onto the longest straight on the track.
And I hate Brands Indy, but I love Brands GP. I think Brands GP is absolutely spot on. Brands Indy just kind of cuts out all of these beautiful corners. Hawthorns Bend into Westfield. Westfield, we've already had drama at already. Obviously, the contact between Jess White and Chloe Grant happened through Westfield Bend. Down the hill, we go through Dingledale, we go through Sheen Curve, and then we prepare ourselves for this corner at Stirling's. Got to bring it back over to the right-hand side before you hook it into quite a banked corner onto the final real straight as we head into Clark Curve at the final corner and onto the start-finish straight once again, where we didn't see any drag races towards the line, but we did see a lot of celebrations in the form of Monica Bolton Ramos as she crossed the line to win the very first race of the ROKiT Racing Star Formula 4 Esports competition UK finale here for the girls' race. And that's a look at Brands. It's a good little track.
It is. It's great, and the fact that it's still so old school, it's still so sort of raw in that regard. It hasn't been, had all these tarmac runoffs put everywhere and things like that. It's still the gravel runoffs. It's still the walls very close to the track, and it bites if it makes a mistake. And we've seen a few of those already.
Yeah, we really do need to get those girls into the simulator, though, because we need to know what is going on with this final. We need to see where they are. I'm going to assume they're all outside on what is actually a surprisingly nice day. We were expecting rain today, but it's actually delightful here in Bolton.
Yeah, it's a nice day, and obviously we're inside in the NCME, but it has got the big glass windows all over the front of it, creating a massive, nice atmosphere in there on the 3 tiers that we have in this venue as well, with all the simulators being down on that ground floor. So I'm sure, obviously, the sunlight could play a factor in the eyes of some
100%.
of those girls coming into this second race as we're getting towards the mid part of the day.
Yeah, they've put up some sort of basically blockades a little bit for the sun. But the thing is, obviously, the sun's quite high, and it's kind of coming in at an awkward angle. And so when you're driving, it is a little bit hard to see sometimes. It does play its factor. That's something you have to deal with in a real race car, though. It's not as if, it's all plain sailing. Everyone's like, oh, yeah, but they can have sun visors and stuff. And, it's like, no. They do a little bit. But they don't exactly stop you from being blinded by the sun, so you've got to get used to it.
Absolutely.
That's a problem.
And with the screens as well, obviously there could potentially be some sort of contrast issues with that, so that's something that they're going to have to work out as we get towards the second race, because this is obviously the all-important part, because this is where the final points are calculated together, and we eventually will find out who our winner is once the girls get back into the cockpit.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm not sure which one it'll be. Again, just to talk you through our competitors, of course, Monica Bolton Ramos took the race victory and has 25 points. Chloe Grant, though, with that bonus point for fastest lap in second place. These are the positions that they will start that race in, of course. Third place was Jess White. I think the disappointment would continue for Jess White as well, especially after starting from pole position and going down into third.
Yeah, certainly. It's not going to be easy for these girls to sort of get themselves back in the mood after, being a little break between the two races. You've got to then refocus. There won't be any sort of practice or anything. They'll literally jump in, they'll go on that starting grid, and before you know it, they'll be down and breaking into Druids and hopefully try to work out what their positions are going to be.
Yeah, Macy Hitter, who obviously finished in 4th place, again, to remind you, from the online competition, which was on Racing, was slightly different, and it wasn't on the tight circuits like Brands Hatch. We went to, let's see if we can remember off the top of our head, it was Silverstone, we went to Spa, we went to Monza, we went to the Hockenheim Ring, and Red Bull Ring. Nice,
yeah.
That was the one I forgot, that was round 2. And Macy Hitter won at 2 of those venues. That was Monza, and that was, of course, the season finale at Hockenheim Ring, and Monica Bolton Ramos run at the other 3. Those two really fighting out for victories and stuff. Not seeing that here, though.
No, but that race in Austria was sort of quite chaotic as well. We had different people leading the race. So say earlier, Chloe Grant was leading the race. Macy struggled with the race starts, actually, quite a lot on that simulation. Didn't seem to be so bad here, but maybe that's something that she needs to sort of work on just in general on different simulations as well, with the way that you have to start the cars in the different sims. But certainly it's something that could be improved, but maybe now she's in that 4th place, and again trying to work her way up. If she gets a good start, she could actually start challenging and taking points away from either Grant or Ramos, which could be quite crucial for the championship.
Could be a bit of a confidence booster indeed. Again, it'll be an 18-lap race, as we've seen in the first race. We've already completed qualifying. We've already completed race 1. We are waiting, I think, nearly an hour now for race 2. We are waiting our fair share of time as tension builds here in the NCME at Bolton University. And of course, this all building up to them taking over, one of our girls, one of our boys will take over a race seat in the 2023 season of the ROKiT British Formula 4 Championship in a potentially partially professionally run and partially student run team as well, which I think is a fantastic initiative.
Yeah, it's awesome. Not only are they given the opportunity for the the girl and the boy driver who win from this competition, but they're given the opportunity to apprenticeships and scholarships and things like for students to then jump into the race team as well. So it's an opportunity from both sides of it. Again, the university involved as well, obviously High Tech GP in the background helping with that one as well. The teams obviously the plan is to base the team here and stuff out of the University of Bolton. So it's going to be a great experience for all drivers involved, or all team members, I should say, involved, but also the drivers who end up winning the race today.
Absolutely. I didn't realise we'd be going into full podcast mode, but we can see some of our drivers entering into their cars again. That is Charlotte Bell. That is the first of our simulators, and we'll obviously see them take over 7 of them. It is the 8th simulator, the silver one, that's all the way over on the right-hand side, the one furthest along, which isn't being used because that was the one that Jess White originally had. There's Macy Hitter behind the wheel. And you can kind of see the sun's just moving in there a little bit, and the further it moves up, the more distracting it's going to get.
Absolutely. Fortunately for them, the screen is sort of opposite to where the sunlight is, because if the sunlight ever comes on the screen, as I'm sure everyone knows on your computer screen, it is quite difficult indeed, and it's basically, as we said, the sort of triple monitor, 3 monitor setup that they've got in front of them, but we're already on the grid for race number 2.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we'll have to see how long they've got on the grid, because there was a fairly long hold, roughly 40 seconds. It's about 50 seconds they've got before they get going again. And to remind you of the order, Monica Bolton Ramos and Chloe Grant in the front row, with Jessica White, Macy Hitter, Ella Wrigley, Jazz Shaw, and then Charlotte Bell will be rolling on. Monica Bolton Ramos nailed the start in the previous race. She needs to do it again.
Absolutely. And that time was from the outside. This is from the inside, which is potentially more beneficial for her. Jess White was a little bit cautious on the brakes into turn number 1 that time around. Maybe needs to take a little bit more risk, but the car in front of her is the girl of Chloe Grant that she had a little bit of a ding-dong with in the previous race. So hopefully for them, they can have a nice, cleaner race as we get into race number 2.
Well, let's get ready then to decide everything of what's going to go on. They'll stand on the grid and we'll get the lights on once more. 18 laps will be put onto the board as we get ready to find out who is going to be on top in the girls' race in the ROKiT Racing Star Formula 4 Esports Competition UK. Monica Bolton Ramos from pole position as they get over. That was a better start from Chloe Grant, though, in that white car on the outside, but the second phase launch from Bolton Ramos was enough for her to hold on to the lead. It's Macy Hitter, though, who's up in the second spot. Jazz White is dropping backwards. Ella Wrigley's got up into 4th in the background, and there's the defensive move. Here comes Chloe Grant around the outside. She's on 19.5 points. She's gone all the way around the outside at Druids, though. That was a superb move from Chloe Grant, and Monica Bolton Ramos instantly on the attack once again. She looks to the inside. She tries to attack at Graham Hill, but it's not there. In the background, Ella Wrigley's gone wide. Jess White's come straight back through and into fourth, and Macy Hitter is also on the scene.
And now Monica Bolton Ramos needs to do something about this, because if it finishes this way, Chloe Grant will be taking this championship unless Monica Bolton Ramos can get into that fastest lap position as well. But Chloe Grant now, she's out the front. Can she keep it for this time? She's not going to be battling with anyone. She needs to keep it on the track. It's side by side in the background. Jess White and also Ella Wrigley were going side by side into Hawthorne Bend. Jess White eventually coming out on top of that.
Chloe Grant's wide. Chloe Grant just went wide. Chloe Grant, our race leader, has just gone wide. You can see as we're riding on board with Ella Wrigley heading back up through Sheen Curve that I think there was a little bit of side by side. I think somehow Chloe Grant has been able to hang on. That was an opportunity for Monica Bolton Ramos to do it, but she didn't manage to make a look. She just kind of hovered around and didn't fancy going for it. Chloe Grant then, first lap complete, and it's the first lap here at Bolton that Chloe Grant has led. It's the first lap that Monica Bolton hasn't led. Monica Bolton Ramos hasn't led around here.
And Grant needs to keep it consistent now. This is what she showed in that first point, as we're going to get a bit of a side-by-side action here of Ella Wrigley a little bit further back in that fifth place as well, as we also focus on the battle for the lead. But can Grant keep it consistent? That's the big point for her. She had the pace at the end of the first race. Was that because Ramos was intentionally slowing down because she had a gap, or was it because she physically couldn't keep the tyres going? We will find out. But those two, only 6 tenths between them, but they're starting to drop. Macy Hitter there in third place.
And Jess White went a little bit wide. Ella Wrigley might try something into Surtees, but our focus has got to be on our race leader, Chloe Grant, at the moment at the head of the field. Now, pace late in the race was much stronger than Monica Bolton Ramos in race number 1. We're in race 2 at the moment, and Jess White, who's in fourth spot, she finished on the podium. She had pole position earlier on in the afternoon. Unfortunately, this has not continued. I think the emotion still might be a bit high in Jess White's camp. I don't think she's been able to calm herself down properly and focus. I wonder if they had words between Jess White and Chloe Grant between the two races. There was plenty of time for it.
Very possibly. They were obviously walking around the pit lane. Now, as Grant goes off here, coming up through the Sheen Curve into Sterling's, just a little bit wide there onto the grass, has pulled away by a couple of tenths of a second in the middle sector around this Brands Hatch GP track, but she's not pulling away from Ramos just yet. And just a reminder that it will also obviously come down to potentially the fastest lap point, which currently Chloe Grant has from that first race. She's on 19, 6 points behind, and as it stands, she'll gain 7 and beat Ramos by 1 point.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough one. Remember, we were looking for a 26, a mid-26 as they're side by side. Oh, Ella Wrigley's looking around the outside of Macy Hitter. Jess White's got back onto the podium, and Macy Hitter back into fourth place at the moment, as they all obviously naturally start setting personal bests. I think Charlotte Bell's had a couple of issues right at the start of the race, as she's dropped back off away from Jazz Shaw, about 30 seconds off the rear, and so I think she's had a few spins to begin proceedings here in the second race. But things are tight here for the battle for third. Things are tight for the battle for the race lead, and once again Macy Hitter very wide through Graham Hill Bend. Jess White's using this opportunity to pull away as a very defensive line from Hitter. Ella Wrigley might attack it to Hawthorns.
She might do. Macy did have really a good run there through Surtees, but she's actually carrying the speed quite nicely down the street up towards the Hawthorne Bend. I don't think Wrigley's going to get close enough to actually battle into this curve, but she needs to now stay close through this sequence of corners. We saw what happened between Grant and White. She actually dived up the inside into Whitefield. That is brave move from Ella Wrigley. Backs out of it in the end, though, as that could have been a lot of a spinning, as we saw earlier.
Yeah, that was a bit of a bold look there from Ella Wrigley. It's not really the opportunity to send it down the inside. You can do it if you're fully alongside. Once again, a little bit wide as they run through Sheen Curve. Looks once again to the inside and commits to it. Oh, that was a very close from Ella Wrigley. Really kind of fancied that one. She's enjoying it here this afternoon. She said she's only here for really a little bit of entertainment. I don't think she said that she had the pace to win. Just wants to come along and have a bit of fun, and she's certainly having that.
And certainly, even if you don't win this competition, this is a platform for you to show your ability and potentially get spotted by other people as well. So having some good racecraft and keeping it on the track is certainly a very good opportunity for these girls. We're seeing Macy here coming through turn number 1 up towards Druids on lap 4 of the race, holding on to that position as we speak and taking quite a nice line there through Druids. But Jess White up the road, that is really the focus for her. Just 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, she looks kind of, you can kind of see a little bit of panic and this is kind of the case always through Paddock Hill. There is always a bit of panic as you're trying to catch it. Now, unfortunately for Monica Bolton Ramos, the race lead is starting to run away a little bit. Chloe Grant is building right now. It's around 2 seconds, so Chloe Grant's running away.
This could be massive Monica Bolton Ramos as well. If she's losing time, she might not be able to have the speed for the fastest lap point to make it a tiebreak either. We'll have to see, as Wrigley lost some time there, now almost 6 seconds behind Macy Hitter, unfortunately, down in that 5th place, has pulled away from Jasmine Shaw, but is not able to keep up with those top 4 at this moment in time.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see. Ella Wrigley thinks she's struggling with tyres as well, because she wasn't particularly fast through Westfield Bend on this lap. It was just a little bit of a struggle, and you can kind of see, looks like might have overheated the front left there as well, because it didn't seem to turn too much into sheen curve either, and the rear end does look a little bit snappy also. Chloe Grant, our race leader, though, 2 seconds clear at the moment. The previous lap between them, it was a further 7/10 that Chloe Grant was able to pull out over Monica Bolton Ramos. It was a 27.1, a 27.8. We caught up with the parents of Monica Bolton Ramos, so I know definitely can hear our voice, and I'm sure their fingernails are non-existent at the moment.
Mum was saying, I don't think she can watch this race, and as it stands, we're potentially down to 1 point between these girls. It could be so important by the time we get to the end of this race. It's remained 2 seconds though for a lap or so, but the fast lap points are getting very close, or fast lap times I should say, are getting very close between them for that extra point. Here's Ramos. You just see the white car up in the distance, just starting to pull away ever so slightly, car length by car length, up to 2.2 seconds now. Just need to control that gap, make sure it doesn't get too far that she can't recover that potentially later in the race.
Unless we're seeing a very bold move from Monica Bolton Ramos, which is to extremely save tyres in the early phases, which I would not recommend to do it this aggressively, but that could potentially be on the cards. 4 laps complete of the 18 that we had to run, so 14 more still to go, as Macy Hitter we're on board with has been able to clear out from Ella Wrigley after Ella Wrigley's mistakes. Rather, Macy Hitter doesn't have the pace to close down on Jess White. We actually have the exact same order, with the exception of the top 2 in this race, as we did in the previous, which I think, based on the final moments of the previous race, I don't think is much of a shock. You were saying before earlier that race 2 is essentially, it's like putting a race into 2 halves, and this is a continuation of the same race in a sense, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Chloe Grant right now. She's carrying on that form.
Absolutely, and that is what she needed to do. You saw how happy Monica Bolton Ramos was after that first race, but what she couldn't do is get complacent with that and assuming that lead she had was completely because of her speed. We saw so many issues for the 6 girls behind her that really helped the gap that was formed, and we did see Grant closing that gap down in the final sort of 5 or so laps of the race. As you said, the fastest lap she actually got was lap 11, so it's really the whole second half of the race that Grant was really closing down Ramos, and it's showing because it's now up to 2.6 seconds for the race lead. But one gap that is potentially coming down just a tiny bit is Macy Hitter there for that 3rd place, but it's also about around a 2-second gap for them as well.
Wow. I mean, I think there's a thrilling start to the race. I wonder what's going to happen over the next, 2/3 of it. Are we going to see those gaps come back in? Are we going to see them grow? Are we going to see Macy Hitter potentially close down the podium? Because whilst we're talking about who's going to win the competition, the battle for 2nd and 3rd and the rest of the points-paying positions is still very, very important. There's still prizes for those as well.
Absolutely, the karting season Club 100, that is an amazing opportunity for one of these girls to get as well, which is a great opportunity for them to get that real world experience, maybe not in a Formula car, but certainly at a high level competition, as well as we see Macy Hitter coming around to start lap 7 for her across the line, and it looks like she's going to be setting a 28.6, which is over a second a lap faster than Jess White in front of her. So she does have the speed, just needs to slowly work at it.
I think we should take a replay then of the start of the race, where you could see that honestly brilliant move from Chloe Grant around the outside of Druids. I mean, we know that move is possible. Respect to Monica Bolton Ramos, with everything on the line, gave the space as well, and it would have been so easy for her to just open the door and think, that's my track position. Respect between the 2 of them. They kept it clean, they kept it good, they gave each other room, and they, at least for that corner, put on a really good show.
Especially sometimes you could go a cheeky tactic of pushing them off and then pulling away more than 5 seconds. That would potentially be the penalty that you can do. It's always something.
That move.
Yeah, exactly. It's certainly something that can be done. But as you say, fair play to Ramos. Kept it clean and was actually nice and fair, which is what we want to see. You know, we said that in the break between the two, that we want to see some nice clean racing, and I think we're going to see some here on the replay.
Yeah, we should take a look at that once again as we continue to do laps here at Brands Hatch. Here is a look then from up above down, looking on our drivers. You can see the initial launch from the top two was actually quite good. It was Jess White who lost out in that black car, even back to Ella Wrigley, who was side by side. Wrigley, oh my goodness, just about managed to make this stick. But then look at the white car, absolutely sends it in around the outside. A very defensive line from Monica Bolton Ramos. The space was given, and that is honestly a textbook move. That is brilliant from Chloe Grant.
From both of them, both
really
leaving the space. Chloe Grant didn't come around. We did mention about, obviously, it is not the easiest to see the drivers on the inside of you through these corners, but look at that, leaving even half a car width extra all the way around the outside. Bolton Ramos not coming out too wide and being nice and fair with that. The gap is still the same, actually, as it has been over the last couple of laps, around the low 2-second mark. So the gap isn't improving dramatically from the likes of Chloe Grant. You do wonder if maybe they're in a bit of a conservation mode on the tyres, as we said, in this middle part of the race, not trying to push the absolute limit, or maybe they're just this close on the lap time that they can just keep on putting in consistently the same times.
I wonder if it's so the gap kind of, like you say, hovering around the same at the moment. I think it's kind of plateaued a little bit. Now the concern for both camps would be that maybe they're both conserving, maybe they're both bringing it in, maybe they're both just setting the same times. Maybe Chloe Grant has gone up on pace and is starting to come down a little bit, same as Monica Bolton Ramos did in the previous race. So I would not be counting my chickens before they've hatched.
Absolutely, you can over push these tyres in the opening part of the race. As we saw, it was sort of about a 26 or so minute race, I believe, in that first one, and obviously the same lap counts could be roughly the same. Over the course of that, you can overheat the tyres, as we see there. Chloe Grant there, fast up with a 26.9 with Ramos, just behind them with a low 27 as well. So very good lap times between these two, and I believe that was actually the fastest lap of the race by Chloe Grant on the final time, just going past the point 27.0 of Ramos. So very close between two, only a tenth of a second between their fastest lap times, which is what it might all come down to in terms of the points.
Well, I think it's going to come down to that fastest lap for sure, because the thing is, the fastest lap that was set over this round so far, this weekend from these two, was of course the time from Chloe Grant in the previous race, which was a mid-26. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head what it was. I'm going to say it was a 4.98. Definitely was a 0.4, because I remember it being half a second faster than pole. But it was either way, it was a 26.4. That could genuinely be the deciding thing. Now, we had a thousandth of a second deciding who got through and who didn't get through yesterday in the boys pre-qualifying. 1.1 fast lap could be what decides who gets a fantastic prize of a drive and who gets a fantastic prize of a different drive, but still.
And it's amazing that after all those races we had online on Race Room, now coming here on the set course with these Racing Unleashed simulators, it still is going to come down to the absolute finest margins here at the NCME. It's a great event, and it looks like, especially for this girls' race, we're coming into the second half of this race number 2 now. We're coming on to the second half, where we're going to find out really where these points are coming out. There's a look at the race control. They are looking over everything. They've got the live timing. They've got all the pictures in front of them. They can see what is happening. Bolton Rams actually went slightly faster on that last lap by a few thousandths of a second, but not enough to take away the fastest lap from Chloe Grant.
Yeah, of course, race control being based in Kemptl in Switzerland, so they're a bit further away. So I think that's fair, because I'm pretty sure Jess White might have marched down there and been like, right, okay, what was that penalty? Because I don't think she would have been particularly pleased, especially after basically nearly being in tears after the race. And so race control being completely separated from the racing action, I don't necessarily blame that. Of course, also would have been pretty difficult to bring them over here. Maybe they would have joined us in the commentary booth, which wouldn't have been irritating from them at all, as Macy hit her. Kind of not really closing in on on Jess White, and Monica Bolton Ramos not really closing in on Chloe Grant at the moment.
Yeah, because looking at the fastest laps, Jess White is only about 3/10 off the leaders of this race. So Jess White certainly has the pace. She did get that pole position, which was obviously for the first race. Then dropping back to 3rd place in the results was her starting place for this time. So she has lost out a little bit from that, but she's certainly showing good speed and a great improvement from those online races earlier in the year on Race Room. But now coming to this land event, showing the speed. Unfortunately, might not be enough to take the win at this championship, but certainly is putting on a good show.
There's a little bit too much curve there from Macy Hitter going through Sheen. There's a little bit. Who was that on the left-hand side? Who was that? Charlotte Bell. I was getting panicked that it might well have been Jess White, but that isn't the case. We cross the lap once again, so we begin the 11th lap of running in this race. The race leaders, it was a faster lap from Monica Bolton Ramos. The previous one was a 27.074. That was closing in by 0.4 of a second on Chloe Grant. So our race leaders closed by around 0.4, 0.3 of a second. Also this battle for third position, Jess White did a 28.651. Macy hit it at 27.758. So that gap coming down to nearly, or closing by nearly a second over the previous lap.
I wonder if they know the situation though with the fastest lap and with the tyres as well, because obviously, of course, Ramos is going to be pushing as hard as she can, and she's done so many laps now in the sort of the 27.0s, the 27.1. She's really there on the pace, but it's Chloe Grant with that 26.9 as well that's just able to hold out for the fastest laps. Turning a bit of a quality session in some ways for these girls if they finish in this position. But look, it's come down to 1.4 seconds between the two. Chloe Grant needs to keep it on the track, because no matter what happens, she needs to beat Monica Bolton Ramos to even have a chance of winning this championship.
100%. And this was the lap 11, where in the previous race Chloe Grant set her fastest lap. Doesn't mean it's necessarily the fastest lap of the race, it's just as in like it was. Let me clarify, it might not be that this is the optimal lap, but it just so happens that through the traffic and stuff that she managed to get her tyre in a cool enough position where she attacked. And once again, her fastest sector was great on that lap. And once again, lap 11, we have had the fastest lap of the race set by Monica Bolton Ramos. It was a 26.8. What did Chloe Grant do? A 26.8.
Thousandths of a second it's coming down to between those two drivers. So Ramos is getting close, has the fastest lap now, which means that they would be tied on points as well, both getting 25 for one race and 19 for the other as it stands. But of course we still got 7 laps left in this race for them to set even faster times. It's going to be so difficult, as now the difference between them is only half a tenth of a second in terms of fastest lap.
Well, Monica Bolton Ramos is looking fairly calm at the moment, and I think as each lap goes by, the stress will build and build and build. And honestly, Mum and Dad sat here watching. I don't think anyone would blame you for taking a bit of a breath, taking a step aside and just thinking, right, okay, let's see what she could do. I understand her mum's point of view of thinking, I can't watch this, I cannot watch this, because it is nail-biting, it's nerve-wracking when 1.7 seconds can decide your entire future.
Absolutely, and as when we get into the boys' race, it's even tighter margins when we get to that point as well, and reveal the results from that pre-qualifying session yesterday. As we said, we'll have the boys final a bit later on. Chloe Grant sets another 0.0, but also Monica Bolton Ramos. They are pushing each other to the absolute limit for now. Chloe Grant is holding it on the track, but it is Ramos with the fastest lap.
Indeed, and is flying in this race at the moment. The previous lap times, again, between them, it was 14 thousandths of a second that separate them, but over the previous lap. But again, incredibly tight on the times.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to come down to the finest of margins between these two. 2 seconds separates them, so the gap actually came down about half a second. It's gone back out, so Chloe Grant's been quicker over the course of the last couple of laps. But also we have been mentioning that battle between White and Hitter is also getting close.
Well, indeed. At the moment, because of the fastest lap in this race, as you're alluding to, that Monica Bolton Ramos has, giving her, again, 19 points. 18 points plus the bonus lap for the fastest, it would be 19 points. Now, what happens here? It goes down to the count back, of course, to who has the fastest lap overall from the competition, which would then head to Chloe Grant, because they'd both be locked on 44 points. I know 44 is a legendary number in motorsport. I know we've got a lot of Lewis Hamilton fans here, like Zach Sweeney, massive Lewis Hamilton fan. But the thing is, they're going to be locked on 44 points. It then goes back to the fastest lap, one lap to change it.
This is pretty intense. There's going to be 36 laps in total over the course of the two races, but it might come down to just one. And one fastest lap. It is pretty crazy how tight it is getting between these two girls. The whole time, the whole day, we've been saying Monica Bolton Ramos, she's probably got this in the bag a little bit. She had such a consistent and dominant first race there. Qualified second as well, certainly had the pace. But it might come down to the fastest lap in the race. And also, this is assuming that Chloe Grant can keep it in the lead of this race as we come into the final 5 laps, because we have seen a few inconsistencies so far, but that was side by side with other drivers. Now she's out in the front on her own. Can she hold on to it?
I mean, considering the bulletproof consistency, with the exception of one mistake. Remember, Sterling, last race, there was a solo mistake from Chloe Grant, but outside of that, there was bulletproof consistency from Grant. And I kind of think that kind of needs to channel that consistency right now, because Monica Bolton Ramos will not hold up at all.
So what Ramos really needs to do if they stay in this position is set a faster time than what Grant set in the first, which was a 0.4 if I'm not mistaken. She's on a good lap at this moment in time, and we do have obviously 4 laps it will be when we get to the line. Still 2 seconds between them. Jazz Shaw also already in that 6th place, setting her personal best time as Grant comes around the main straight here, taking that, as we said, the shortest run to the line, I should say, before coming to Paddock Hill Bend. And looking at the lap times, they have just started to go back up into the 27, so maybe the tyres starting to get a little bit hot.
There's the thing, is that I don't think I say there's no race engineer. There's no one telling Monica Bolton Ramos, by the way, if you set the fast lap of the race, you might win this whole thing. There's no one telling her that, so she's not going to back off, because she can see that that is what wins me the whole thing. Is that white car is beating that car. That is what wins me the whole thing, and that's the difficulty, is that you're by yourself, you're alone in the car. It's you, the car, and your competitors, and it's pressure. It's hard, but that's what they need to channel.
Absolutely, and it's going to come down to these absolute final few laps. Ramos already setting a purple first sector on this particular lap as well, but again, it's that consistency of Grant. Can she keep it on the track? Can Bolton Ramos even make this overtake to take the fastest laps even out of contention? That is what we yet to find out in these final 4 laps. For Grant also setting a purple middle sector on this lap. These girls are pushing to the limit.
Indeed they are. Well, we're on board with Macy Hitter now, who's running around in 4th position. It would be the same position for her. I mean, for the rest of the contingent on the grid, to remind you, this is the same finishing order they had from the first race. So it would be Jess White, Macy Hitter, Ella Wrigley, Jazz Shaw and Charlotte Bell, all exactly the same. It's Monica Bolton Ramos and Chloe Grant which have switched, and they are closing down, because Monica Bolton Ramos has got this down to nearly under a second with 3 laps to go here at Brands Hatch. Decent lap times coming in. Monica Bolton Ramos has just set the fastest lap of the race. It is not faster than Chloe Grant's lap in the previous race. It's a 26.604. It is faster in this race. It is the fastest lap of this race right now, and you can see how much bigger the Chloe Grant's car is getting.
I think Grant went a bit wide there, coming through Graham Hill Bend as well. Now we're going through Surtees, and this is getting tense between these two drivers. 1.1 seconds as we come up onto the back straight once again on lap 16 of 18. This is the final race number 2 of the girls' final here, and now it's under a second even. Bolton Ramos is really starting to close in. If she makes this overtake, the fastest laps won't even matter.
Yeah, she's got the slipstream now. She's looking for 2 victories. Oh, Chloe Grant's gone wide. Chloe Grant is shooting the barrier, and that's it. Monica Bolton Ramos has taken the lead. Chloe Grant with a critical error coming through Hawthorne's Bend. She's been out wide, she's crashed into the barrier, and Monica Bolton Ramos has taken the lead, and she is devastated.
Oh, she absolutely is, and that is also where she went off with Jess White in that first race as well, obviously struggling maybe a little bit with that corner, and that could be the end of it. Bolton Ramos here is coming up to 2 laps to go, and let's see how this one goes.
Wow, I mean, incredible, absolutely incredible. We weren't done with drama, we weren't done at all. We still might not be. There is still 2 laps that I'm sure Monica Bolton Ramos' heart rate is through the roof right now. Absolutely skyrocketed.
And that mistake came because Ramos there set a good lap, got under that 1 second, put the pressure on Grant. Grant tried to push it into Hawthorne Bend, going too wide, and having obviously the issues correcting the car on the grass as you would expect. And that's all because Ramos there was starting to put the pressure on. It was that 2 second gap for a while. She got under a second, and that is what she had to do. And now already with a lap and a half to go, keep it on the track, and she, we believe, will have enough points.
Provisionally so. With 2 victories, she should have enough. Obviously, we'll call it across the line, nice and dramatic, but also we'll wait until Bob Thurney does completely confirm this on the main stage as well, because they'll need to check everything behind the scenes. They'll need to go over everything, because this is too much to just throw out there all willy-nilly and just be like, yep, cool, that'll be a win. This is a big moment for this young superstar, and that's what this whole competition is about. It's about finding young superstars, and I think we've got plenty on our cards right now.
And Chloe Grant still shouldn't be too disappointed with this. She's putting a great performance there, maybe just making that little mistake here and there, but certainly getting 2nd place in the first race, and well, it looks like to be a second place in this race as well, with that gap to Jess White in third place being 7.5 seconds as we come onto the final lap of the girls' final here. Monica Bolton Ramos is coming to lead the way with just these last few corners to go.
Wow. Again, Hart will be racing. This will be the longest lap, potentially, of her entire life. And it's not that long around here, just 3.9 kilometres, just under 90 seconds. But still, this is going to be a long one. I've had it before in races where your heart's racing, it's pounding, all you can hear is your heart rate, and I'm sure that's exactly the case, especially around such a difficult circuit. It doesn't take much to drop it. I think Chloe Grant, though, just overcooked her tyres, and that was a critical thing, the exact opposite of the previous race.
Yeah, possibly that could have come into it as well. Such a heartbreaking moment for her as well. It was only, 3 laps to go at that point where she went off so close to the finish line, and we were saying, if she kept on the track, and she would have had the fastest lap as well, so that could have been enough for her to potentially get that with the fast lap bonus point. But it looks like it's going to go the way of Monica Bolton Ramos as long as she can keep it with just 3 corners to go now. It looks like it's going to be a good day for her.
Indeed. Ticks off one of the hardest parts of this track. Goes to Shinka. Look at how easy that is. Like, that was keeping well away from the white lines into Sterling's, nice and early on the brakes. One more corner. Start to believe. I know that fam, I'm sure. I hope her mum has rejoined us here in the NCME. One final corner to go then, and out of it, it is going to be 2 victories here at the Bolton final for Monica Bolton Ramos, as she should be our racing star. We'll have to wait and see. We'll double check it, but our finale here, you can see how happy she is, and rightfully so. She applied pressure at the right point, and Monica Bolton Ramos wins the second race at Brands Hatch. Chloe Grant, dejected, devastated, second place, the runner-up. That's going to be a rough one.
Yeah, second place in both races and the fastest lap in both races as well. So she will be very proud of that. But unfortunately, going off the track at the wrong moments in time. Also, Jessica White getting that pole position. Unfortunately, couldn't keep it in the race sessions, but certainly a double podium for her. She's going to have to be really happy with that.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, as much as, again, as we see Macy Hitter now crossing the line, 2 fourth places. I mean, not what she would have wanted to come in here with, but still 2 fourth places. Consistency, just maybe struggling to get used to the simulators as well, being a key factor of it. Ella Wrigley, 2 fifth places, which again, I mean, she had a lot of fun, and she put on a bit of a show start towards the start of the race. She'll cross the line in a fairly lonely 5th place, and of course behind that will be Jazz Shaw and Charlotte Bell. I think Jazz Shaw was on the lead lap this race. You can see certainly she is. Charlotte Bell is a lap down once again, but for Chloe Grant, you know, for our drivers that finished 2nd, 3rd, 4th, etc., this is what they were kind of hammering home, is that Bob Fernie was saying this earlier, was saying this yesterday, was saying it earlier today as well, is that just because you finished in 2nd or 3rd, or you didn't win, or you got knocked out yesterday, don't let that be a too big of a heartbreak, because there's clear talent out there, and there is a clear future for a lot of these drivers in both sim racing and motorsport.
Absolutely. I have no doubts that some of these girls will be picked up by other organisations and ventures that want to have more girls coming into the world of motorsport, and these girls have put on a show for us over the course of the 5 online races, then coming here to the NCME for the land final. They've showed really that girls still can do this, and amazing racing and amazing nail-biting results that we've seen here as well, coming down to literally thousands of a second. One little mistake completely changed the result.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a shame that it was just running wide at one corner. It was maybe even came from the start of the race, from maybe just overcooking those tyres, from overdoing it ever so slightly right from the off, and it's where it's easy to go. Here's on board with Charlotte Bell, who's been off the road a little bit for a bit of a spin going through Sterling's, which is one that is super easy to do. So it wasn't just Chloe Grant making mistakes. Everyone did make their own fair few. Monica Bolton Ramos was pretty much bulletproof though.
Yeah, she did make a couple of mistakes. I remember
Little
the
ones.
Silverstone race on the online side.
On the online side.
But then as we translated to the LAN final, she has been so solid today, and at the end of the day, that's what won her the race. She kept on the track.
Yeah, once again, we'll see this. We'll see the accident then from Chloe Grant. So Hawthorne, yeah, you can see that front left was not having any of it. It's a rough one. She tried keeping the power on a little bit too much because she's under pressure. It's a rough one. That's really a horrible mistake, which I'm sure will go through our memory a fair few times. But she can't be too hard done by. She gave it everything she had in this race, and Chloe Grant second place. And I'm pretty sure these applause, they're not for me and you. I'm going to say they're probably for Monica Bolton Ramos climbing out of her car, and rightfully so. She does deserve her plaudits for what was a fantastic drive, at least here in our final. I mean, you said before she made a few mistakes online. Here, I don't think there was any.
Absolutely rock solid. So yeah, great result for those guys.
Well, we can see Nikki standing by. Let's have a chat.
Oh, what a race. You can see Mum and Dad here both beaming. Let's go and see Monica Bolton Ramos. Let's have another round of applause. She won both races. Woo! Remember that name. Let's go and speak to Monica Ramos. I can put my teeth in. I'm so excited. I don't know how you feel. Both races you won. I know there was a bit of drama in that second one. How did you feel when you got into pole position?
It was incredible because it basically changed my life. It's the only way I can get into motorsport and racing. So yeah, I was just hoping that Chloe spun, and she did. So yes, so I'm speechless.
Speaking to some of the audience there when we were going around, because there was so much drama, you heard everyone, oh, hands on heads, you know, everyone's biting the nails. In terms of consistency, you were very consistent throughout there, so a very deserved win. Anything that you'd like to say finally before I move along the bus and go and speak to some of the girls?
Thank you to everyone that's helped. Daytona, they've helped me a lot. And my parents, obviously, and family. I've got lots of people supporting me at home as well, so yeah, thank you to everyone who's helped me.
I think Mum and Dad want to give you a big cuddle now. I spoke to them earlier. I know they're just as nervous as you are, particularly Mum. You can go and have a hug now. Let's move along here. We're going to try and have a word with Chloe. I'm sorry, Chloe. Come here. Let me give you a hug, darling. Oh, bless you. It was a sterling effort, but this is racing, the highs and the lows. You know, you've been involved in a bit of drama in both races. I mean, your emotions must be all over the shop. If you could, how are you feeling right now?
I saw Monica was catching me up a bit after I kind of backed off to try not risk anything, and then I just pushed too hard. And once you're on the grass, that's it. So, not a great feeling.
So unfortunate. Please, let's have a round of applause for Chloe Graham. She did a sterling job. Come here, sweetheart. Thank you very much, everybody. It's been a long old morning. We're going to break for lunch now, but if you are watching on the live stream, thank you very much for being with us. We'll be back in about 45 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Hello, are we on? Okay, if you want to make your way up for lunch, will be able to still hear me there up on the stairwell. But I'm going to hand over now to Bob Fernley. Obviously, it's been a really eventful, very dramatic, very emotional morning running into the afternoon here. Bob, I'll hand over to you. I know you wanted to say something.
Thank you so much, Nikki. What an incredible race, everybody. Absolutely amazing that. Congrats.
0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
just tell them really quick that we start the countdown now, then the intro, and then we are live on the stage again.
Hello and welcome back to the ROKiT Racing Star F4 Esports competition here in the UK. Give us a cheer. Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone watching on the live stream. Let's just go down the row here. These are our 8 finalist boys. Remember these faces. One of these is going to be our winner. How exciting is that? How are you feeling, guys? Thumbs up? Are we all good? Yeah, they're all so cool, calm and collected, aren't they? Let's have a little wander this way. In case you're just joining us, these are the simulators that our boys will be racing in. They've all been allocated one a little bit earlier on. We've got 8 of them in total. Just a quick reminder of what's up for stakes today, of course. We've already determined this morning who our girl winner is. Congratulations again to Monica Bolton Ramos. One of our boys will also be crowned our winner today, and of course they will win the chance to get a seat in the ROKiT Formula 4 team. That was a bit delayed. Thanks, guys. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There really is everything to play for. It's hugely exciting. We mentioned a little bit earlier in terms of how much that will cost. That is completely out of reach for most people, which is what the ROKiT Racing Star competition is all about, opening up opportunities for young people to get into motorsport. And as I say, it's really exciting to think that our winner is in this room, so we'll be watching them closely. Without further ado, let's cross over to our commentators now. We've got Lewis McGlade and Cameron Roger.
Thanks, Nikki. I mean, what a competition it's been so far. The girls' races earlier were fantastic. Came down to the final few moments, really, in that. And I get the feeling we're going to see the same from the boys' race as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just 3 laps to go really was what caused the big change there. And I'm sure it's going to come down to the just thousandths of a second in the boys' race as well.
Yeah, always does. I mean, we had that in pre-qualifying. So we'll get to what happened in pre-qualifying as to who is also racing here today in a few moments' time. But of course, we do have a little clip from what happened yesterday, and you can get a feel for where we are racing and what we've been doing over the last few days. It's been an incredible journey for a lot of these drivers, and you can see here at the NCME in Bolton University, a fantastic place for us to be hosted for this venue. You can see some of the people that have also come along, of course, from the Fernley Foundation. Bob Fernley has joined us and has been here throughout the competition, as well as the likes of Manisha Keltenborn from, of course, the CEO of Racing Unleashed, and James Kendrick from ROKiT. All have been around and a big part of this competition.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're obviously all here fighting for the main prize, but also the trophies that come with that as well. So the top three, each of the boys and girls, will be getting the wonderful trophy there, along with the prize, obviously, of the training and the seats for the ROKiT F4 team. So it's been a really great day.
Yeah, we're given plenty of driver briefings as to what would go on over their weekend as well. They were all given certificates as well for reaching this point. When you've got thousands of competitors that have attempted to get this far, and we whittled it down to just 23 and now just 13. It's been an incredibly long process for a lot of these drivers, but to reach this point, it's been a long moment. We'll head back down to Nikki, though, down on the floor.
Thank you very much. As you said, though, they all got the certificates. They also all got an e-bike as well, given very kindly by ROKiT. It was originally going to be just our top 10. They decided to give one to all of our 23 that were here yesterday. Hugely exciting times. And on that note, let's take a look back at yesterday's pre-qualifying. Here's some highlights.
I think we'll take a look.
Absolutely. It's going to be a great lap, obviously, to get that pole position. Well, not pole position as such, but to get that fastest lap time, he's pretty much nailed every single corner on this track. And let's have a look. It's already coming out of Sector 1 up towards 30's corner. This is a very important one, as we were mentioning earlier, because you've got to get a nice late apex, get the run all the way onto that back straight, because you just carry the speed down. And actually in the speed traps, he was also one of the fastest in a straight line because of that.
Yeah, and bearing in mind they're all running the exact same setup here. They're not being able to run low wings and whatnot. It's all about the driver off the corner. This is up towards Hawthorne's Bend. See how much circuit he uses over the left-hand side before throwing it in, catching up that later apex. And you can see the clean air that is ahead of him. That's why he backed off on that previous lap. Uses quite a lot, but not too much of the curb on the inside running through Westfield Bend. Used an awful lot on the outside, up Sheen towards Sheen Curve, gone through Dingle down now. This was what we kind of saw, running really, really far wide. Brings it back over to the right, hooks it into Sterling, but doesn't use too much in the exit of Sterling, because you really can cost yourself there.
It's the exit in these cars that's so important. Obviously, he hasn't got an amazing amount of power, so you've got to keep that momentum going. And as he comes around this final corner, as you see, doesn't go all the way to the left, keeps it tight because it's a curve, so you want to use the straightest, shortest line as you get towards the finish line here to set that lap time before coming back over to the left. And yeah, 25.1.
Wow, I mean, what an impressive lap. I think he'll jump out of the car and instantly have people around him being like, so how did you do that one? See it there, the pressure, like took a really deep breath. I mean, I know some people when they're in the car, they tend to sit there and they close their eyes and they visualise the circuit and they think, right, I know that I need to take third gear for this corner. I know that I need to wash out there and I need to hold it tight here. There's a lot that you can kind of think about. There's Denik Rodrigo at the moment, who's in that second car. What are the final lap times going to be as they start ticking them off? 3 have crossed the line, no improvements for them. Denik Rodrigo is the one that's on the cusp. At the moment, a personal best in the first sector. This is hundredths, which could decide he needs to improve by 1/10 of a second, and he's got slipstream from a car ahead. That one is Bryn Collins. What can Denik Rodrigo do across the line? He improves, but not by enough. He does an 8.45, but Zach Sweeney, I think, improved on the fire up. I think it actually might have been 1,000th of a second, because Zach Sweeney's lap time was not valid there. Let's take a look then, as we'll see Deagen Fairclough's lap. Round through Paddock Hill, obviously all the way over to the right hand side. You can use all of that track, it's absolutely fine. Then go in for Druids. It's kind of a late apex corner because you want to widen out that exit quite a bit over the right hand side again, using all of that track. And then in my opinion, one of the hardest corners on the circuit, Graham Hill. So easy to drop the rear end. Look at how much track can be used. And
you've got to use it. I mean, if the game is allowing you to do that, you've got to take every limit that you can. Look how wide he went into 30 as well. That's going to give him such a good run coming out onto this back straight. A massive run down to Hawthorne, and you see just sort of shortening that little kink as well. Every last 1,000th of a second he's getting out of this lap.
Again, this is why we see him as the fastest driver of the official qualifying sessions here in the weekend. A little bit too early, I'm going to be critical. It's a little bit too early onto the apex there at Hawthorns, but then throws it in through Westfield Bend again, not throwing all four wheels. Actually kind of a similar line, but maybe using a bit more curb on that right-hand side than Dylan Warren did, up the hill and then round the final Sheen curve, down, of course, into Stirling, back over to the right-hand side. This part of the section looking very, very similar.
Yeah, just using pretty much every, millimetre of the track that he can, just making sure he gets every bit of speed out of this car. Into this final corner, you're going to see him, he actually goes quite wide, so takes the speed, but then also gets it back over to the right-hand side to have the shortest run to the line, and there you go.
The fastest driver across both of the sessions. There he is, I say, straight out of the rig, and instantly a hug.
So we'll go straight into the times for you, or to the qualifiers. Number 1 is Deagen Fairclough. Number 2, Dylan Warren. Number 3, Theo McCurris. Number 4, Marcus Luzio. Number 5, Ronnie Smith. Number 6, Kai Bacchini. Number 7, Nathan Clifford. And number 8, Zach Sweeney. I would just like to make a note for you here that Zombor, you missed out by 1,000th of a second. What an incredible effort. I don't want any ones that didn't qualify today to lose heart.
What an exciting day it was yesterday. Great to see the highlights. It feels like a million years ago. I don't know how everybody else feels about here, but let's come along here because we've got some of the parents. I'm going to leave the boys in the zone. Theo Mercuris' dad is here. How are you feeling?
Not bad. Actually very nervous, to be fair.
It's almost harder, I think, sometimes being the parents or supporters, isn't it? Because there's nothing you can do. You just want your boy to do well, make sure he's all right and in the zone. Have you given him any words of advice before he gets in?
I can't really give him any advice. I don't know how they handle the pressure. These kids are amazing. All of them are so fast. The way they handle the whole situation, yeah, they're unbelievable. They're very inspiring.
Absolutely, mature beyond their years. Of course, Theo Mercuris, your son, Theo, I don't have to full name him to you, finished third. Going into qualifying now, how do you think he'll be feeling?
I just said to Theo, just relax, just do your thing, you know. Qualifying obviously gives you a good position for the races, but it all comes down to the races, so slightly different perspective from yesterday. But yeah, let's see how it goes. Let's see what he can do. I hope he just enjoys it more than anything else. I said to him, just enjoy it.
We keep saying that, don't we, about just enjoying it. Obviously, there's a lot at stake, but it's so important. Just say that every moment, because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just being here amongst your peers, the contacts you can make, the experience, it really is invaluable, isn't it? Okay, I'm going to see if I can find any other parents. I think, is it Dylan Warren's dad we've got here? Look at him, he's hiding. A few of them have already said, I can't talk to you. But I didn't pre-warn you. So how are you it is Dylan's dad, isn't it? I've got it right. How are you feeling then?
Probably more stressed than he is. But yeah, but no, it's fine. He'll do well, I'm sure.
What does this mean to you then? Do you come from a motorsports background? No, nothing at all. Right, so how did he get into it then? Where's that come from?
Just sim racing. So playing F1, playing this. That's it really.
So do you think he's got what it takes? He did obviously very well. Came in second, was it yesterday? Yeah, came in second, so he'll be feeling good about today. But of course, we've got qualifying, which will determine their grid position. How's he feeling right now? Because I did notice actually when everybody was out having burgers outside, because we've got a barbecue here, it's very nice by the way, you guys were upstairs. Were you getting him in the zone mentally? Is that how he prepares for a race? Does he like to be out in the quiet? There he is, flicking dad's ear. You know, what's his kind of strategy been moving up to this point?
It was just a bit of quiet time really, just needed something to eat. I think he may be a little bit stressed this morning because he didn't have any breakfast and he was a bit, but yeah, that quiet time, hanging around with the lads. They all seem to be great friends at the moment, so they're all cheering each other on, which is good for everybody and good for the sport, I suppose.
It is really nice to see. Thank you very much. I'll leave you now to chill. It is great to see. He said all friends at the moment. Let's hope that continues throughout. But it is nice to see. There's a real camaraderie. Just watching the boys a bit earlier, and they're all cheering each other on. All great pals here. So as we say, fantastic experience all round. If we just whiz around here, we can see our lads now getting into their simulators. They're all suited up, they're in the zone, they're being fitted in the seats, last minute preparations. No doubt running through all sorts of things in their heads. We'll just move along the bus here. I keep saying move along the bus. Move along the simulators.
If you want, you can
but yeah, so we'll leave them to it now. I'm going to cross to our commentators. Lewis and Cameron.
Yeah,
How do you think they're feeling right now?
Nervous. I think nervous is the only real way of putting it.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of these guys have maybe done, karting backgrounds and things like that before, but still, this is a chance to win a real-life seat in a Formula 4 car. A lot is going on.
Yeah, well, cheers to Nikki. We'll catch up with her a bit later on, especially once the qualifying. We need to hear some interviews from who's going to be on pole position. It's going to be a tight session. It's going to be a tough session. If pre-qualifying is anything to go by yesterday, it was incredibly tight. I mean, you kind of saw it there in the highlights package. Just 1,000 per second separated Zach Sweeney and Sean Lavage. You did see Zach Sweeney getting thrown into it. I'm going to throw him under the bus a little bit. Not only for the fact that he doesn't like hash browns, which I'm not about, but also he had to have a little cushion because he's a short boy.
Yeah, obviously it's sort of like a one-size-fits-all kind of thing in the simulator, so a lot of the drivers actually have cushions and padding around them to help them fit a lot nicer. But yeah, Sean Lavage feels so sorry for him. 1,000th of a second. I mean, that in terms of distance is literally, such a short amount, and that is what put obviously him out of the competition. Zach Sweeney has got in the competition, but now that is all reset, and we'll go for another qualifying session shortly to get the grid for the first of the 2 races for the boys.
Yeah, of course. Remember, we've got of our 8 simulators. It'll roll through from left to right. It's Deagen, Fairclough, Nathan Clifford in the black simulator. In the number 3 one, that is Zach Sweeney. Then it's Theo Mercouris in the white simulator. Kai Bacchini. Then it's Dylan Warren, and then of course Ronnie Smith and Marcus Luzio. Marcus Luzio's in that simulator that we might have had a light issue a bit earlier on, but we think they've been rectified. It was just something to do with the audio. We'll take a look at the starting grid so we can definitely see and confirm to you the 8 drivers that are taking part here in the boys' final of the ROKiT Racing Star Formula 4 Esports Competition UK. But it is a pretty astounding list. Here they are: Deagen, Fairclough, Nathan Clifford, Zach Sweeney, Theo Mercouris, Kai Bacchini, Dylan Warren, Ronnie Smith and Marcus Luzio. Very talented 8 drivers.
Absolutely, and there were some other talented drivers who unfortunately didn't make it through that pre-qualifying session that we saw the highlights from earlier. That happened yesterday, and it was actually a fair play to Lavage. I mean, he could have gone home last night, but he has come back here today to support the boys. He's been fighting through all of the 5 sort of the qualifying rounds to get to this stage and made it here, and even though he got knocked out, he's still come back, which is
Fennec Rodrigo's also here. Did see him. Joe Hayes Jr. I think most, to be fair, quite a lot of the competitors. Did see, and understandably so, Ben Collins was straight out of the door. A bit of a shame for, obviously, I said before, the pressure that's on his shoulders being a Coanda junior driver. For anyone who doesn't know who Coanda are, it's one of the biggest sim racing teams. Obviously, in an argument that I had recently, it's the second largest, but we won't go into that too much. But Coanda SimSport, one of the biggest teams in sim racing regardless, and he's a part of the junior team, so not only has the pressure of them on his shoulders, but also had the pressure of the competition, and he just kind of buckled under it a little bit.
Exactly, and his older brother Charlie, who's certainly a very fast driver.
Didn't come along.
So he's got to, shot for that. But unfortunately, he didn't make it through. It's just those 8 drivers that you saw on the screen a little while ago. You see them getting in their rigs. We also had the random draw again of the simulators this morning, so they're probably not driving the same rig that they did yesterday,
Correct.
which means that obviously they are identical for the most part, but they might have just the tiniest slight differences that you just have to get a feel for to make sure that you are fully comfortable with your car once we get into the qualifying session. They haven't had any practice today. It's just jumping straight in the car, straight in qualifying and setting those laps.
Did see, I was just looking through, no one is in the same simulator today as they were yesterday. Saw Zach Sweeney there. Obviously all of them getting helped in and stuff to make sure they're belted up. Zach Sweeney getting assistance from Dan Kell, obviously all of them getting assistance, some of them from the guys at Racing Unleashed, some of them from guys at the university. Obviously all of them been taught how to run it. Deagen Fairclough, the fastest driver from yesterday's pre-qualifying. We were kind of expecting it to be a bit of, maybe Dylan Warren, maybe even Theo Mercouris based on what we've seen in practice. Ended up being Deagen Fairclough, put the lap in right at the end, and was the fastest in the group.
Yeah, the really important thing I want to see is that yesterday they had 2 30-minute practice sessions, so an hour of practice before the pre-qualifying, which is another 15 minutes. They've already had an hour and 15 minutes in the car, but they haven't driven the car for 24 hours. They've had the girls' races earlier. They've just been milling around, not really doing so much. And now they've got to come in, they've got to switch on. And who is going to do that? Because as we've said with the car, often it's really the first sort of 3-4 laps where you get those fastest lap times.
Yeah, we were kind of chatting with some of the drivers. I mean, Dylan Warren, for example, we out in the barbecue earlier that we were all having. I asked him, I was like, have you eaten anything yet? And he's like, no, because he said that if he was going to eat, you might feel a bit sick in the car. Obviously, the nerves and stuff for everyone. I kind of get it. So, I mean, I was all right with it because I just had this burger, but it's fine. But no, for real, though, the nerves are a massive, massive part of it. They can make you feel very uncomfortable when you're in the car. They can distract you. We were spoken about before where you're on race starts and stuff and your left leg's all shaking and stuff and you can never find the brake pedal properly.
Yeah, back in the day when I was first started my sim racing career years ago, anytime you get in a good position, the leg would be shaking under the brakes. You'd be scared to hit the brake pedal. But, I mean, these guys seem pretty, professional and up to speed with what's going on, which is good to see. But will that continue as we obviously get into the qualifying session? They need to now set their fastest laps so they're on the track together, so they need to find their space as they were in the girls' qualifying session as well. And now, this is their time. They've got to go set their laps.
So there's Kai Bacchini behind the wheel of the number 5, the dark blue car, as qualifying is underway. So we'll see him in game and such. We'll see them battle it out for pole position. 15 minutes they have on the session. As here we are at Brands Hatch once again, 3.9 kilometres in length. And we'll see who's going to go and grab that pole position. This is going to be a frantic session indeed.
Absolutely. We saw frantic qualifying sessions in the online part of the championship. Now it's come to land. They're all on the same rigs and they need to be making sure they're getting these laps in. They're on their out laps at the moment. So once they come around, they will start their timed laps and we will see who is able to handle the pressure and get themselves out towards the front.
Yeah, it's going to be a time, and this is the kind of session where it's going to come down to a few tenths of a second. Realistically, the pole battles between the likes of Theo Mercurius, between Dylan Warren, and of course Deagen Fairclough, who topped the session yesterday. But that doesn't mean that anyone else is out of it, because Ronnie Smith was actually very quick. I mean, saying Ronnie Smith was very quick. If I go through the drivers that are very quick, I'll just give you 8 drivers' names because it's all of them.
Yep, absolutely. They've all done well to get here. Remember, there was thousands of participants. There was 23. Obviously, they got here yesterday. 16 boys, they've whittled that down to 8. These are the fastest 8 in the entire competition. They're all fast, they're all deserving of this prize, of this championship. It's just now their time to perform, as we're seeing Ronnie Smith, potentially a slight oddball factor.
Yeah.
We weren't expecting him really to be challenging the top 8, but he was up in the top half.
This is the kind of thing is that because we're basing our knowledge coming into this on the online competition, right? Which, yes, there's plenty of facts to do so. But take, for example, Jess White, who, yes, maybe struggled a little bit in the races, but coming into it, we'd never said that she was going to be one of the ones to go and fight for pole position. And she smashed it out of the park to grab that pole position in the girls' race. And it's no disrespect to her, it's just the fact that she did so much better here than she did in the online competition, because some people react to it so well. There is Zach Sweeney going for a little bit of lawn mowing on the exit of Hawthorne's corner. There's Deagen Fairclough, the fastest driver from yesterday.
Look at the concentration on his face coming through the sheen curve, really trying to get this qualifying lap. He's got a car right behind him with Theo Mercurius. And then, as you're saying, Zach Sweeney ahead as well. So there's a load of pressure for these guys because they have the other cars there. They don't want to mess up their laps. They don't want to mess up the other drivers' laps either, just from a sporting sense as well. So looking very close between these guys. Obviously, Marcus Luzio involved in this battle as well. As we come around the start-finish line, the lap times are going to start being set.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see what our first few times are onto the board. Marcus Luzio, they might be pushing the limits as to what's possible around the circuit right from the off. Instantly, do you see that instantly off of the corner? Marcus Luzio looking straight over to the left-hand side to see what was happening on the other screens. At the moment, no, we don't have it on our screen, but Theo Mercurius is on pole with a 25.2. Now, we know that 24s are possible, 100%. Now, I was told that 23s are possible. A high 23 is possible. Unlikely, but it is possible.
Yeah, certainly possible. Obviously, potentially with loads of practice and that sort of thing, you've got to really get a handle of it. Obviously here, this is all a fixed, what we call fixed setup. So all the drivers are driving the exact same car. It handles the exact same. The downforce level is the exact same. They haven't been able to change anything like that. They've just got to come and get on with it. And it's certainly looking very close, with just about a tenth and a bit covering the top 3 drivers at this moment in time. I'm sure their laps will come on the leaderboard very shortly, as we're seeing Mercurius here coming through the final penultimate corner of Sterling's. He's got the car ahead of him, but Dylan Warren is looking good in that first sector.
Yeah, really, really fast first sector. It's the fastest first sector by under a tenth of a second. Obviously, it says 3/10, but that's on the time that Theo Mercurius has set. But he went even faster than Nathan Clifford, who did an 8.93. He's on an 8.51 in that first sector, and again goes 3/10 faster than Nathan Clifford. This is a fast lap coming in from Dylan Warren. It would be very important for Dylan Warren to start off this session in fantastic fashion, to start it off with a potential provisional pole position. He's got to beat a 25.298, and what is he going to do across the line? He does beat it, not by as much as I would have have thought? It's a 25-0. I'm still saying they need to do a 24 to grab this pole. I don't think that time's good enough.
No, it's certainly not. Look how close it is behind, with a couple of tenths back to Mercurius, a couple of tenths back to Luzio, and also Fairclough as well. Fairclough not setting the fastest time straight away, maybe building himself up into this session. He is one that we were maybe tipping for that pole position, but not quite on the pace at the moment, as we'll have to see what they do when they come around for another lap.
Yeah, it's a 25.4, which Deagen Fairclough has set, and that's obviously what's keeping him in the 4th position at the moment. 2 drivers who are yet to set. Compel, no, never mind, it is just the one now. I think it's just... Oh no, everyone set competitive lap times, because Ronnie Smith and Zach Sweeney did fail on their first flying lap to set a decent lap time courtesy of track limit excursions. Here's Theo Mercurius then rolling through Stirling. Ben got a decent bit of slipstream as well from Ronnie Smith, who's not so slow himself, as he is also trying to piece things together. There's the final corner for Ronnie Smith. What can he do across the line?
Let's see, it's a 25-0 to beat for that provisional pole position, the tightest run to the line, saving every thousandth, but that's going to be second place, and third place actually is Mercurius right behind him.
Straight
goes
away.
Just 0.02 of a second quicker, which might be that, just a little bit of slipstream.
Exactly. I mean, any time that Ronnie Smith was setting, Theo Mercurius was going to set basically exactly the same. We're on board with Ronnie Smith now, who's miles away from the apex, going through Druid's corner. Here's Deagen Fairclough in the number 1, the simulator that's furthest to the left, closest to the door, and he is a bit further down than he would have expected, in second place, when I'm sure he would have expected first after yesterday.
Look how close it is between these guys. 2 tenths for the top 4. These guys are pushing it to what they can do in this car, and we've certainly got to see how they're going to improve. Still another 8 minutes to go. They're going to have a few more laps. You've got to make sure they're not overheating the tyres though and slowing that down, because they're going to stay out in the session and just keep lapping, trying to do the lap times that they can. Fairclough moving over here, maybe just trying to weaving a bit, trying to get a bit of space on the track, as we're already seeing a couple of slower cars here. Marcus Luzio 2 tenths down in that first sector, but he's got a bit of traffic on this lap as well.
It's Kai Bacchini that's the car that's directly ahead, and that almost glowing blue car that's directly ahead of Marcus Luzio. Marcus Luzio throws it over the curb on the inside of Sheen curve, now into Stirling once again. Got a decent amount of slipstream way out. I was going to say it was a little bit too hot, and that is going to cost him, regardless of whether that time is still legal, that is going to cost him a lot of time.
Yeah, and Dylan Warren's also on a good lap this time around, so plenty of nice laps coming in. The guys need to be obviously keeping it on the track. As you saw there, Luzio going a bit wide, pushing a little bit too much. Warren actually going just slightly slow. Still a good time, but a 0.1 on that lap, not enough to improve his time. No 24s yet. Zach Sweeney there doing a 25.8, 7 tenths down, but I think that was a slight improvement over the first lap that he did. We see him coming up to Druids now. He was the one who scraped through into the top 8, so we speak to him earlier. He expected himself therefore to be the 8th driver in qualifying, but 7th at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's not... we know that Zach Sweeney is more of a racer anyway. You know, this is the same thing. It's the same with most of them, right? You know, that a lot of them are all right at qualifying. A lot of them are very, very good at qualifying. But what we've seen through the season, at least on the online races, at least on their home setup, it's obviously very different here. The racing standard in this, bit dramatic, but normally very, very good.
Absolutely. A lot of them do have that racing experience, which helps when we see these potential side-by-side battles that you're going to come up with when we get in towards the race session. You see these 3 drives here. Fairclough going 6 thousandths faster at that last sector point, and he's got a couple of guys ahead of him, which is actually good, because sometimes you can use them as a reference for braking later. It's sort of just a visual reference. You can see how close you're getting as he comes through Stirling's and up towards Clearways and Clark curve for another time. Is he going to use a bit of slipstream to potentially grab that pole from Warren?
Only one more corner left to go, one more corner left to take the most out of it. I'm not so sure this is an improvement. Now, the first sector's terrible. The second sector's all right. So I don't think there's going to be much from Deagen Fairclough. Again, they might be backing off for a few of these laps, although he does. Never mind. I'll back off from that one. I'll back off from that one. At least on the live timing, that wasn't looking so great. He crosses the line, he goes on the pole.
But if that means he had a not so good first sector, maybe that means he's got even more tenths. We have seen these guys go into the 24s though, so let's see how that one works out for him. But then maybe there is a little bit more time to gain. Still not into the 24s that we were expecting, but we're very close to it indeed. So let's see how they do. Still a quarter of a second for the top 4 cars, looking very close indeed.
Indeed, so here we are with Dylan Warren then. He's just been deposed from pole position and he's on a charge going through Graham Hill Bend, way out wide. But we're seeing much wider lines though in pre-qualifying. They could use quite a lot of that, but what can Dylan Warren do? There's still 5 minutes left in this session, although typically, based on that pre-qualifying, we didn't see too many improvements late in the session. It was normally after or the first sort of 5-6 laps. That said, in the first and second girls' race, both of them, the fastest lap was set around lap 11, so there might be some pace later on if they just keep pushing.
Yeah, certainly could. Just under 5 minutes to go now. Dylan Warren, is he slowing down? I think he's just slowing down a bit there to try and get some clean air, because sometimes, even though you do get the tiniest bit of slipstream from the cars ahead, when you're maybe a second back or so, it's a distraction. If you have a clear track in front of you, you can just do your lap and hopefully get yourself into a nice position for that. But as the laps keep on rolling, it's still staying very tight at the top.
Indeed, it is. Just half a tenth between Deagen Fairclough and Dylan Warren. 2 tenths back to Thea Mercurius, then Ronnie Smith in the same sort of tenth back. Then Marcus Luzio. All of those three separated by just a single tenth, 213 to 313. Then Kai Pacini, Nathan Clifford, and Zach Sweeney, the driver that snuck his way through in yesterday's action. Dylan Warren here we're on board with once again for another lap around Brands. Did back off quite a lot, but was it enough to cool the tyres? Goes for a late apex into Druids, straightens out the corner, which again Deagen Fairclough did use an awful lot of that exit yesterday, potentially when they had some more grip on the tyre.
Yeah, we saw the perfection almost from that lap that Fairclough did. He was using all the bits of the road that you can. There is the in-game track limit detection as all. He goes a bit wide there, so he through Westfield, so he's not going to be potentially gaining there, but some better lap times are coming in. So I think this is what you said, they had a couple of slow laps. Now they're going back at it once they got the tyres and the pressures of where they need them.
Yeah, Thea Mercurius being chased down then from Marcus Luzio behind. This lap time from Thea Mercurius, you can see, instantly pulls over to the right-hand side, so allowing Marcus Luzio to pass into the final corner to continue his lap. And Luzio's lap time at the moment, he's not really improving by too much. Dylan Warren, here we are with purple in the first sector. That's a big off, though. That is the lap gone. He was purple in the first, dropped a little bit of time in the second, and Deagen Fairclough has moved the benchmark into the 24s with an 8.53 as he pushes his way even further onto this pole position.
And with just one or so laps, as Zach Sweeney goes up to 7th place. Luzio recently just went up into 5th place as well, so lap times are really starting to come in. Just under 3 minutes to go now, so this is maybe the last lap, maybe last 2 laps that they are going to get in this session, and it's really starting to get tight. But that jump, almost a quarter of a second for Fairclough, is going to be really hard for the others to overcome.
And it was almost entirely in that final sector, because Dylan Warren, on the last lap that he was doing, he was setting times that were even faster in sector 1 and 2, but then obviously had that issue going down into Stirling. So Deagen Fairclough, as much as this pole position is looking good at the moment, I would not be overthinking it too much. I'd be very concerned that car is closing in. Here we are then on board with Marcus Luzio up towards one of the fastest and most committed corners in the country, maybe even on the planet. It's such a difficult one there at Sheen's Curve.
Yeah, it's so blind. You have absolutely no idea where it is, and it's really curving around. So you've got to turn in completely blind. Just have the faith that the apex hasn't been moved, which is very unlikely, but you still have to believe it and have the confidence in the car to do that. As we're seeing the drivers coming around to start the final couple of minutes, this is going to really be starting their final laps, their final attempts, as Pacini there going just a little bit wide, and that is not going to have the best exit for him. Not really using that inside curve or the outside curve at Stirling, so maybe a little bit of time left on the table there.
Yeah, I saw again not really using the track to its fullest extent, and on this lap is actually improving a little bit, but we'd have to wait and see if that actually carries over until the end of the lap. Luzio comes up towards the first sector, and what does Marcus Luzio do in that first sector? A little bit down once again.
As Pacini improves in 5th place, also Dylan Warren gets closer on a 0.8 as well, but it's a 0.89, so half a tenth slower than Fairclough. That is not enough for the provisional pole position, but that should almost secure him that second place at this moment in time. Doesn't look like anyone else is able to do that, but Luzio also has got up into P3, so these guys are just fighting so hard for these final few laps.
Yeah, 6 of them separated by half a second on one of the most difficult racetracks. I know it doesn't sound like too much realistically, but it is extremely tight. Marcus Luzio pulls off now to show the same level of respect that Thea Mercurius showed to him, getting out of the way, not trying to block the hot lap of one of his competitors, which I mean, sometimes I know some drivers would leave it on the track to kind of almost be a nuisance, which we do not want to see.
Yeah, it's good to see good sportsmanship between these drivers, but we'll see when we get into the race,
The
when the heat is on. As Nathan Clifford here, you see just using way more of the curb there than Boccini did, but Boccini still got himself a bit of an improvement on his lap, so certainly that is a potential if he can do it. It's just 8 seconds to go now. These guys might just get over the line in time to start another final lap, but Nathan Clifford across the line. Let's going to see hopefully him seeing an improvement. Fortunately, we don't see his time just there, but I think that looked like a pretty good run, at least in that third sector.
Yeah, indeed. His session, I do believe, is done, and Nathan Clifford has jumped up into 7th position. Here's Deagen Fairclough, who's presently on pole position. You can see how much track that was maybe a bit too much. He was using that kind of amount there. So he only lost a 10th, but he was using that kind of amount in pre-qualifying as well. So he had pre-qualifying pole, I don't know how you want to count it, the fastest lap in pre-qualifying, and he looks to have pole position here. Dylan Warren is in the pit lane, so Dylan Warren is done. Second position as good as Dylan Warren can get. Deagen Fairclough looking to hang on to pole position, and there is Warren back in the pit lane. And I think maybe it's not pole, but it's still a very good lap.
And we saw, what did we see in the race 2 of the girls? Chloe Grant from second place, round the outside of Druid, took the lead, so he knows he's going to be comfortable with that. And even then, just being in the top 4 is really the place that you want to be.
Well, so far, second place has a 100% lead record around here, because Monica Bolton-Ramos started from second place in race 1. And then, of course, like you say, Chloe Grant started from second place in race 2. And both of them were leading at the end of their first lap. Of course, for Chloe Grant, it fell apart a little bit later on in that race. Marcus Luzier returns it into pit lane as his session comes to a close. A few laps to come in from the likes of Ronnie Smith. Thea Mercurius improves up to 4th.
Yes, so some nice laps. Look how close that is, though. 4 seconds for the top 6, and then just a very short while back, just another couple of tenths to Zach Sweeney and Nathan Clifford in 7th and 8th as well. So it's looking really close. And as we know, these guys racing is generally even more close compared to the qualifying times.
Just wonder who those good-looking gents were. So we thought we'd turn around. Sorry, everyone. But either way, again, another really, really tight session. Another great lap from Deagen Fairclough. Clearly enjoys Brands Hatch.
So hopefully we're going to be able to sort of see a bit about this as well, because it looked like a really good lap. Another one into the 24s, so I'm sure it was a very fast and clean lap.
Well, I mean, we did see some track limits abuses from Deagen Fairclough, but as long as it's okay in the sim, then that is A-OK here. Let's see the lap then from Deagen Fairclough, so far over to the left-hand side before carrying it through Paddock Hill. You'll see him almost 2 wheels into the gravel, perfectly judged through the first corner of Paddock Hill. Late apex here at Druitt, you'll see him just straighten up that exit, and then you use a lot of this curb on the exit, because you want to have a nice, beautiful, clean run, put the power down. It's only 160 brake horsepower. Here at Graham Hill, they use basically everything off on the right-hand side. Now towards 30s as we complete what would be the Indy layout. I mean, it looks pretty clean so far.
It certainly does. Every bit of track limit, just slightly missed the apex there. Won't say it's perfect lap, but in 30s there, just maybe a tyre width away from that. So maybe had a couple of thousandths left in that one. As he comes up to this run all the way towards Hawthorne, how committed is he going to be with the apex on the inside-outside? If you bump it on the inside, you just lose all your momentum. It takes a nice wide line, so taking a lot of speed through there before we come to Westfield, and you're going to see him go all over that inside curb, all over that outside curb, taking all the speed.
He was using more of that outside curb than he was yesterday. That was very brave, because that can really pull you off. So much curb through Sheen, that's expected. Didn't drop 2 wheels in the grass like he did yesterday. Hooks it into Sterling's beautifully and doesn't use too much of that escape curb, because it kind of makes sense. You don't want to use it. It's so much higher than the rest of the circuit. Now into Clark Curve, the final corner of the racetrack, and that is beautiful. Just hooks it up on that white line, but not using any of the grass on the inside, and then punch it towards the line on the shortest run, and that is a 24.853, and that is our pole position, provisional pole position. I think, they still need to look over everything, but I don't see why it wouldn't be.
And not really too surprising, I should say, he got the fastest time in the pre-qualifying as well, so certainly on it, but it's the consistency that we need to see in the race to make sure that he can get to the end of the 18-lap race.
We'll head down to Nikki Dean, who's got the top 3 from that fantastic qualifying session.
Certainly have. What a race. Marcus Lucio here, finished in P3. How are you feeling? It's going to be very quick, because I know it's a quick turnaround time. I don't want to take up too much of your time. How are you feeling to finish P3?
Yeah, it was good. The racing's going to be close, as all the times are close, and I think it's going to be a little bit of a... It's going to be... Well, there's going to be a lot of fighting, but I think mainly it's going to be about how consistent you are.
Do you think you've got what it takes to move your way up?
Hopefully.
We'll soon find out. Thank you very much. We'll run along here we're going to go and see Dylan Warren, who finished in P2. I'll come around here. Dylan, I won't keep you very long because I know you need to get your head in the right space for the first of the races. How are you feeling, P2?
Not the best in the world. I think it's just a woulda, coulda, shoulda session, the entirety of it. I mean, I spun on my outlap. I was so scared after that, but obviously I managed to hook it up eventually. And then when I needed to hook it up, when I was a 10th up, I didn't. So, yeah, my fault is what it is. So just have to look forward.
Still, P2, lots to be proud of. Please don't feel too disappointed. Let's find Deagen Fairclough. Where's he gone? He's not in his simulator. Deagen, where are you? Is he hiding? There he is, you rascal. You're making me work for my money today, aren't you? Right, we've got pole position. I say we, like I'd had anything to do with it. Pole position for you. How are you feeling going into the first race?
Yeah, super happy. It's going to be some fantastic racing between us lot. The top 8, they're all super close. And Dylan, second place, is just super close. And it's going to be some brilliant racing. I can't wait.
Are you feeling the pressure, obviously, starting in pole? Does that add pressure, or just see how it goes?
No, now we've actually been in the sim and like done some driving, done some laps. I'm quite happy, quite excited to get the races underway. So, yeah, super happy I got pole.
Well done, you should be very proud. Mum and Dad are in the background somewhere here. Spent quite a bit of time over the weekend talking to them. I know they'll be really nervous. Can we see them? Give us a wave. At least give us a wave. There you go. I know their nerves will be shot. It's incredibly terrifying stuff here, watching their little ones out there. But everyone should be really proud of themselves for how they performed out there. I know we've got just a few minutes before we go into race 1, so we'll let the lads get in the zone. I'm going to hand back to Lewis and Cameron to do the warm-up before we get into race 1.
Certainly will. Thanks, Nikki. And again, we love to chat to our drivers because it's nice to hear who's different. I mean, obviously, Dylan Warren didn't even get out of the simulator there for a bit, and we've been in them. They're not uncomfortable. I'd just sit in there. I was like, someone bring me some water. I mean, you wouldn't want it around all that tech, but still, I'm like, come on. They're quite comfortable in there.
Yeah, they're not too bad, but obviously some drivers prepare for races differently. If you're just feeling comfortable, I mean, obviously, he says slightly disappointed, but he's still in second place, did a good lap, and he's sort of in the zone. So maybe just wants to sit there and remain in the zone. We saw, I think it was Luzo walking behind Nicky, so he's obviously going to get a drink or whatever, just having to chill out before we get back into the racing. And that's really the important part now. This is where the points are paid, and this is where you need to obviously fight for your position. I'm sure we're going to see a little bit of wheel banging here and there. The drivers are really now, this is a time for them to shine.
Well, just to remind you as well that we'll have 2 races here. This race order, race 1, is from the finishing order of qualifying. So that sets the grid for this. It'll be 25 points for the race victory, then 18, 15, 12, 10, 8, 6 and 4. It's a great point structure with 0 issues whatsoever. There are other point structures which could be a bit more aggressive, but this is the one that we have. This is the FIA sort of open wheel point structure, which you see in Formula 1 and British Formula 4 and stuff. And they also get a point for fastest lap as well, which we saw being very critical in the girls' race.
Yes, that could be the turning factor as well. If we see these 2 guys similar to what we saw in the girls, if they finish 1 and 2 and then 2 and 1 in the second race, it'll come down to the fastest lap potentially from one of those drivers. So it's going to be a great experience for these guys. They seem pretty calm actually. With Warren there and then Fairclough in the interviews, I think they're probably quite confident coming into this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know which position I'd rather be in, because everyone would be like, I'd rather start from pole. Obviously, I want to start from pole. You want to be the fastest in qualifying. I get that, but there is a form book, and we kind of always know this, and especially around here where you carry so much momentum through the first and second corner, that the idea that sometimes maybe starting second might be a bit of somewhat of an advantage, not mentally, but just on the track.
And certainly looking like the track position really is the key point for this. However, Chloe Grant did have to really try to go around the outside turn 2. It wasn't an easy move. She had to make that work. So in this case, it would be Dylan Warren, who's on that left-hand side, on the outside of Druids for turn number 2. He's going to need to do the same if he wants to do that. But also, they can't take each other out, because then they'll lose so many points and maybe not even have the opportunity. As the drivers we see here, Zach Sweeney with Dan Kell getting him back into the simulation and getting Racing, all prepared with the seatbelts for this first race.
We should ask them to give us a wave, but I think they're all focusing a little bit on what's going on, and naturally so. They're not particularly difficult to get in. There's a 5-point harness in there. Obviously, you've got the two from the sides and you've got one from over the top, and they, as we were kind of describing earlier in the long break between the girls' races 1 and 2, I've got to bring it up every now and then, but obviously the harnesses, they move, they kind of pull you around a little bit to imitate the G-forces and stuff, and you've got to make sure they're quite tight, not too tight, where you cut off blood circulation and stuff. I want to be able to move my arms a little bit. It would be a bit of a struggle, but you want them fairly tight so that you can actually feel it. Otherwise, the belts just slip over you. There's no point.
Yeah, the sensation is really what you need. Just gives you an extra feeling of what the car's doing, dancing around, and especially with just sort of the way that the steering wheel is. It's quite a fast steering rack. You need to have the control of that steering wheel to know what the car is doing. As we see the other drivers getting all ready, getting involved, getting in the zone for this very important race. Some drivers, this might be the most important race of their careers.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Nikki was saying about how you've got to leave the drivers to... I mean, it's kind of why I want interviews with all of them at all times, but why sometimes, you need to be left to your own devices, focus on what's at hand, and almost not overthink it. I think overthinking is a critical thing. I mean, we definitely know about that. We overthink just about everything up here in the commentary booth. But, you need to not overthink it. You need to just do it naturally. You know how to race. You know how to drive. You know how to do a fast lap of Brands GP. Just do that.
That's point.
So easy, right?
You've got the confidence because you know what you can do. The amount of races that we've done to get to this stage, the amount of races just in general in their careers that they've done by this point. Obviously, most of these guys, 14, 15, 16 years old, they're still quite young, but a lot of them have a lot of experience because now you can race from such an early age, from karts, from the simulations that are available as well. So they know what they're doing. They just need to come out and perform. But we have seen, especially in the girls' race, pressure can come under this as well.
Absolutely, and it is a pressure-filled environment out there, of course. When it comes to sim racing and stuff, some of you sat at home may want a motorsport career or something like that, and sim racing is becoming a very viable option to jump in. In fact, in my opinion, there's almost no reason not to sim race. You can always jump on and always give it a go, and just sort of... why not? There's no harm in just giving it a go.
Absolutely, and there's so low of an entry level now. There's really not much that you need to actually come into sim racing. As we said, a couple of girls actually using controllers, using keyboards to race as well. Obviously, it may be a bit difficult to be competitive with that, but at least it gets you in towards the race. So hopefully, this is an opportunity for you to get yourself into sim racing.
Once again, we'll take a look at the car, the Formula RSS, for the vehicle that we are rolling with over the competition here at Bolton. 160 brake horsepower here on a Assetto course of 625 kilos. Very, very light. It bounces over those curves. Really short real wheelbase, of course it is. It's a little open wheeler, quite a dinky little thing, but you can't abuse too much of the curve. It's why when on the inside of Surtees and stuff, we see a couple of them try and take to that curve on the inside. You can't do it. It's way too high.
And how many times so far already have we seen, also in the qualifying sessions, if you just put your outside wheel off onto the grass, you start bouncing over it, you don't think you're losing that much time, but there will be a couple of guys coming past you because you're going to lose 2-3 seconds, and with how close this field is, that's many positions.
Deagen Fairclough seems fairly relaxed. A nice little wave to the camera. See if we could do that mid-race. Only legends wave at cameras mid-race.
They certainly do, especially at the Nürburgring.
Thanks, mate. It was a good time. I mean, I don't think it works too well if you call yourself a legend. A bit of a hand up there from Nathan Clifford. Not sure if everything's all right in his cockpit, but all's good. All's good.
That's what we like to hear.
Like I say, they all seem fairly calm. About to go into one of the most important 18-lap races in their entire career. Zach Sweeney having Dan Kell lean over and having a bit of a look. Again, a thumbs up. I don't know where the parents have gone, where Lee Sweeney is, but all of the parents are sat behind you. I don't know about you. I would hate having my parents. I'm just like, no, please, Dad. I'm about to take this guy out.
Back in the day when I did a bit of karting myself, I remember, especially my mum, she used to get so into it on the sidelines, coming back off a race. She'd be absolutely shouting and screaming because the parents, obviously, they put so much effort, and this is a time to obviously appreciate the sacrifices that they have made for them. I mean, many of these drivers driving hours, 4 or 5 hours, some of these guys, to get here, and obviously you need your parents in that all the drivers needed to have a parent or guardian with them. So hopefully when we get into this race, they can do their parents proud from that regard.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't do this racing in any form of motorsport, whether it's in motorsport or even in this level of sim racing. You couldn't do it without the support of your parents. So all the parents that are here, again, thank you very much for helping your child into this journey and part of this fantastic competition. We'll take a look at the starting grid. As you can see, they are all on there very quickly. Zach Sweeney starts in the final position alongside Nathan Clifford on the 4th and final row of this 8-driver final. Zach Sweeney obviously just got through in the pre-qualifier, and so he starts from that 8th position as well. Ronnie Smith, who's been one of the surprises of the weekend, unfortunately that qualifying not going quite so well. He was in the first group in pre-qualifier and managed to work his way through just a 3 from that. Kai Bacchini alongside in that 5th spot, someone who's had one podium only in the online series, but had a few disconnections, and hopefully those problems will definitely be alleviated in a LAN event. In 4th position, a bit further up though, this is where things get a little bit tight on the front row, just ahead of Kai Bacchini. It's Theo Mercouris and Marcus Luzio, the white and grey car. We're going to have zero issues picking these two apart. Of course, they weren't picked apart by much in that qualifying session before we head up to the front row of the grid, and the 2 drivers that got themselves into that 24 section in the qualifying, of course, it would be Dylan Warren and Deagen Fairclough.
Yeah, getting so close between these drivers, but just remember, in the girls' race, pole position ends up actually coming third, as we just have the final confirmation there of Warren and Fairclough on the screen. Being on the pole doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win the race. We've got 18 laps twice, 36 total laps. We'll have the reset in the middle with the new grid as well. It's getting very tense for these drivers. They need to now go out and get just the fastest time. And you can see actually from this view, it's really nice to see that triple screen. You can see on the left, you can actually see the cars with a bit of that peripheral vision. They'll have to be using that as we get towards, especially this turn number 1. How is Dylan Warren going to do round the outside? Is Fairclough going to be able to give him enough room?
Also, comparatively to the qualifying session, they were actually starting on hot tyres. You could see it there. They were all green, front left, front right, rear left, rear right. All of them were nice, toasty and perfect racing conditions, which does mean they might actually overheat in the opening stage of the race. So you've got to sort of pick your battles and underdrive. You can actually see it there on the left-hand side of shot as we look over the shoulder of, I believe, Marcus Luzio. Well, let's get ourselves ready as the lights are on and we are ready to go in the final race, the race number 1 here at Bolton in the ROKiT Racing Star Formula 4 Esports Competition UK. Deagen Fairclough is off from pole position, and that's not the greatest launch from Dylan Warren, who drops back into 2nd place as he tries to slipstream his way around the outside. No opportunity for him to do so. Braddock Hill, there's a big snap there from Kai Bacchini though. Let's see the defensive move as he is going to hold on. Kai Bacchini had warped up the order, but I don't think there was too much. Deagen Fairclough has been able to hang on. Zach Sweeney's gone for a spin up at Druids though, and he's dropped down the order. Theo Mercouris up into 3rd.
Yeah, this is a very good start from the guys, but Fairclough just managing to get those extra couple of car lengths. Warren did try around the outside of turn number 2 as we expected, but he lost the rear a little bit, couldn't get the drive. But now as you come through 30s onto the back straight for the first time, you can see Fairclough just trying to avoid the slipstream a little bit, but we've got side-by-side battle in the back.
Yeah, that's. I think it would be Marcus Luzio defending a little bit from Kai Bacchini, who's trying to make his way alongside, heading on the Hawthorne straight. It's actually more Marcus Luzio attacking Theo Mercouris for 3rd spot. They'll still stay side by side. I think they're all going to stay in their relative positions. Mercouris, Bacchini. No, Bacchini's got past on Marcus Luzio, so did manage to find his way through in that 4th position. In fact, Luzio's dropping down the order as Ronnie Smith has also been able to get through. I think that Marcus Luzio has been off the road. It has been right down the order now, even behind Nathan Clifford, not behind Zach Sweeney, who's in 8th.
And starting in that 3rd place, losing 4 positions, that's going to be very difficult for him to come back from, with just how close these boys are going to be in this final. 1 lap down though, 17 to go, plenty of time for them to do this. And as we mentioned, the tyre management as well is going to be big, with not overheating those tyres when we're really pushing each other.
Absolutely critical. I know for Zach Sweeney, who's 11 seconds now off the rear end of this train, but realistically, keep those tyres in check. You know how these guys are going to battle, all of them separated by less than a second between each one. Fairclough, Warren, Mercouris, Bacchini, Smith, Clifford, and then Luzio, and then the big gap back towards Sweeney. Pretty tight battles, but I'm going to say it's a bit of a calmer start than I was expecting, if I'm honest.
Absolutely. It was one of those situations we thought they were all going to go diving, but that's good. That's showing some maturity that they know with the total amount of laps that they've got for the racing here today, they don't need to risk it necessarily on that first lap. but they're all just trying to get the slipstream now. Coming up towards Hawthorne Bend, Ronnie Smith there in the light blue Cyan car in 5th place at the moment. He did start down in 6th, so he's made up a position there. Also Nathan Clifford behind him making up a position with Luzio dropping down behind him, but Luzio stayed on the back of them, so he's still definitely in this fight.
I mean, Luzio came from the 2nd row of the grid to drop back now to 7th place, so not the greatest start from Luzio, who's in the 8th simulator, the one furthest to the right, but I mean, it is what it is. You can't win every race start, and just kind of lost out there and dropping back. 2nd lap being completed then, and Deagen Fairclough does continue to lead. But for anyone who thinks this is kind of calm at the moment, let's wait as this race goes on. It's exactly what we had in the girls' race with, of course, Chloe Grant, who was leading comfortably. Not to try and remind her, I feel really bad bringing it up again. But Monica Bolton Ramos, who was in 2nd position. And it looked very calm, looked very stable for a bit. And then suddenly late in the race, the gaps just started to close up. Ronnie Smith is trying to attack Guy Bacchini now up and towards Druids. Doesn't make it stick.
Yeah, getting so close. Bacchini was sort of shaking his head coming down the start-finish straight. He must have made a mistake in that final corner, which has actually made him lose a bit of time. He's now over a second behind Mercurius, but also Mercurius losing time to Warren as well. So the gaps at the front starting to stretch out just by a couple of tenths here and there. But these battles for sort of 5th, 6th...
Oh! There was a spin there. There was a spin. That was Nathan Clifford going for a spin just ahead of Marcus Luzio going at Surtees. Just lost the rear end, dropped it. I know it's only 160 brake horsepower, but you can spin.
Absolutely. Probably just taking too much speed into that one. I don't think there was any... I didn't see any sort of... the car's close enough to be any sort of contact there, but that is going to really be a struggle. He's dropped back behind Zach Sweeney as well, who's recovering from his place, as Ronnie Smith all over the back of Bacchini coming through Dingledale up towards the Sheen curve. Very difficult place to overtake. Just got to stay nice and close.
Well, there is Nathan Clifford, and you can see Zach Sweeney in the foreground as they will probably start their battle for what will be the final position. A bit of a battle for the wooden spoon, but this obviously does decide their starting order in the next race, as well as a few points. It'll be the difference between 6 points and 4 points, which I'm going to assume is probably not going to be the difference between winning the trophy and not, but still it's a good place to start. Another fastest lap from Deagen Fairclough, 24.9. Here's Ronnie Smith then looking down the inside. Ooh, that was a little bit of a dicey defence there from Kai Bacchini, and he's going to have to do it again up to Druids.
Oh, there, look at this, diving it down the inside. Oh, it's actually not braking quite late enough, just gets blocked off there by Bacchini. Bacchini doing a really good job braking late enough to not let Smith get a bit of a run, but Smith looking down the inside turn one. I don't remember the last time I saw a proper overtake there in turn one. Normally you sort of overtake before that because someone's had an issue. Not actually battling into turn one. That is pretty crazy indeed. Smith is still staying on the back, trying to get himself inside the top 4, but as these guys are battling, Mercurius has got away by another half second.
Yeah, 100%, you're absolutely right. We don't see too many moves down there, but you can make it stick if you're brave enough. The thing is, in these kind of cars, the average speed through that corner is too high to affect a dive form. The braking zone is not long enough. If you're in a touring car, you can maybe give it a go, but in something like this, it's just not really on. It's not possible. But sometimes you just got to have a look, more so trying to distract the driver ahead. We know how much pressure plays its part in games like this. Looking backwards once again from Kai Bacchini, he's 2 seconds off the rear of Theo Mercurius, as you were saying. Dylan Moran started to close back a little bit on Deagen Fairclough, your race leader, as we come round to complete the 4th lap of the race.
We certainly do. Smith once again staying so close. He had a look up the inside of turn number 1 last lap around. Can he get a good run once again? And with Bacchini, looks like maybe not the best exit as he gets in the slipstream, staying the tightest line towards turn number 1. Ronnie Smith thinking about it, but not close enough once again, as Fairclough just setting a pretty decent time, but all the guys behind actually saying personal best.
Yeah, everyone behind closed in about 0.3 of a second. That might be a bit of a concern, as here comes Ronnie Smith looking again to the inside, the commitment to the brakes. Whoa! I mean, he really did try and throw that one in. Just, again, it was the issue there is the half-hearted commitment. We've kind of said this before on racing and stuff, from our fair share of it. If you're going to look, if you're going to send it, send it. Don't half-heartedly send. Don't leave it down the inside and sort of try and back out a little bit. You've got to do it and commit.
Absolutely, especially in that turn number 1, where he's going to need to basically dive his nose into there. But let's see the slipstream coming up towards Hawthorne Bend. Is he going to be close enough? Trying to actually battle for the race. Dylan Warren round the outside. Can he make it? It's going to be on the curb on the outside as we come to Westfield. I wonder if Fairclough has pushed too hard in these opening laps.
I mean, he may well have done so. He's gone too wide there. Oh, Dylan Warren nearly thought about it. This is the ride through Dingledale up towards Sheen Curve. Massively wide there from Dylan Warren. Way too wide. And that is the massive mistake. Theo Mercurius comes through. You could tell he was too wide. Rejoins. Oh my goodness, that was close. Kai Bacchini and Ronnie Smith both come past Dylan Warren. His heart will be racing now. His heart will be sinking.
And that looked the commitment from Ronnie Smith there down the inside of Sterling's to make that move. He managed to get through as well. Theo Mercurius is all over the back of Fairclough as well, so multiple battles that we need to look at. Fairclough having a really slow lap once again, as Ronnie Smith now down the inside of Paddock Hill Bend. Can he keep it up the inside? That'll be the inside again for Druids. He's made it stick this time, third lap around, but he now needs to defend down into the braking zone, which I think he's managed to do. But Chini going back, and Warren as well, 3 wide almost coming into the braking zone.
Yeah, that was a big move from Dylan Moore, and of course he'll be frustrated, red mist, etc, etc. He'll be thinking, I've got to make this one stick. He can feel the pressure on his shoulders right now. Not only his dad, not only the family, not only himself and the competition, but he just knows what is at stake here. Kai Bacchini with the big chop on defence. That one might be a little bit too much, and that's actually going to open up the opportunity for Dylan Moore to get alongside. They're very close. They're squeezing a little bit. This is on the Hawthorn Straight. It's allowing Ronnie Smith to pull away on the podium battle. Deagen Fairclough, by the way, ahead, has been able to keep a hold of the race lead, and that's Dylan Moore around the outside. This would be a lovely move into Hawthorns, and he has made it stick. Beautiful stuff from Dylan Warren. Kai Bacchini tried to fight it, but the speed of Warren, he is on the comeback charge now.
And that's all because Warren had a look to the inside of Surtees, then went back to the right hand side, got the slingshot effect as Bacchini kept that inside line, couldn't get the exit out onto the back straight. So really good racing by Warren, trying to make himself sort of a contender again into this championship. They are now quite a few seconds off the top two. As you say, Mercurius hasn't quite been able to keep up with Fairclough at this moment in time, but I don't sort of doubt that they're going to be battling as we're getting towards nearer the halfway point in this race.
Yeah, let's see. So time's being completed. Deagen Fairclough back onto a decent time, 25.2. It's his first decent time over the last couple of laps, maybe bringing those tyres back into it a little bit, but he's only a second clear of Theo Mercurius. This is back at the battle for 7th position as Zach Sweeney is keeping Nathan Clifford at bay for now. Of course, these two have both had issues through the running of this race. Now going to have a decent battle, try and put on a bit of a show for us for 7th place, because as much as maybe they've come along and not expected to win the competition, they are still here for a bit of racing.
And there's still points on offer, and with the second race as well, they want to still beat each other. You don't want to finish as low down in the championship as possible. You want to finish as high in the championship as possible. So these two are going to be fighting. They started obviously 7th and 8th in the field, having a couple of issues during the first part of the race as well. It's funny that they had two completely different issues, but they're still next to each other on the tracks. They pretty much lost the exact same time, but let's see what Clifford can do coming onto the back straight once again, getting that slipstream. I don't think he's close enough this lap to look into Hawthorn, but he's certainly getting very, very close.
Hawthorn is too fast in the corner to give it a go from this far back. He might have a little look to try and get Zach Sweeney offline, but Zach Sweeney, I mean, he went offline there. He completely missed that apex, but we'll ignore that. As, yes, Dylan Moran has closed right in on Ronnie Smith. We're getting a drive-through penalty for Kai Bacchini. The driver in 5th place. A drive-through penalty being dished out from race control.
Interesting for him. That's pretty much going to put him out of contention.
Yeah, there he is, straight in.
Because he's going to have to lose quite a bit of time from doing that. Also, to make sure that he doesn't sort of compound the issue by getting annoyed and then potentially getting something else as he shakes his head. But these guys getting very close indeed.
I mean, yeah, did you not see how irritated he was? He did not look exactly pleased by it.
No, but you wouldn't be. You put so much effort into this. Unfortunately, is having to go through the pit lane, and that's such a you're at the pit limiter speed. There's nothing you can do. You just got to sit there and serve the penalty.
Yeah, it's rough. It is rough. I don't know if it's going to drop him back down into last place. He's actually now in the battle with Zach Sweeney and Nathan Clifford. Some good moves between Bacchini and Sweeney over the past. There is the three-way fight now for 6th place, and this is important because it's not only points. Again, it's track position as to where you're going to start the next race.
Absolutely. You want to be as high as you can to give yourself the best shot. And now look at this three-way battle. A bit further back in the pack, 6th, 7th, 8th position for these guys is looking really, like they're fighting, for the lower points in this position. But they certainly want to be getting as high as they can to try and beat each other when we get to this second race. Remember, we're going to have a whole complete second race, another 18 laps with the grid being the finishing position from this race.
Yeah, and so every position that you can make up is critical. Also for banter, you'll beat your mates as well. A lot of these get along fairly well. They're all having a little chat together, so clearly there's not too much hostility, as Nicky did say, yet. We'll see what happens as the race goes on. Dylan Moran did just set a 24 there on that lap, as he is really starting to attack the rear end of Ronnie Smith.
And the important thing for Warren now is he really needs to try and get back towards that second place over the course of the next 10 laps in this race, because if he can do that, then he has at least the ability to fight Fairclough.
Yeah, indeed, and that's kind of what he needs to do. He can't, if he's dropping dropping 10 points, right, potentially is devastating. It's bad, but dropping an extra 2-3 points on top of that for finishing one position down. If you're dropping 12 points, over half the points, that's it. As far as I'm concerned, that as near as makes no difference, sorted.
Absolutely, because Fairclough would have to have a pretty interesting race in race number 2 for something like that to happen. But Warren's really on the back of him now. Ronnie Smith hasn't been able to keep up or even think about Mercurius up the front. Almost 4 seconds between those two now, and Warren just a few tenths behind. You're going to imagine he's going to be having a look down the inside at some point soon, maybe Druids this lap.
Indeed. Well, we'll see if he can do it. He desperately will want a podium here. I think Theo Mercurius might be a little bit too far down the road. It really depends on the condition of the tyres. Here's the battle, though, for 6th place as Boccini leads from Sweeney and Clifford, and it's super tight. All of them dropping a wheel into the dirt on the exit of Sheen Curve as they head out of Stirling. Almost exactly the same lap time from the top to almost exactly the same lap time between 3rd and 4th. And then this battle will come across the line, and super tight they will be. I'm pretty sure they're all setting exactly the same lap time because they surely can't be setting much faster than each other.
Oh, they certainly, and this is a fast lap time as well. Low 25s in race pace is really good. We saw high 24s just about. Oh, look at this dive down the inside, at least to think about it from Nathan Clifford. They did a personal best on for him on the previous lap, and he's thinking about it once again. This is a difficult position for Sweeney because he needs to either overtake or he will be overtaken.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how this race is going to perform as the 10 laps have been completed. Oh, a bit of a moment there from Nathan Clifford as well as he just drops a wheel into the dirt over the right-hand side. Zach Sweeney just really applying the pressure to the rear end of Kai Boccini. I think he's got a better launch there out of Surtees, and I think he might well be trying something, but we have to move up to the battle for 3rd because Ronnie Smith and Dylan Moran are separated by absolutely nothing.
Yeah, Warren's pretty much pushing him through these corners. Oh, a bit of maybe a bit of contact there between the two with Sweeney there trying to get a bit of a run. Oh, this is not really the corner to make the overtake. We've seen this come to blows earlier on in the day as well, but it looks like Zach Sweeney's going to hold on to that one, but he's got to be careful because Clifford's now getting the run on the back of him.
There was certainly a brush between the two of them. I think there is no doubt of that one. But either way, just fighting hard at the moment. I think they'll actually all be enjoying it. A little three-way fight for... I know it's not where they'd want to be fighting. They want to be fighting for the lead or the podium or something like that, but still... You can't, don't be choosy.
It's better than being at the back on your own.
Exactly.
That's for sure. Fairclough setting a personal best on that time. Another one into the 24s. Has he gone out too fast? We'll have to find out a little bit. So let's find out how this one goes for this one.
It's like, really? Like, where else do you pass around here?
Yeah, you're really relying on mistakes from the cars ahead, and that is why. Ronnie Smith at the moment doing a great job. He's just putting his cars in the correct position and holding on. Dylan Warren hasn't been able to make a move as Fairclough they're doing another low 25 as well as Mercurius as well, also doing a pretty decent lap as we're on to the 16th of 18 laps here in the first race for the boys. So if Warren can't get past him here, he's going to have to try and do something in the early part of that second race because I think he's going to struggle.
I think at the moment, especially with the level of consistency we're seeing here in the boys' race, it's almost like you've got to lead into T1. You've got to lead and lead every single lap of race. Or for sure, one thing that you can't afford is to let Deagen Fairclough lead because he's just smashing it out of the park at the moment. A personal best lap from Nathan Clifford, a mid-25, a 6:05. For him, again, still the fastest lap of the race is going to go the way of our race leader, and he's actually just said it on the previous lap, a 6:69. As here comes Dylan Moran to the outside, going up towards Hawthorns. Oh my goodness, he's got to go all the way around. That was not going to work. I mean, I think he might have got pushed out. I think race control are going to say something, but for Dylan Warren, he tried going around the outside. It's always bold. You're asking for problems out there, but just pushed out.
The track is just so narrow there. It's so difficult to go on the outside. You're really relying on that car on the inside of Smith, and now he's dropped back down into that 5th place, 6 seconds off Luzio as well, so that is a position loss where sometimes maybe taking that 4th place could have been could have been the safer option, but of course you do want to go for it as well. But the outside of that corner, we literally just said about a lap ago, there's not really a place you want to make an overtake.
No, but I think race control will take over. Of course, we do have race control looking over from Racing Unleashed's headquarters in Kemptthal in Switzerland. They will be keeping an eye on everything in this race. They've already given out a drive-through penalty to Kai Boccini, so they're on it like hawks at the moment.
Fairclough just looking over his shoulder there. He was, having a bit of fun out of the simulator. He got a 3-second lead now over Mercurius. I think he's just enjoying life as we're on lap 17, penultimate lap of this first race. As we come back to this battle for the 7th and 8th positions between Sweeney and Clifford. Sweeney's been able to hold on to this, but he definitely had a bit of an issue earlier that we saw that dropped them off. However, it seems like Clifford hasn't been able to recover from that and get back up towards Sweeney.
Yeah, just finding a little bit more pace as the race goes on. We're on the penultimate lap of proceedings as they continue, but because of their consistency, they've not been able to battle it out really. Clifford's dropped off quite a lot from the rear end in the recent past as Theo Mercurius heads through the penultimate corner and down the final, or the penultimate straight really, down towards the final corner. Although I don't really call the start finish, it's not really straight.
It's a corner.
It's a big, long corner. In America, that would be 8 different corners.
It absolutely would. It'd probably be last quarter A, last quarter B for all that we know
started
of it as we're seeing them. On to the final lap. Fairclough into the 24s once again as Mercurius does a 25.0. These guys really relentless pace at the front here, and it's actually pretty crazy how Mercurius has gone 3.5 seconds behind because he's got good pace, but it's that consistency of all the 24s, all the low 25s that Fairclough has been doing. And on to the final lap, it looks like he's going to be taking that 25 points, and I believe also the fastest lap, which would be 26 points. That's going to be a big task for the others to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, this is really one hand on the trophy territory, especially if you're firing a shot over everyone else, being like, I can put in 24s day in, day out without any major issue. And Deagen Fairclough has been so in control here. And again, just a perfect drive at the moment. Here he is in Simulator 1.
He's got a camera on his left, he's got a camera on his right as well. This is an amazing shot as he's coming through the final couple of corners on this first race. He's just got one corner to go for Deagen Fairclough, and then he'll obviously be taking the victory.
Yeah, well, the boys' final is officially underway, but one hand on the trophy is really going to go the way of this man. Deagen Fairclough, final lap of the race, final corner, crosses the line to take a victory here at Brands Hatch in the final of the ROKiT Racing Star Formula 4 Esports Competition UK. You can see the likes of Chloe Grant and that looking on. Of course, they've already had their races a bit earlier on, but that is a super job from Deagen Fairclough. Dominant through the race and just perfect. 24, 24, 24, bang, 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 bang. He is so consistent.
Certainly, but now it's coming back to square one. They're going to be re-gridded up. We're going to go into another 18-lap race from the result of this one. So that gives Mercurius now on the outside the opportunity to then come and take the lead. And I think also Dylan Warren had the opportunity to have a pretty solid second place there, going wide at Sheen Curve, and then another mistake with Ronnie Smith as well, putting him down to 5th place in the end. Smith holding on to that 3rd place. I think Dylan's going to be kicking himself for that.
I think we need to take a look at that Ronnie Smith Dylan Warren one again. I think for Dylan Warren, he'll be devastated. Really will be. Obviously, the mistake, which was a solo one, realistically, he's trying to apply pressure, but went a little bit overboard. But then that one, I need to see that one again, because I'm not sure if that was Ronnie Smith coming off of the apex into the side of Warren, or whether Warren wasn't giving enough room, or whether it was just the two of them coming together. Again, it's one of those corners where it's kind of like going 3 wide into a corner. You can do it, but you know what you're asking for. You know what could happen. You could come through it a hero, or you could come through it a 0.
Exactly, and Warren there, as much as he was trying something audacious, he still obviously needed to be given the racing room on that outside, which we will only find out in due course. Here is Marcus Luzio, their 4th place for him, and he's going to be pretty happy with that one, but he was 3rd in the qualifying, so dropped down, managed to get back up into that 4th place, and is obviously going to be wanting to get a little bit closer to the front in the next race.
There's Dylan Warren. See how irritated he'll be when he gets out of the car. I'm sure Nicky Dean will catch up with most of these. I'd definitely like to hear his opinion as to what's gone on, and instantly head in hands. This is looking at our race control in Kemptal in Switzerland, as they'll watch on from Racing Unleashed. They typically give us a wave, but I think they might be a bit too busy at the moment. I think they most certainly are. So we'll give you a wave instead. Hello, I'm Lewis, and this is Cam. So you get to play with our ugly mugs once again. Interesting race though, and I think Dylan Warren's probably the big one to sat there and think about what was lost.
It's risk versus reward in these situations. He knows his real fight with Deagen was to basically take a second place. Deagen was obviously going to win that one, so it looked like Deagen was going to be taking that second place. So let's see how he can do in the second race. But I think if he'd taken that second place, it probably would have been better for him overall, but better and easier to say in hindsight.
Well, you're bored of our voices, and so are we. So we're going to hand over to Nikki Dean, who has our race winner, Deagen Fairclough.
Thanks, chaps. As you say, really exciting race. I know there will be some disappointment here, but let's focus on our top three here. P3, Ronnie Smith, how are you feeling? Are you happy with that?
Not too bad. Was okay. Struggled a bit as the tyre went off at the end, but we stayed strong pace-wise, stayed consistent and did what we could.
Excellent, well done. We'll move along here. We've got Theo Mercurius finished P2. Dylan, hard luck there. We'll just get a quick word from you, actually, if that's all right. I'm so sorry. I know you're probably still digesting it. How are you actually feeling? If you'd sum it up for us.
Well, there's not much to digest, really. I actually went off. I couldn't see the apex, touch grass, gone. I got Ronnie pretty quickly. I don't know how I managed to get hit on the straight, and then it's just from there. Managed to get alongside. Don't know what happened. Didn't see, but I mean, yeah. So it's just 1 minute I'm alongside someone, next minute I'm backwards. But yeah, it is what it is. There's always race 2. So.
It just wasn't your race. Is it going to affect how you feel going into race 2? Of course, you might be able to claw it back. How are you feeling about that?
Well, as far as championship's concerned, I don't think there's much to gain, so it's more just pride at this point. So we'll see. I want to see how quickly I can maybe get back up and what moves I can make to get back up. I've shown I can do things from further back, like in Spa. So I just hopefully get a repeat of that.
Really disappointed. If you keep that chin up if you can, Dylan. Let's move along here. Theo Mercurius finished in P2. I thought you'd gotten out then. I thought I was going to have to do an Annika Rice running around the place. Can we just get in here, Stefan? Sorry, with our camera. Theo, P2. Are you happy with that? How are you feeling?
Yeah, it was a good race. Got a good start, kept it clean. Got the P2 in the end. Almost was able to challenge for the lead, but just didn't have the pace in the end. So got a little bit to find for the final race, but I think it's definitely possible. Definitely need to make our way forward and see what we can do.
Excellent. I love it. Positivity. Don't you look like your dad as well? I bet everyone says that, don't they? Okay, where's Deagen? He's not run away this time, you know. He's learned his lesson. Let's go and get Deagen. I'm only joking. Should we have a round of applause, everybody? He started in pole. He managed to keep it all the way through. He's fighting back a massive big grin, I can tell. How are you feeling?
Absolutely amazing. Legs are a little bit numb now, but yeah, I'm all prepared for the next one, and yeah, can't wait.
Excellent. It's pretty mentally exhausting, isn't it, as well? I mean, there's a lot. I know you've got your headsets on, but you must be. Can you hear what's going on in here? You're trying to block out loads of noise, focus on your own race. And, talk to us about that side of it.
Well, yeah, definitely trying to focus on your race, and sometimes when the commentator gets a little bit too excited, you can hear him shouting down the mic, but it's just all about keeping focused on this proper bit. Sorry, I'm speechless. Proper bit of kit. It's just crazy, but yeah, I'm just hoping I can do the same in the next one and get that dream come true.
I'm sure you can do. Well done. You should be so very proud. Sorry, I whacked you there with my nose. Okay, I think we're going to take a look now at Deagen crossing the finish line. Let's take a look at that now. Is that what he said? I couldn't hear him.
You would have the pounds as well.
Yeah. Oh, we're live, I'm sorry. Right, well, I've got Gaz here. Gaz is Deagen's dad, can you tell? You look quite similar, don't you? How are you feeling? Because I know, having spoken to you and Deagen's mum, you have been really nervous throughout, haven't you? I know you're kind of behind him all the way, but talk to us about how you've been feeling here. There's nothing you can do, you just got to watch your boy and hope, that it goes well for him, which it has.
Yeah, it's a strange feeling not being able to help out. You're just watching from the back line, but I don't know, when he started, my heart was pounding out my chest. So I couldn't imagine how he feels in that car. I saw him wiping his sweat off his head, so it must be hot, and I don't know, I'm just really proud of him. That's all I can say.
And so you should be. Mum's over there, she's thinking, don't you dare come to me, but we can't leave Mum out, can we? Mum, talk to me about how you're feeling, because I know we had a chat yesterday. I've got a little boy, and I was saying, I quite want him to get into cars, and she said, no, don't, it's too stressful. How are you feeling? Sick? Yeah. Surely not now, though. I mean, race 1, Still
Well,
there?
we've got one more to go, so I don't know how I'm going to cope with it, to be honest.
Are you going to be here in the pit lane, or do you tend to stand further back? Where do you go?
I was outside the whole time. The whole race. I stayed outside. At first I was in the corridor with the fingers in my ears so I couldn't hear the commentator, and then it got way too much for me and I went outside and I did a few thousand steps outside.
Hey, it's good for that though, isn't it? Racking up the steps, nervous energy. Well, listen, I'll leave you be. No doubt you want to go and give Deagen a bit of a hug and a bit of a pep talk. He's done really, really well, as has everybody here today. I know, obviously, there was a few disappointments there, in particular Dylan, but hopefully they're all getting themselves in the zone now. They're having a quick break before we go into race 2. It'll be interesting actually to know, what's going on in the head right now. Have they, put it to one side? Are they going to focus on race 2? Or are they going through everything that happened? So we'll grab them a little bit later on, but anything could happen. It's very exciting. Here's Zach in the background there. How are you feeling?
I mean, there's a lot of positives to take out of that race, definitely. I was consistent and the pace wasn't particularly the worst thing in the world. I got a really good start, but just things didn't play into my hand into turn 2. I don't think I could have really done much more. Just got unlucky. Pushed on, did the best I could. Still gained a place after quali, so there's more I can take. But 7th for race 2, just going to give it all I can. Nothing to lose, so we'll see how it goes.
It's a good attitude. You go for it. Just a quick thing to mention actually as well. Just talking to a few more. I don't know if any of you are aware of it. Obviously, all of our competitors are 14 and 15. Quite a lot of them have got GCSEs tomorrow. So imagine the pressure that they are under. They've been completely focused on this and on the side focusing on the biggest exams that they will have done today. So hats off to all of them. They really have done very, very well under a lot of pressure. We're going to go to our commentators to get their word on it. Are you there, Lewis and
We
Cameron?
certainly are. Well, you got to put up with us again now.
Well, I wanted to talk to you actually. I wanted to know if you could recreate that move when you were talking earlier about them dancing in the seats. It was quite interesting to see you both there, giving it some some movement. Could you recreate that for us? Dancing in the seats.
We're dancing in the seats. I mean, we never dance. We're not dancers. That's the problem. No. But we were out there on the dance floor. There's got a DJ out here as well. It's sick.
The DJ was popping off some nice tunes.
Oh my goodness. So you're going to start laying in some words like absolutely based in a second.
Pretty much.
Terrible. Either way, I mean, the racing has been really quite incredible so far. Also, I did respect that Nikki was like, we're told in our ear, Nikki, let's go back to the commentators. Instantly interview Zach Sweeney. That was a right little stroke of fortune, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, Zach Sweeney
commentator.
obviously not having the race that he would have wanted. Yeah. Also scraping through the pre-qualifiers as well. Some would say maybe he doesn't even deserve to be here, but he managed to get that lap time in the end, and he's, unfortunately, didn't work out in turn 2, but he's still got the opportunity now in this second race to at least try and get himself maybe to 5th in the total standings, which could actually be quite good for him.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, to be fair, I actually hadn't even thought about the GCSE side of things because, for one, we're quite old comparatively, and we've far passed our. I mean, I'm sorry, but when I was doing GCSEs, it was all still letters, which apparently it's numbers. I mean, I don't know what a 5 is, but apparently getting a 5 in English is all right.
Well, fair play to those who actually are doing that, because obviously,
it's probably not.
Your GCSEs are an important part of your career, but so could racing, because if they can make a career out of this, obviously, again, do get your GCSEs, but
education first.
Exactly. If you could get yourself a seat in a racing team, then that is certainly going to be very good for these guys a little bit later on. And I would certainly say for someone like Deagen, I know, well, and also Monica Bolton Ramos as well, this is going to be a huge step in their career.
Oh, 100%. Whoever wins this, either side. I mean, the club 100 can still do quite a lot from that as well. And to be fair, even just being a part of this could be enough to sort of put you in the right place with the right people. Not us, we don't have any contacts, but still, for winning, this is, as Monica Bolton Ramos put it, after the girls' races, it's a life-changing event, which is kind of scary when you think about it, because we're using the words life-changing on something which has taken, yes, 5 rounds of racing to get in, but when it comes to here, when it comes to the meat of it, when it comes to your actual driving, it is a 15-minute qualifying session, then 2 races that are under half an hour. So it's roughly about an hour to an hour and a quarter of driving to change your life. That is crazy.
And also, maybe it's just 1 or 2 laps that you do well or you do badly. For instance, in the case of Dylan Warren there, he was having a couple of issues in that race. how different could that have been if he finished second, maybe got the fastest lap as well, was right on the back? We'd be talking a lot differently about him coming into this final race.
Indeed. Well, maybe we should still be talking differently about him because we just don't know what's going to happen. Final race of our event. People could get a bit racy, a bit bold into turn 1 and turn 2.
Yeah, Warren seemed really confident there still, I would say. I mean, maybe not that he's going to win the race, but he still seems, I can still get up those positions. So I think he's still going to try and play ball. And we mentioned this earlier, maybe taking points away from other people and spicing up the championship there, because now really it's between Mercurius and Fairclough.
Remember, there was a guy who I always used to race with. His name was Andrew Waring, and he always liked to be the decider, which was every time there was a championship fight, he was always like battling with them, being like, I'm going to be the one that's either going to give you the point or take it away from you. It's like, well, it's a way of working yourself into the championship, I guess.
Well, absolutely, and also just being a part of it in some way, because with obviously the point structure, if you finish sort of 5th, 6th, you're now not going to win realistically, but you still obviously want to try and get yourself the fastest and best positions possible.
Well, we do have a look at the podium. Now, we've been told that there has been a penalty dished out to, I believe, Ronnie Smith, which will promote a couple of drivers up, or a driver up onto the podium, which is a pretty dicey thing, isn't it?
Yeah, obviously Ronnie Smith was one who had the bit of a issue with Dylan Warren coming into Hawthorn there, so I wonder if that's exactly what it was for.
Exactly.
And if it is obviously Warren on the outside, I guess Smith probably just didn't leave him enough space on the outside for that one. So obviously he would be needing to do that, which is why he's been given the penalty. And that could be quite interesting for Warren, because I believe that would obviously help his grid position going up. Maybe if Fairclough has a bit of an issue, he could challenge for the championship. Indeed.
Well, again, we'll have to take a look at the podium and the official race order as well, because all of that might be a little bit chopped and changed. One person who is definitely safe is Deagen Fairclough, our race winner. He wasn't near anyone. It's kind of hard to hit someone off when you're not near anyone. Same as Monica Bolton Ramos had in her first race. Just ran away from everyone. But that's kind of the critical thing, is that she looked completely dominant in her first race and then suddenly got to race 2 and it was Chloe Grant that was in control. I kind of wonder if we might see something like that in this.
We'll have to find out, because those guys were so close on the lap times. It was just maybe a couple of odd laps here and there which sort of made the gap get bigger, but the average lap time between those guys was so close. It was all low 25s, high 24s, really putting in some good performance. And that is fast lap times as well. That's not just consistent lap times, that's fast and consistent.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't know what to expect. It's 18 laps once again, and it's 25 points for the race victory. 18, 15, 12, 10, 8, 4, 6, 8, 6, 4. I can count. 2 and 1, although 2 and 1 doesn't really matter. We're not going into that. But then a single point for the fastest lap. That could play a key factor in this. In this race, of course, it was 26 points for Deagen Fairclough, because he had 25 for the win and 1 for the fastest lap.
Yeah, certainly good with that fast point. As you say, Fairclough getting it puts him just that one step ahead, because it means he's already got it in the bag. He's not trying to find it this race. He's got it in the bag, and someone's going to have to really do, because he's basically got maximum points so far. Yeah. So what's going to have to happen is someone's going to have to come in, win the race, get the fastest lap, and then hopefully that fastest lap be quicker than his Fairclough's fastest lap in the first race as well, to really have too much of a challenge.
Yeah, well, hopefully we can see the podium in a second and those orders, because I'd like to see what race control have done to that finishing order, how much it's changed. Obviously, it does carry an awful lot of impact into this race, into how the drivers are going to attack it, because if you go into it thinking, well, I finished in 5th, for example, for Dylan Moore, I finished in 5th place, so it's like, well, it's kind of whatever for this race. But if you kind of think, actually, I finished 4th, I might even finish 3rd. Now, suddenly, we're back on and we're kind of starting to think about the championship again. It changes your mentality completely from start to finish.
And also, 4th would also be the outside for Druids that we've seen be beneficial in some of the starts so far today already. So that could work out quite well for Dylan Warren. But then he doesn't need to overcompensate for that and then recreate more issues for him and try and sort of do too much trying to get back to the front.
Indeed. Well, I don't know how long we're going to have to wait for the second race to happen. There's obviously quite a large wait between race 1 and race 2 from the girls' race, but we'll see how long we have to wait for this one. We'll take a look at the standings, though, as to what we're going to go into race 2 with, hopefully, if we can pull it up. We didn't get the podium, even though we were hoping for them, but we did get to see it. Either way, this is looking at some of the shots that we have here in the NCME as well. It's quite busy out there on the floor.
Oh, it certainly is. There's loads of competitors, loads of the parents as well.
Yeah, Deagen Fairclough tops the points then, 26 points to his name. Theo Mercurius and Marcus Luzio, who is promoted up into third position. Dylan Moran in fourth place with Ronnie Smith, Kai Bacchini, Zach Sweeney and Nathan Clifford. So it's Ronnie Smith who's moved down from third 2 positions to that 5th place behind Dylan Moran, who I'm believing that was the contact between themselves at Hawthorns.
Yeah, so the 2 positions lost, that's going to be good for Marcus Luzio as well. Third place, he can do something from that, maybe securing a place on the podium, because as we said, the second and third place also get that prize of the Club 100 seat as well. So hopefully for him, he can do that, because he's maybe one of those guys who's slightly further outside of our predictions.
And like I said, the Club 100 stuff is still a great prize. I mean, karting's always banter, but to go and race in a championship where rental cars are slightly better than normal race rental cars and stuff, and doing a championship in it, and it's all a load of fun.
Absolutely, and it's a great opportunity, because once again, it's one of those things that you need to get yourself get people aware of yourself and getting potential sponsors and partners from that.
Well, we have those some of the drivers in the rig, so we're getting ready for the second race. Whilst we do so, we should probably take a look at some of the replays from the race start, so we can understand exactly how things unfolded in the previous race and how dicey it was on those first couple of laps, and some of the things that actually happened on our charge through the first 18-lap race in the boys' race. It was pretty frantic.
It certainly was, and here we go. Seeing the race start. Bit of contact already in the background there. That was with Nathan Clifford, and he was really struggling just a little bit with Ronnie Smith then. Smith obviously did well to get up from this position before we come up in turn 2, 3 wide.
Yeah, Kai Bacchini was that came across and then made contact. Right, and that's what sent Zach Sweeney off. So Nathan Clifford was just tapped over. The very aggressive defence from Kai Bacchini, and as he'd come across, he didn't give enough room. See, that's the problem. He's just come across and tried chopping a little bit, and you can see it really clearly there. And that's what's kind of dragged Zach Sweeney down the road. There he is moving back across, and it's kind of this angle here. If we can see it from this angle onto the brakes, and he's already turning right. You can't do that whilst the car's fully alongside. For me, that is on Kai Bacchini.
Yeah, and Zach Sweeney's so unlucky there on the outside. He's trying to do the right thing. We said how the outside line can be so good, but that is trusting those cars on the inside. Unfortunately, in that regard, it didn't work out for him. He lost about 10, 11 seconds off the back of the field from that, and that really killed his opportunities.
There's Deagen Fairclough. There is waiting behind the wheel. Another little wave to the camera. Yep, that is 100% on Ronnie Smith. You could tell from that point. This is a look at the replays, the incident that caused Ronnie Smith to drop off that podium. I feel bad for Dylan Moran. I know you're taking a risk, and we know that risk that you're going around the outside, but you can see that as Ronnie Smith is turning right here, he's on too tight of a line, the front end washes out, and bang, where else is he going to go but other than the side of Dylan Moran's car?
Yeah, just try to take too much speed for the line. Obviously, when you're taking the inside line in that situation, you have to back off just that little bit. We're talking just a couple of kilometres an hour, but obviously just too fast there. Went wide, pushed Warren wide, and unfortunately getting a penalty from that.
Well, there is Deagen Fairclough. Penny for his thoughts right now. Of course, what he'll say to everyone is like, no, I'm calm, I'm feeling great. It's easy to say. It is easy to say, but it's not so much so on the line. There is Deagen Fairclough crossing the line, and obviously he was ecstatic about that. I think in 18 laps' time, he might well feel even better if he can repeat the feat. A big cheer and a big look over his shoulders. Obviously, parents either side, I'm sure, keeping an eye on their little boy. Doing really well.
Only half the job done, though. 18 laps. It's not like it's just a 5-lap sprint. It's another 18 laps. You've got to have the consistency of the tyres. But to be fair to him, he had the consistency in the first half, but he wasn't really being challenged. So let's see if Mercurius or maybe Warren or Luzio behind can get involved with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we say, 2 races. These 2 are very, very different. You're constantly learning at all points. All of these drivers are figuring bits out, 1 race at a time, 1 lap at a time. And some drivers will go, right, okay, so I pushed too hard early on, and so I'm going to back off at the start of the race, and I'm going to start attacking from lap 5, 6, 7. And I know it sounds ridiculous because you're backing yourself into a very dangerous corner, but sometimes it's better to do that than it is to be late in the race on tyres that are in a rubbish spot, and kind of having to constantly look at your mirror, constantly look backwards and constantly be under pressure.
Yeah, definitely want to keep yourself in that position for longer. Going attacking on the first few laps, yes, if there's a mistake, you've got more laps to come back from it. But the idea is that you don't get into those situations. Generally, we've seen a lot of races, the first half of the race being a little bit more quiet because obviously you want to be there at the end. That's where the points are scored on that final lap, and that is really where you're going to be looking to get the points. But it's not easy because you want to go for it, but sometimes you've got to hold back that last percent.
Absolutely. Well, Deagen Fairclough, who sat there, we keep seeing him in the cockpit, might be thinking, can this camera get out of my face? I want to focus on driving, but you got to get used to it. That is part of motorsport. You've got to get used to being watched constantly, and sometimes it can be a bit irritating, but
absolutely. And the thing is, here in the sim, like normally, you get in your car, you go out on the track, whereas here, the camera can come right in your face as you're driving.
Absolutely. I had that before. I was doing a LAN event in Germany, and this was back in 2018, it was 4 years ago, and you sat there in a simulator and a big cameraman comes by. At one point in the race, he's like here, and I can barely see the screen. It's not quite that close. But, I can, like, you're blocking part of my vision. Obviously, our cameramen, they're good. They're well trained. Obviously, Hayfish from that lot. They're well trained to sort of get the shots without getting in the way. But still, it can be a bit distracting if you're not used to constantly being watched.
And with these guys being so young, they may not have been exposed to this sort of situation, which is obviously a great opportunity for them, but it's something that they just need to get used to as their careers go on. It does look like the games are loading in, so hopefully this final race is going to be coming up very shortly. As we said, the grid position will be from the result after the penalties as well.
Yes, indeed. Let's take a look at the grid then for the final race here at the NCME in Bolton as we get ready for our last one. This is obviously from the finishing order from the previous race. Nathan Clifford will start from 8th position with Zach Sweeney in 7th. The two switching around towards the back of the field. Zach Sweeney moving up the single position but still having a few issues. But despite the issues down at Druids, Corner did manage to recover back up the order to 7th spot, which I don't think was too bad. Of course, not too far down the road from them was Kai Bacchini, who they did battle with for a fair while throughout the latter portions of that race. He's going to line up alongside Ronnie Smith in 5th place. Ronnie Smith obviously getting the 2-place penalty after contact there with Dylan Warren. That drops him back into 5th from the podium, which is a bit of a shame, but still that is how it goes. Ahead of them will of course be in 4th place Dylan Warren, and then in 3rd place Marcus Luzio. It's a tight grid there in second, on the second row of the grid. Dylan Warren, he's going all out in this race. Yes, he might well have thought he was going to finish in 5th. Finishes in 4th, starts from 4th. Now he's going to go all on the attack. Marcus Luzio getting a surprise podium. Not too bad. And then, of course, the front row of the grid being Theo Mercouris in 2nd position and Deagen Fairclough. It's a tough front row of the grid. It's a tight one. I think Deagen Fairclough has got his work cut out from over the first lap.
Mercouris, I think he's got to take the opportunity on this 100%. First lap, round the outside in that first chicane. The first hairpin in Druids. Certainly a point of the track where he's really got that opportunity. Fairclough covered it off well though in that first race, so he certainly knows what he's doing there. But I definitely think, because actually with Warren, he tried it, didn't he? But he went too wide. If Theo can hold on to that and to get himself in that position, I think that's a good point. Because if we let Fairclough go off, I think he's going to walk away, some would say too easily.
Yeah, we didn't want to get that thumbs up from the old Sweenster there. He's going to have to sit in his rig and focus on the road ahead, as does Nathan Clifford. There is your race winner, Deagen Fairclough, your points leader, 26 points to his name. And kind of interesting, obviously, Monica Bolton Ramos, her mother was like, nope, I am going to go and pace somewhere else. Same with Deagen Fairclough's mum. Like, I couldn't be here. I kind of get it, when you got your family that's up for something so important, and your heart races. I couldn't be here.
Yeah, they just want it so much for their children to have that success, because this is such a great opportunity for them. They want to be able to obviously have the cheering that comes with that, but obviously it's on a knife edge with these things. You saw how easy in the girls' race, how quickly these things can change. One corner, and that could be the end of your championship.
Yeah, one corner, one lap, 1/10 of a second, 1,000th. of a second can change destiny. I mean, that's just how the sport goes. That's something that they get used to. We were kind of saying how it was such a shame yesterday about missing out by thousands of a second, hundreds of a second, however much it was. Obviously, it was 1,000 seconds for Jean-Paul Lavaggie, and then Danik Rodrigo wasn't too far behind. There is Danik Rodrigo, by the way. Big shout out. Did great job in practice, but unfortunately just couldn't match it in the pre-qualifier. But for those that missed out, and we were kind of like, oh, it's so rough to have missed out on an opportunity, and then you kind of think about it and you think, that is motorsport. It's a horrible attitude in a sense because you want to give everything to everyone, but everyone can't have it. If that was the case, then me and you would be Formula One drivers and making millions. Unfortunately, that is not the case.
Yet.
I don't think we'll ever be Formula One drivers. Have you seen this, Podge, mate?
Well, yeah, we'll see about that one. But it's hard for these drivers, though, to also maybe realise the magnitude of the potential that this could have for them. One race, 18 laps is all that we're coming down to now with these drivers. There's Dylan Warren. He knows he needs to come back from a slightly difficult position. He did manage to get a position back because of that penalty, but certainly there's his dad. Certainly does need to, really fight for this if he wants to come and get the victory.
Yeah, Papa Warren saying that he was more nervous than you think Dylan was. I kind of get that because it's kind of like you're not the one in control here. You especially you've been a parent and not like necessarily in controlling and such, but you've been the one that's sort of been guiding your child through life, and now you're in a situation like this where it's kind of like, right, hands off. You got to do what you got to do, and come through. Right, they're on the grid now. We've got a couple of minutes, as I think they're having a couple of technical problems down there on the floor. So hopefully we can get the final race underway, because otherwise we're going to have to deal with a lot of waffle from us. It was about 50 minutes earlier, so we do apologise for that. I think we're in the same boat.
Yeah, no, it's just we're obviously trying to make sure that everything's fair for these drivers, because we need to make sure that this is obviously going to be a clean race and everyone's got the equal opportunity to do so. You did say earlier, one hand on the trophy for Deagen, but it's not confirmed in any way. He could lock up in turn one, go completely off the track, and that will be everything over for him. So he needs to make sure that he needs to obviously get through the race as best as possible.
So we're going to head back down to Nikki Dean whilst having a couple of technical problems, and she can fill you in on the floor.
Don't worry, lads, I'll take over the waffle now. I tell you what, gold star there for talking. Well done. Get yourselves a drink, because we will be coming back to you shortly. I'm just going to have a wander down here. I think we've got Kai Bacchini's dad here. I'm sorry to pounce on you. We have, haven't we? How's he feeling? He looks a bit disappointed, to be honest, walking down. How are you feeling as dad?
How am I feeling as dad? Nervous for him, but he just needs to do what he can. Just needs to focus. Anything can happen, can't it?
Kai's laughing his head off there. I'm trying to keep his face. They got me down. I can't believe it. I'll leave you to focus, though, Karen. We'll try and catch up with you a little bit later on. Let's go down here, actually. All the girls are turning the back. They're saying, you've had enough. I'm going to go to Dad. Not my dad, by the way. That would be weird. It's Jess White's dad. Obviously, you've been here watching the boys. You can kind of relax a little bit now, because the girls have done their bit. We won't gloss over that, because, that's been and gone. She did well. What are you thinking about the lads, then? Is there anyone in particular that you're backing?
Ronnie Smith. Yeah, we race for the same ball. We're both racing the same team for my daughter. So he's the one we're backing. And yeah, it was unfortunate that's the penalty he got. But he's got the speed. We'll see. We'll see if we can get up in that top three, top two. That's good.
What did you think about the boys' races? Because we had quite a lot of drama with the girls, didn't we, this morning? It was very, very dramatic. We've had a few bits and bobs with the boys, but in terms of comparison, how would you say they've all got on?
It's different. I mean, obviously they're far more consistent than the girls are. The difference between the lap times are just, tense. But yeah, still fierce on the track, and it's a good. They're good racing. Yeah.
They're all pretty good. They've had to be good to get here. I've just seen Jess's mum's looked at me like, do not talk to me, unless you want to. Girls, can I come to you two? I know you're absolutely dreading this, but you can almost relax a little bit now. What are you thinking about the boys racing then? Who's standing out to you? Who do you think is going to go all the way? Jess, can we maybe hear from you?
I think Deagen and Ronnie have a really good chance. Obviously, Ronnie's in my team, so I hope he wins. But Deagen was looking really consistent, so...
They've done really well, haven't they? What about you, Macy? Who's your money on?
I mean, I think all the boys are looking quite strong out there, but yeah, like Deagen, he's very quick, so probably room for him, and also Ronnie as well.
Thank you very much. Let's move this way. We're going to head down here. I actually got given a bit of information a little bit later on. We're going to go to the commentators in just a minute, but before we do, It's Theo McCurris's birthday tomorrow, and then he's got a GCSE the next day. Dad told me. Theo might now be saying, "Why did you tell him all that?" So maybe we'll do a happy birthday later on. He's obviously doing very well at this stage. How are you feeling for him?
Just nervous for him. I just want him to have a good time and enjoy it and make the most of that.
Either way, he's going to get some birthday cake in tomorrow and a celebration, so it will be a good weekend all round. Thank you very much. We're going to head back now to Lewis and Cameron before we start race 2.
Yeah, thank you, Nikki, as we're getting ready. This is it. It's tension time. We are building up, getting ready for that final 18-lap race. This is going to be a rough one. This is going to be a tough one. It's going to be a fun one.
Certainly is. Everything is on the line for these guys. Nothing is confirmed at all in terms of the champion. This one final race is what they need to do to confirm that. You just heard the girls there saying they're in Team Fairclough here, but do you think, Lewis, there's any way that someone can challenge him?
No one's Team Mercurius apart from Papa Mercurius. I don't agree with that. I think Theo can absolutely do something about this. I mean, he has the pace, he has the potential, and he's in position. There's a problem that I said about Ronnie Smith. Right, is that Ronnie Smith is too far down really to do anything about it now with a 5th place start, and that's too much of a problem, as we can see them now all on the grid, all getting ready, as we'll count it down. 40 seconds left to go. Who would your money be on right now if you couldn't say Deagen Fairclough? Because let's be honest, he's in a really strong spot.
To be honest, I think Mercurius is really the one. I don't know if Lucio's quite got that last 10th of a second that he needs. I think Mercurius can do it, but he needs to get ahead. He needs to stop Fairclough going away into the distance.
Well, this is it then. We get ready once again for one final race. One last 18-minute showdown here at Brands Hatch in West Kingsdown in Kent, as we're all live here from the NCME at Bolton University. The ROKiT Racing Star Formula 4 Esports Competition UK boys race is about to get underway. The final of finals. Deagen Fairclough on the front row of the grid from pole position will lead us down towards Paddock Hill as we get underway for one final time, as they're all away nice and clean. We can see on board here with Luzio is a great launch from there's been a good contact. He's already been sent around in the background. Fairclough and Mercurius are away strong, but everyone else has been sent all over the place. There was, I think that was Dylan Warren who was off. We've had Luzio off. I think we've had Zach Sweeney and such off. Madness.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. And Smith has already made up 2 places back up into that 3rd place, but it's actually Clifford up there into 4th from the back of the field, as well as Sweeney up into 5th. Warren, that is a huge issue for him as well, because he's going to really struggle to come back from that. So I think it's now just a 2-horse race between these 2 guys.
Yeah, it was great stuff from Ronnie Smith, but where has Ronnie Smith gone? Ronnie Smith has dropped down. It's promoted Nathan Clifford and Zach Sweeney up to 3rd and 4th. So a great start from them. We've got to keep our eye on the top 2. Deagen Fairclough, a little bit of a weave going into Hawthorns, just trying to break the slipstream ever so slightly. A little bit of a wide run there from Nathan Clifford as well, who's just trying everything to keep in touch with the top 2. If he can do so, I mean, who knows what's going to happen with Nathan Clifford right now, but he is attacking this Brands Hatch track.
And you'd expect that Fairclough and Mercurius would have seen that in the mirrors. They would see it on the leaderboard on their screen as well. They're going to know the situation now. It's literally just between these 2 in terms of the major points for this final, as we've seen Smith there get a bit of a bad run out of Sterling's corner.
Well, Ronnie Smith and Dylan Warren, 2 drivers who we wouldn't have been expecting to battle over 5th and 6th place in an 8-car grid, but that is exactly the situation we are in. Further issues for Dylan Warren. Into the slipstream. Let's see what Dylan Warren could do. He's going to look to the inside, coming up towards Paddock Hill. The door is wide open. Ronnie Smith's not going to fight it, and after contact between the 2 of them in the previous race, this time we might not get some. Is the up and under though from Ronnie Smith, who's played his cards brilliantly there through Paddock Hill, as they'll go all the way around the outside. Warren's trying to make it stick at Druids. He's just been pushed off. The 2 of them do make contact again, and the number 6 of Dylan Warren does finally get through into 5th place, but it's the up and under once again from Ronnie Smith.
And let's see if these 2 make contact once again. Let's hope not. Diving up the inside though is Smith in towards Surtees corner, side by side out onto the back. So he might have made this stick. Actually, no, he hasn't, because Warren's kept it around the outside, and that is a really good defence from him. Let's see how the slipstream is up towards Hawthorn.
Yeah, that was a brilliant bit of driving between the 2 of them. I mean, it was aggressive, it was bold, but it was, I'm fine with it. If you're going to race hard like that. That was absolutely fine. Dylan Warren then up into 5th position, holds on through Hawthorn's Bend. You can see the 2 behind of Luzio and Bacchini just closing in that 7th and 8th spot. There's not going to be much separating the 4 of those as they drop 3.5 seconds off the rear end of Zach Sweeney, who's closing back in again on Nathan Clifford, but your top 2 in the race, Deagen, Fairclough and Dio Mercurius. Oh, as it was a little bit of a wide run again there from Ronnie Smith, and that was an apex miss from Dylan Warren.
There certainly was, and we've also got Luzio a little bit just behind Smith as well, with Bacchini as well, so those two aren't out of the count, but because of that batting, the top four have got away a little bit. There's already a 24.8 from Deagen Fairclough. He is pushing so fast, already back into the 24s, just showing the consistency he's had all day.
Absolute madness from Deagen Fairclough. He could do every single lap in this race in the 24s. I mean, that's it. That's sorted for me. I don't think anyone could lap even remotely close to that at the moment, which, I mean, would be a bit of a shame, because now I found out it's Theo Mercurius' birthday tomorrow. I'm almost rooting for him a little bit, but still, what a drive so far from Fairclough.
Mercurius has just got to do what he can. He's just got to go as fast as he can, put that pressure on Fairclough. We saw this in the girls' race earlier. Bolton Ramos put the pressure on Grant, and that is ultimately what caused the mistake, and then Ramos to get through, and that is what he needs to do right now to get Fairclough to slow down.
Marcus Luzio, we're riding on board with. It's Ronnie Smith directly ahead. This is the battle for 6th position. Kai Bacchini's not quite close enough to attack for anything in that position right now. All of them separated by pretty much over a second, with the exception of this battle between Luzio and Smith. Smith not having the pace to keep up with Dylan Warren, who's now charging down to the rear end of Zach Sweeney, who I know is someone that they've been communicating throughout the online championship, and they were one of the drivers that, when we came in here on Friday, or rather on Saturday morning and such, those were two of the drivers that we kind of first spotted speaking together, so they clearly get along fairly well off the racetrack. Off the racetrack and on the racetrack, two very different things.
And once again, Fairclough doing a 24.8, just pulling away at the front. But you're right, some of these drivers, they're good friends off the track, and that is really what has given some good respect, some good racing so far over the course of the championship. But hard racing, of course, they know the prize, they know what they're fighting for. As Luzio comes here up behind Ronnie Smith into Drews, dives it towards the apex, but he's obviously way too far behind that time around. But he's just looking in the mirrors, trying to make himself look big.
Yeah, absolutely. Trust. I mean, this is it. You're trying to look everywhere, trying to distract the driver ahead, because if you can get them to make a mistake, it's a free pass. Problem is, if you do it too much, then it's like the boy who cried wolf. They don't care anymore. You've got to time it right. You can't just do it for the sake of doing it. You've got to do it when you're actually close enough to try something, because that's when you distract that driver. But either way, not really working at the moment. It is the closest battle on the circuit. The slipstream is being afforded the way of Marcus Luzio from Ronnie Smith, who sat in that 6th position a little bit, both wide from the apex. I think there was a bit too much of an early turning point from Marcus Luzio.
It certainly was, but these guys just staying so close through this middle part of the track. As we come into the final part of the track, through this sheen curve now, Luzio needs to try and get as close as he can. We've already seen Warren actually make a move into Paddock Hill Bend for turn number 1. It's certainly possible, as we've seen a few cars there actually go off and kick up some dust. I think Warren was one of the ones doing that as well, as much as Smith in that 6th place. But Luzio coming through this final corner of the Clark curve goes just a little bit wide there, might have lost out some time, as Mercurius is starting to set some purple times, or some personal best times I should say, off his own.
Oh, and Dylan Warren does get into the 24 also with a 24.9 as he closes down on Zach Sweeney. There's about 1.4 seconds between the two of those, so I think there'll be a battle before the end of the lap. It was more so that Theo Mercurius not only set a personal best, it's the fact that he closed in on Deagen Fairclough by 0.3 of a second. That was the critical thing there. So it could be that Deagen Fairclough, he did this earlier on in the previous race, didn't he? He went off really hard early on, then went slow for 3 or 4 laps, and then Dylan Warren closed in, and then eventually just fired in, bam, 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 great lap time, great lap time, great lap time. And I think that's what he might be trying to do here as well.
Yeah, they just got to find that rhythm, find that consistency, the groove in the track. And it's one of those things, it gets to a point where you're so in the zone, these things, these inputs are almost unconscious. It's just your instincts, that everything that's going into it, you're not really thinking about what you're doing, you're just so at one with the track. As actually Smith goes off there, and that gives Luzio an opportunity, but actually Smith managed to get back on the track a lot better than we saw seen some other drivers do so far. But
yeah,
also wide once again, that gets Luzio up the inside, up into 6th position, and that is a nice move from him. He was putting that pressure on, and then ultimately that's probably what caused Smith to go wide.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You crack under pressure, and Kai Bacchini also might be closing in on this. They're 3.3 seconds behind Dylan Warren, who's now 9/10 off the rear of Zach Sweeney, 1.8 off the rear of Nathan Clifford, and Deagen Fairclough back into the 24.9s as he pulls 0.2 further on Theo Mercurius. 25.6 for both Clifford and Sweeney, a 25.1 for Dylan Warren. I think he's definitely aiming for a podium in this race. 25.3 though from Kai Bacchini, who's really closing in on this battle that we're focused on for 6th place here.
Yeah, Bacchini dropped to the back at the beginning, involved in that accident through sort of in between turn numbers 1 and 2 on the exit, but he's trying to get back involved. Obviously Smith now just losing some time there, but Warren getting close to Zach Sweeney for that 4th place. Not where he would have wanted to be, but in the interview he did seem like he was pretty happy to make some overtakes, so he is obviously going to be wanting to do that. Sweeney up in 4th place, higher than he would have expected to be, so I think he's going to want to hold on to that. There might be a feisty battle coming up, and Warren did struggle to overtake in the previous race.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll see if he might struggle to pass Zach Sweeney, who's done a fair amount of defending and a fair amount of attacking from the online racing that we've had. Of course, I know it was on Race Room and this is on AC, so it is slightly different in a sense, but the racecraft, he, as much as I hate saying it, because it's Zach and that, but his race was actually very good, but that's just how it goes. Sometimes you might not have the pace, but you've got the experience and the knowledge and the know-how on the track, and that's what makes the difference. Because if you just have the speed, if you just have one, then it doesn't really work. We're getting a drive-through penalty for Dylan Warren, who comes straight into the pit lane. That's rough.
That is not the way that his day would have wanted to go. He was so confident, second in that qualifying session that we had a couple of hours ago now, but hasn't been able to translate that, having the issues in that first race. A couple of sort of incidents involved with one, wasn't his fault, but still he was involved in that. That pushed him back further in the grid than he would have wanted to in this race, getting involved again in turn number 1, and now the drive-through penalty just to put salt in the wounds.
Is someone who's looking incredibly serious at the moment. Deagen Fairclough, your race leader, as of this moment, leading by about 1.5 seconds over Theo Mercurius. The previous lap time was a 25.2, set a purple first sector on this one. It was 2/10 faster than Mercurius. The second sector was a 1/10.5 faster than Mercurius, and I think he is still continuing to pull away, just maybe trying to find that rhythm. We'll take a replay though of the race start, and we can see all of this carnage. This is going to be very, very interesting indeed. We're focused on the red car here of Dylan Warren, who gets a decent start. We'll see the side-by-side in the background. It's Kai Bacchini on the outside in that dark blue car. And let's see where there's contact.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yeah, it was Warren doing that first initial hit there, yeah. Which is not the way that Luzio would have wanted to have his race. And look at this. He saw the gap, dived it to the inside, but the gap was closed off because it wasn't really there in the first place, and making contact, the second bit of contact, and then there was the cars getting involved behind of, I think it was Bacchini, and there's another car involved as well, Smith, yes it was, and they unfortunately lost time there because that's about 4 or 5 cars involved, really just sort of put a damper on their race, because it's now really sort of a race of two halves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, no, that is clearly Dylan Warren's fault. Get what he's doing, get what he's trying to do, but he's gone for a gap which was kind of never really there. It's like, if he'd got there, like, fair enough. If there was contact, then fair enough. But that's not a problem. But the fact that he wasn't there, Deagen Fairclough, calm it down, laddie boy. Let's have a bit of a breather now. As Deagen Fairclough, he's making a couple of mistakes. I mean, he did say, maybe we should be a bit quiet, because he did say that we were a bit loud and a bit excitable. And when you're trying to focus on every little bit, everything gets in your head. You think, these two annoying people are just like in my head constantly, and that's all I can hear. And every mistake that I do, they're just shouting and shouting and shouting. And then you make more mistakes. Then you make more. You get in your own head. It's distracting.
It certainly is. But he was certainly pushing the limits there, kicking up the dust. Lucky as I think someone else. I think it's Zach Sweeney there, just going a little bit wide as well, coming up towards the Sterling's corner. Fairclough a 0.4, 25.4 there, so a little bit slower of a lap time this time around. So certainly he's pushing, trying to lead from the front. That is all well and good until you make a mistake pushing too hard.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this, I don't know about you, but this has that vibe of the girls, doesn't it? They're keeping the pace very close. A couple of mistakes coming in from Deagen Fairclough. He needs to calm himself down, focus on what he did in the previous race, draw the lap times back. He doesn't need 24s. He just needs low 25s. If he sets low 25 every single race, every single lap of the race, he's fine. And it gets kind of easier as the race goes on, because you kind of start thinking late on the race, when there's a 1.6 2-second gap, you start thinking, right, okay, for him to catch, he'd actually have to start doing some mid 24s, and if I'm finding it hard to do mid 24s, I don't think he could do mid-24s. And then you start to relax yourself a little bit more, and the lap times become easier.
He's certainly in a strong position, and I think the important point for him is he doesn't even need to win this race, because if he finishes second, Mercurius needs to also get the fastest lap. Then it'll come down to the second fastest lap, which also probably goes the way of Fairclough, such as the pace that he has had so far as his Luzio. We saw him getting a bit of a bonk there in the first corner, and not really having the race that he would have wanted so far, being up in third place initially in that qualifying session.
Yeah, now in fifth place, obviously still looking to score some decent points. We have 10 points for finishing in this. Of course, we won't announce the points because that is not our job. That is obviously Bob Fernley's job a little bit later on, so we'll keep an eye on it. At the moment, I don't think we need any calculators to work out that Deagen Fairclough is taking the full haul of points. At the moment, it would include the 25 points for race victory in race 1, 25 points for race victory in race 2, and at the moment, both fastest laps as well, which I don't think we need a degree in quantum mechanics to work out that would mean that he would be on top.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, if you just take maximum points, that is the absolute best that you can do, and so far he's also led every lap, I believe, so far of the racing. So he's certainly been in control of this car, which is crazy to see that someone has just, jumped in and just got on the limits. He's starting to push the track limits, not quite so much on that lap, just leaving an extra tyre width here and there, but it does go a little bit wide of the Sheen curve. So he really is trying to hold out. Mercurius isn't dropping too far away, 1.7 seconds as we look back to Ronnie Smith there, involved in that first corner issue as well, down in that sixth place. Dylan Warren, despite having the drive-through, isn't actually too far behind Kai Pacini.
No, I mean, I think because it's drive-through around here is not like extreme. So it's not the shortest pit lane in the world, but it's not like the longest. I mean, we saw last race, Kai Pacini had a drive-through penalty and came out ahead of last place and started getting involved in that battle. I think Dylan Warren can still gain some more. I think it's just, realistically, I'd say that this race, kind of get why, because obviously a bit more experience. I'd say this race is a faster race than the last race. I think everyone is lapping a little bit quicker.
Yeah, the lap times have been put in. They finally obviously got to grips with this car, with this motion simulator as well from Racing Unleashed, and bringing them here to the NCME in Bolton.
Did he look a little bit irritated there, or is he all right? Because he had a little bit of his hand up and stuff. I'm not sure if he's feeling comfortable at the moment, but this is Deagen Fairclough. And he had a little look over to see one of his parents and stuff to see if everything's all right, but he's under a lot of pressure. 1.4 seconds, that's a lot on his shoulders.
It certainly is. That gap has come down by a good 3 or 4 tenths over the last lap or two, so certainly maybe something, as you say, not fully in the way that he wants it, but he's still doing the lap times that he needs, and he's still leading the way in this second race of the final for the boys. And so he's obviously holding on there pretty nicely. Someone also holding on, Zach Sweeney there in 4th place, but Luzio is starting to catch up.
Luzio's catching up. Ronnie Smith, Kai Pacini and Dylan Warren all catching up. On the previous lap, they were all faster by, to be honest, not far off half a second. All marching down towards Zach Sweeney at the moment, who's in that 4th spot. So he's going to have a lot of pressure on his shoulders over the next 7 laps as we get ready to finish the races here. The battle for the race lead, by the way, a couple of laps ago, Deagen Fairclough did set the fastest lap of the race on the 24.784. So going incredibly fast, it must be said, pulling out a further 3 or so tenths on Theo Mercurius. So not a bad effort, but the thing is again, pressure, it can build, and one lap you're going well, next lap you're going slow, one lap you're going well. Sure, that can work. The problem is it's about the ratio, is that if that ratio is too large, by overall you'll be losing the gap more and more, and that's where the problems come.
Absolutely. Just looking at the fast laps, the only 2 drivers in the 24s are, guess who? Warren and Fairclough. So Warren, he's going to be kicking himself there, hasn't gone the way, because he could have been at least getting the 2nd place today, because he's not even going to get 2nd place and get on the podium at the end of it as it stands, as we're on this lap 12 of 18. for him to try and come back from that drive-through penalty. He has, he's not too far behind Boccini, but realistically it's not getting too close for him. But someone who is getting close is Lucio, just a couple of tenths now to Zach Sweeney up there in 4th place. Zach was the 8th place pre-qualifier, qualified all the way down in 8th place as well, but now is up there in 4th place and trying to hold on.
Yeah, and he's setting very consistent lap times. It's just they're not particularly fast enough. They're all in the mid-25s. Everyone behind is setting low 25s, 25.6. There's a bit of a look down from Marcus Lucio, who fires in down into the first corner at Paddock Hill, and that was a great little send from Marcus Lucio. Zach Sweeney read it though, and I think he's going to try and use the slipstream just to pull him along to try and keep Ronnie Smith at bay, who's 2.5 seconds back with only 6 laps left to go.
Yeah, especially considering Sweeney finished 7th in the previous race. He's not fighting for the points, he's fighting for the position. He just wants to get a good result. Top 5 would be rather nice indeed for him. There he is on the screen, 3rd gear, coming through the 30s corner up onto the back straight, and he's loving life indeed. He's got a bit of a gap to Ronnie Smith behind, but Smith obviously being quite fast. But really the car they're focusing on as well is Clifford. He's starting to drop off those top 2. I wonder if he had a little mistake here or there.
Yeah, I think he has done, because I swear he was further ahead of this group than he presently is. But Nathan Clifford, either way, is being dragged back into it, so we might have a 5-way fight. Well, maybe we have Dylan Warren joining in. Might have a 6-way fight for the final spot on the podium between Clifford, Lucio, Sweeney, Ronnie Smith, Kai Boccini and Dylan Warren. If that sounds like most of the grid, that's because it is most of the grid. It would be 6 cars on an 8-car grid battling over 1 position with 6 laps left to go.
Which is always the good thing, actually, when the position sort of gets swapped because of an incident. Then you have the faster guys coming but from behind and start pushing up. Zach Sweeney has got that 2-second gap behind him to Ronnie Smith though, so he needs to make sure that he is holding onto that one if he wants to get inside this top 5. Just got 5 laps to go now, not just in this race but in the whole event.
Yeah, Deagen Fairclough is setting decent lap times. He's got back to it now, pulling out to a 2.5 second lead. Our focus here on Zach Sweeney, who is in 5th spot. Lucio and then Smith either side of him, and so they are all going to try and fire their way through. But I think Clifford might act as a bit of a cork in the bottle this time as that was what will cause that's what will open the opportunities. And so realistically, anyone in this group, when they do close up, and I'm 90% sure they will close up before the end of the race, anyone in this group could actually finish on the podium. Could Dylan Warren have a drive-through penalty in an 18-lap race and still finish on the podium?
We'll have to see how his pace is, but remember Clifford qualified 7th, finished 8th, and is now back up into 3rd place. So he's arguably out of position for what his pace is. 8.5 seconds off the lead, but nevertheless he is on those podium position. He has got the right to that at this moment in time. A little bit on the grass and the gravel there, coming up through the Sheen curve, and is now through Sterling's. Is starting to think about defending from Lucio, who's really starting to get their slipstream now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just, even if it's not slipstream, right, the idea that there is a car ahead of you is enough to give you that extra push, to give you that extra focus, because you've got target fixation. Sometimes be a bad thing, if they go off, you go off typically, but it just gives you that extra little bit of push, that extra little bit of momentum. They're all starting to keep up a little bit behind Zach Sweeney because Ronnie Smith and Kai Boccini are there, and Kai Boccini has just set his personal best lap of the race at 25.1, another 24 for Dylan Warren. He is the fastest driver on the track at the moment, as he is really closing in on this group.
He really is. It's going to be a huge battle, I think, Lewis, as we get towards the final couple of laps of this race. 4 laps to go, including this one, lap 15 at this moment in time. Fairclough is now over 2 seconds, 2.2 ahead of Theo Mercurius. Unfortunately, Theo hasn't quite had the pace, just like in the first race, hasn't quite had that last extra tenth here or there per lap that he has needed to fight them. But that is why we're focusing on this battle behind them, because this battle for the final podium position could be very important when we get to the final points totals.
Yeah, which again we will bring you after the race, as much as I would try and do the maths on it, and as much as we could actually realistically do it. I don't trust my maths, I don't trust yours either. I do trust you a little bit, but not either of our two. I think though we'd need to wait for full confirmation from race control as to what they are, and that is exactly what Bob Fernley will bring to us a little bit later on. Nathan Clifford then has to defend for this podium. Less than a second back to Marcus Lucio, 2 seconds back to Zach Sweeney, a second and a bit back to Ronnie Smith, a second and a bit back to Kai Boccini, and 3 seconds back to Dylan Warren. Is that a 24 that I saw from Theo Mercurius?
Yeah, I think it was 24.9 from Theo Mercurius. He's closed in, I think it's 3 tenths on that final lap. Is it a bit of a last-minute push from him. Unfortunately, he's not quite close enough to put too much pressure on Fairclough, but he is close enough in case Fairclough makes an issue, as actually Clifford there goes a little bit wide into Druids. That is going to give another couple of tenths towards Marcus Luzio. 3 laps to go now. The heat is rising.
Yeah, but he hooked up that apex late, as you were saying before in the girls' race and stuff. If you driving that in a bit late into Druids, you can kind of hook it up to a late apex, especially if there's no one there, and then you just drive off the corner straight, get a nice, beautiful run down towards Graham Hill Bend, pull it back over. It's kind of one of those corners that you can make a mistake and you can really mess up, but realistically, 9 out of 10, if you make a little one in there, a little bit of a lock-up, you can still keep the same kind of time.
Which is going to be good for him, because he's holding on to this 3rd place at the moment. As we said, starting from the back of the grid, having these sort of the benefit of the incidents that happened, as we're going to be a side-by-side here with Ronnie Smith also getting back towards Sweeney, a couple of seconds behind these guys. Is sort of a two-way battle, a 2x2 battle, I should say, as we're coming up to start the penultimate lap.
Yeah, left-hand side of your screen, that is the battle for 3rd place. Right-hand side of your screen, that is the battle for 5th place at the moment, that has Ronnie Smith involved, as you were saying, on the rear end of Zach Sweeney. That one for 3rd place, though, on your left is super tight. Nathan Clifford under an awful lot of pressure right now as they come on to the penultimate lap of proceedings. A personal best lap for Ronnie Smith. A decent lap from Zach Sweeney, sets a 25.6, was a 25.1 from Ronnie Smith. On the right-hand side of the screen, we're looking backwards from Zach Sweeney, who's in 5th place, and look who's knocking at the door. Kai Pacini is right there.
He certainly is. He's getting close between these drives, and Clifford made, I think, a little bit of a mistake into Druids, because he defended a little bit too much as well, and is getting very close. As you come out to 30s, there might be some slipstream here.
Yeah, let's see what can happen. This is going to be a tight one. Hawthorns we've seen before a couple of times. It's not really the best overtaking opportunity, but what can Marcus Luzio do? Can he find his way through? As on the right-hand side of your screen, Zach Sweeney is defending from Ronnie Smith up towards Hawthorns as well. The battle for 5th place. Ronnie Smith's trying to go around the outside, is where he got the penalty in the previous race for trying to make a move on the inside, and now on the run towards Westfield Bend, here comes Ronnie Smith. He looks to it, he's getting it, and Zach Sweeney's been tapped off. Zach Sweeney into the gravel trap, Ronnie Smith as well. Kai Bacini has come through and picked up both positions, and Dylan Warren is there as well.
And as we come up to start the final lap of the race, Luzio getting very close to Nathan Clifford, coming towards the outside through the clearways up into the Clark curve. That's not going to work out, so he's going to try and get a bit of a over and under as we come towards turn number 1. This is the final lap of the race. These two batting for the final podium place, and Clifford is holding on from the back of the grid.
Yes, it's tight. It is tough stuff here. Nathan Clifford trying to hang on to the podium. Kai Bacini now well clear for 5th position, as Zach Sweeney has dropped down the road now into 6th place. Ronnie Smith and then Dylan Warren, who'll be knocking at the door to try and grab the penultimate position of the order at the moment. But this is the closest battle. Deagen Fairclough and Theo Mercurius are 2 seconds separate, 11 seconds down the road, and looking comfortable right now.
Absolutely, this battle has certainly opened up that gap towards Theo Mercurius. Mercurius has been closing down on Fairclough, actually. He's really closed in just a couple of tenths, but this is it. This could be the run. We've seen side-by-side battles here go wrong multiple times throughout the day, and it looks like they're going to try again. Luzio goes towards the outside. He's going to hold it all the way around the outside of Hawthorns. That's going to be so difficult. Clifford's going to push him out wide, but it's just about leave him enough space. As he comes towards Westfield Bend, still side-by-side between the two. Clifford still holding on the outside, but Luzio remains around the outside. 2 corners now. Can they make it a 3rd that they go around? It looks like they're going to be holding on. And is Luzio, he goes too wide though, and Clifford holds on.
Yeah, that was rough stuff, but here we go. Final corner, Deagen Fairclough, and he's done it. It's 2 victories for Deagen Fairclough, and 26 points apiece as well. Fastest laps in both, and he cannot believe what has just happened. That is a life-changing moment for one young man. Absolutely incredible. Deagen Fairclough is on top here in the NCME at Bolton.
And look at his mum in the background getting a hug from friend of the dad as well. They put so much effort into him. They put so much support behind him, and just look what it means to him. Such a shame for Theo Mercurius, but he didn't quite have the speed that he needed to challenge Fairclough. Fairclough just pulled away. All those 24s, I think, is what really helped him just keep that 2-second lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's Nathan Clifford then on the podium. Luzio a little little bit of side-by-side there over the final few corners, final bit. A little bit of a wide run there late on from Luzio as he dropped it off at Sheen Curve, and Nathan Clifford was able to hang on to the podium and was well deserved in doing so as well. Kai Bacchini, Zach Sweeney, Ronnie Smith and Dylan Warren. Could you imagine that coming into the day? Dylan Warren finishing in 4th place and in 8th, and Deagen Fairclough taking both victories, absolutely in control.
Yeah, he was just quick from qualifying, brought that into the race as well. Even yesterday with the practice and the pre-qualifying, looking so fast. He got up to speed quickly and has taken his opportunity here. And with the fastest lap in both races as well, pretty much getting the maximum points that he could.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, talk about a perfect weekend. Now he just has to repeat that for a few weekends next year, and we'll be gone. We're talking about it a bit later on anyway.
Absolutely, and there's Zach Sweeney on the screen there, getting through the pre-qualifiers. He knew coming into this he was going to struggle a little bit, and that 6th place today, unfortunately, not getting that 4th place he was in a few laps ago, but still he wasn't last. So fair play for that.
Just because he wasn't last. I mean, he did get spun down the road by Ronnie Smith, which I think obviously race controlled those in Switzerland at Racing Unleashed. We'll take a look, of course, over all things, and here's a driver who'll be very disappointed at a drive-through penalty after a contact on the first lap of proceedings, and he'll return into pit lane. There is Deagen Fairclough. I mean, wow. That's a changed driver if ever I've seen one, to have taken 2 victories like that. Dominant, completely dominant.
He looks absolutely speechless. I don't think he realises what he's just achieved either over the course of the last 2 days. That is, as you mentioned, a potential life-changing opportunity. He's going to be driving a real-world Formula 4 car next season.
And getting all of his ARDS tests done, getting all of the training, all the driver coaching, everything. Like, it is a life-changing prize. Regardless of what happens next year, even with the drive itself, it is life-changing to even be afforded the opportunity. And that's one of the things that we've got to thank, everyone here at the NCME, everyone from ROKiT, from High Tech, of course, Bob Vernon, everyone, Manisha Kelton-Bourne, from the CEO of Racing Unleashed, who's kind of all come together to make this happen, and so many others behind the scenes to bring us a competition where something like this is possible.
Absolutely, it's such a unique competition. There was no, real idea for something like this before, but we've come here, we've got a girls winner, we have a boys winner, and they're going to be, as you say, getting the training, getting on the race seat, along with all of the apprenticeships and scholarship students that are going to be helping along, running that team as well. It's a great opportunity, and as you say, Bob Fernley and his crew really just enforcing the fact that young drivers and young talent can get involved.
Rightfully so. Deagen Fairclough straight out of the car into the arms of mum and dad. There'll be tears in that camp, but thankfully it is tears of joy, and again, rightfully so. What a moment. Even I'm speechless. I don't think you're going to get much of an interview, if I'm perfectly honest. I'm sure Nicky Dean will give it a good go in a few moments' time, but still, I'm trying to think of how I would feel in that scenario, and I can't even put that into words.
I think it's one of those things, it's going to sit for a while before he actually realises the magnitude of that, and when he finally gets the call to actually go to all of the various training days and things like that are going to come up over the next months for him, that's when he's going to finally realise. And obviously, the fact that it's obviously being provided as well is going to be great for him.
Well, we'll go straight down then to Nicky Dean, who should be there with Deagen Fairclough.
Hey, I am, and I'm dying for a hug. Come here, you. Well done. I tell you what, it doesn't matter, you're our champ. How does it feel? I'll tell you what, when you've run through this in your head beforehand, I bet this is far better than anything you could have imagined to happen. You got pole position in both of our races. How does it feel right now? You're our champ.
Oh, well, literally fantastic. I literally so over the moon. I'm so speechless. Like, ROKiT have gave us such a fantastic opportunity, us lot, and I've been waiting for such an amazing opportunity like this, and it's come round, and I'm just really overwhelmed. I can't believe it.
You kept yourself really calm under this. I know. How many beats per minute do you reckon your heart is doing right now?
God knows. Literally, I need to relax a little, take it in. I literally can't believe that I've just won a full season in F4 for next year. I'm just super grateful. I just want to say a huge thank you to everyone in this room and everyone that's supported me along the way, especially ROKiT and everyone that's put this on. It's just been absolutely fantastic.
You're a brilliant young man. It's been amazing to watch you. You've had mum in tears. I think dad's fighting the back, trying to be quite cool and macho, but inside he's crying. Well done. Very, very excited for you indeed. Let's move along here. We're going to go to second place. P2, Theo Mercuris down here. We've got another camera. We might have to elbow them out the way. Sorry, chaps. Theo Mercuris, how you fit? It's your birthday tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Happy birthday, P2. We're happy with that. Of course, you know you want your second runner-up. It was a fantastic prize for you as well. We're going to award you with that little bit later on. But how are you feeling?
Yeah, good. Well done to Deagen, first of all. You know, he drove a fantastic race. He deserved it. Gave it everything I could. Just struggled at the start, which is what cost me. I had the pace at the end. I was actually caught up a little bit at the end. Obviously, he was taking it careful, but I definitely did. I lost it all at the start, so yeah, well done to him. It's been a fantastic event as well. Thank you to everyone. It's just been amazing.
It really has. It's nice to see the sportsmanship as well amongst you. How are you going to celebrate? Birthday tomorrow, then you've got a GCSE on Tuesday, is that right? So it's a massive week for you. Are you going to get a chance to celebrate, or is it going to be postponed till next weekend?
Probably get home at midnight, then revise biology all day.
Happy birthday, Theo. That's what you've got to do if you want to make it to the top. Well done. And let's go and see Nathan Clifford. Where's Nathan Clifford gone? Is he around? He's run away, tell you what. Nathan, well done, P3. I've not spoken to you yet. It's lovely to meet you. How does it feel to have got P3 in our second race?
Yeah, it was just after the bad luck we had in the first race. It was just exactly what we needed.
Excellent. And how are you feeling about the whole competition in general? You know, did you expect to do this well, or, you know, how did you get involved? It's been kind of a bit of a whirlwind, hasn't it? So, you know, were you expecting, say, going into race 2 that you might get position, or how are you feeling?
Yeah, I knew that anything could happen, because I knew that all the competition's really close, and there's always, you know, opportunities may arise, and I was hoping to come here like top 3 or top 5, and that's exactly what I got.
You did indeed. You got a fantastic prize as well. We're going to award that to you a little bit later on. What does it mean to you?
Oh, it means everything. This has been a blast this whole time. Like all the championship and here at Bolton this weekend, it's just been amazing. It's just been incredible. Like the opportunity to have a F4 seat for next year. It's just insane.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. You can go and celebrate now with your family. Let's go this way. I think we've got Monica. Of course, she won in our girls. I'm sorry to interrupt here. I want to speak to Monica, because you probably had a chance. That Mum's moving out of the way as well, saying don't come to me again. You've had a chance to digest, obviously, you know, that you are winning girl. I know you were down here watching the boys. What did you think of the boys' races?
Yeah, somehow more chaotic than our race. It was just interesting to watch. I was trying to learn how they were much quicker. Yeah, it's just quite exciting. Now I know how nervous it was for my parents to watch me race.
Are you glad that the girls got to go first then? Was it quite a nice feeling knowing I've done my bit, now I can just watch and enjoy? But again, like you say, though, feeling nervous, because the great thing about this competition is you've all actually become really good friends as well, haven't you? I know you're competing, there's a big prize at stake, everybody wants to win it, but what I've really enjoyed watching is the camaraderie. Everybody's good mates, you're all cheering each other on. Yes, there's been a few little issues, a little bit of drama, which we'll gloss over, but I think what we've all taken from it is that it's actually been just a brilliant opportunity all round to make new friends, hasn't it? What will, aside from the prize, what will you take from this opportunity?
Well, I've just made a lot of new friends, you know, lots of people that I can learn from, so, yeah.
There's a lot to take in, isn't there? I'll leave you be. Katie's going to go mad at me now, but Katie Baldwin from Motorsport UK. I've got to fill some time, Katie. And you're lovely. So, you know, obviously you've watched all of the races, and it's your job. You work with drivers sort of on the path to their career, don't you? So, you know, how big an opportunity, we've spoken about it, but in reality, you know, how big an opportunity is this? This doesn't come along all the time, does it?
No, this is absolutely huge, and it's something that we haven't seen, you know, in recent times in motorsport, where we can bring people in from different motorsport backgrounds, varying levels of kind of ability and experience, and tailor a programme off the back of this to make sure that they're prepared for a whole season in British F4. It's an amazing prize. Most of the people in here would never dream of being able to kind of be able to put themselves forward for, and actually, you know, what a fantastic event this has been. It's a lot of disappointment, obviously, but it's about how the drivers kind of conduct themselves off the back of this now, pick themselves back up, dust themselves down, and look for these other opportunities. They've been part of something that's been run for the first time here in the UK. that's going to kind of, potentially project their careers in another direction. So, it's massive for everybody that's been involved.
Absolutely. We said this yesterday, but in terms of a platform of getting the names out there, I mean, this is incredible, isn't it? The connection. If they want it, and they want to come back next year, hopefully there'll be a next year. This is just such a fantastic starting place for them, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's all about, in motorsport, networking is huge, making those contacts, getting your name out there, putting your kind of hat in the ring in terms of, being proactive around seeking out opportunities, but also then what you make off the back of them. And, there's going to be a lot of people looking at this competition and the results from this weekend. And that I know that there'll be connections that have been made across this weekend that will, support these drivers in the future in whatever kind of way that might be. And, you can only make a first impression once, and I think that every single driver that's been here across this weekend has made a fantastic impression on a lot of people that are here, and who knows what will come off the back of that next.
Indeed, they should all be very proud. Casey, thank you very much. I'm sorry to put you on the spot there. So what we're going to do now is go to race control. Obviously, they're going to watch back all of the races, do some sums, make sure everything's all above board, and then we'll be back with our official results. But whilst we wait, let's take a look at some of the highlights.
Yeah, indeed. I think that's our call to roll our way through some of the racing action, because it has been, honestly, a breathtaking day. It's been a long day, a very long day if you include it all the way back from the girls' race. Everyone leaving the hotels and such first thing in the morning to get here, to get racing, to get ready. I mean, for the boys, they've been stood around for quite a long time, watching, understanding, seeing what happened in the girls' race and seeing what they could learn for theirs.
Absolutely. I think that was, in some ways, a bit of an advantage to the boys. The fact that they could see how the racing was, how the races were going to work, because obviously they didn't have any practice today, so they just had to jump straight into it. Having that little bit of extra knowledge of how the tyres were working, as you saw, you could actually seemingly push them a lot further into the race than we were first expecting. That seemed to work out quite in the favour of Deagen Fairclough, who's our eventual winner. Yeah, indeed. Well, we should get some replays for the race so we can understand some of the things that happened. Of course, Dylan Moran receiving a penalty straight away after that contact with Marcus Luzio down at T1 at Paddock, just into the rear slightly, of course. We also had Zach Sweeney being spun up by Ronnie Smith a bit later on, and then all the other drama from the rest of the day. It's been crazy. Yeah, there was a few incidents here and there. I'd say overall there was some nice clean battles as well, but of course the drivers, they're fighting for a big prize. They're going to go for these risky moves, and unfortunately, we probably end up with 3 or 4 penalties over the course of the couple of races, which isn't too bad ratio from that point of view. With Dylan Warren in that final one, he obviously just saw the gap on the inside, but it was just a closing door, unfortunately. Then with Ronnie himself, but also with Ronnie Smith, where it wasn't Dylan's fault, obviously just getting pushed out a bit wide as well. So it happens, but it's all close racing. Yeah, I mean that one with Ronnie Smith in the first race was a bit rough. Obviously Ronnie came in down the inside and then was taking too tight on, was almost trying to give too much room to Dylan Moran, and then obviously understeered straight off going into Hawthorns, and that I think would give you a bit of red mist if you were in Dylan Moran's point of view, and so instantly in turn one, I've got to get on with it and get on with the race. Either way, I think we should take a look going back even further in the date, as we'll take a look at some of the replays and such from race 2 of the girls' race as well. This is taking us way back. We'll see how good our memory is, mate, because I'm not sure about you, mine's not so great. Indeed, we'll see obviously some of the best points of the day. So this is Macy Hitter in the girls' final, of course, getting a good run, getting past Jessica White there as they come through Paddock Hill Bend. You had I think it was Ella Wrigley come there through the outside, but you have to look at the front here. It was Chloe Grant going around the outside of Monica Bolton Ramos. That was a huge moment in the day, because then she got the lead and she managed to go off, but this was an amazing move. They both left each other loads of space, fair, clean racing by the two girls, and Chloe came out on top on that one. Yeah, it was a super move to commit to go around the outside. We'll see it again from offboard. You can see how the space given is absolutely perfect again from both of them, and for Chloe Grant all the way around the outside. I mean, it's just it's kind of one of those moves that you think back to and think, at the moment you think, oh, that was a really good move there. It was. I'm all right with that. It certainly was. And also, we got further incidents that happened in the race as well. And one of the important ones ends up changing the course of the championship.
Yeah, of course. Chloe Grant going off late on in the race. Charlotte Bell here having a couple of issues herself and going for a bit of a spin. She'd have a couple of those throughout the race. Unfortunately, she finished a lap down in both of the races, just being passed there by some of the other cars. That one would be Jess White, who also came through in all of that at the end. But of course, you're absolutely right. Chloe Grant having that spin. Obviously, it was coming through Hawthorns, was under a lot of pressure from Monica Bolton Ramos, and then just a little bit too wide.
She had it in the bag as well at that moment in time.
I think she was under a lot of pressure. I think she might have been passed.
Yep, she certainly was. Ramos was starting to close down. It's about 2 seconds for quite a while. Then they got under a second. She was really pushing the pressure on. Grant did have it in terms of the fastest laps as well. Bolton Ramos didn't quite have the speed to get that fastest lap, because Chloe did one really fast lap indeed. But for sure, that was a very important moment, because at that point, it was pretty much whoever won the overall championship.
Well, we also have Monica Bolton Ramos crossing the line to win not only the race but also potentially, there's no potential about it. It's been confirmed now, the title, of course, to win the girls' final here at Bolton, the ROKiT Racing Star Esports Competition UK, and a fantastic moment for her. And again, a dominant fashion, really great race. Had to apply the pressure, and Chloe Grant was sinking in her seat. Again, that was a rough moment. I'm sure she didn't really want to be reminded of time and time again, but here we are.
You have said it about 5 times since, unfortunately, but
that's competition.
The replays will forever be in the public domain now, unfortunately, for that. But that's racing, and that happens. People make mistakes, accidents happen, penalties happen, and unfortunately for Chloe in that instance, just going wide there and losing the championship because of it.
I mean, that's just how it goes. It only takes one mistake, and after all of that, it's just how it is. We'll take a look again then at the start of the boys' race from race 2 once again, and we'll see that incredible moment where Dylan Warren tried going for a little bit of a move on Marcus Luzio at Paddock Hill, just went for a gap that just wasn't there. Focus on the red car here in the centre of shot. You've got a lot of side-by-side in the background, but the silver car here of Marcus Luzio is just a little bit wide, and then goes for the gap that was closing. That would net him a drive-through penalty. It was, of course, Kai Bacchini that went into the side of him that dropped them all towards the back of the grid. Nathan Clifford uses, though, could go from 8th up to an eventual podium.
Yeah, just see there with Warren, the doors just closing all the time. Tricky one. A lot of people probably would have gone for it as well in this situation, but he ends up getting the drive-through penalty for that, and that was the orange car there of Clifford going through. Eventually got on the podium, as you say, because he got past Ronnie Smith as well. Ronnie Smith went off and had a bit of an issue, but either way, good job from Nathan to get up into that 3rd place, and he looked really happy in the interview as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be fairly happy. If I've just got a podium. But either way, we'll see the incident as well with Zach Sweeney and Ronnie Smith. Speaking of Ronnie Smith being involved in a couple of incidents, this is what happens. So Zach Sweeney a little bit wide, a kick of oversteer off of Surtees and onto the Hawthorn straight down towards Hawthorn. There's a little bit of side-to-side contact. You know how I feel about that on a straight line, which I'm very much not with. There's a big snap there, and you can kind of tell there's also a kink here. So Ronnie Smith's going to come back over. Obviously, he's aligning himself for the kink to try and give it a little bit of room. Then straight down the inside. I mean, he's not there. That's the problem. Ronnie Smith is not there into Westfield Bend. Zach Sweeney's going. He's trying to give a fair amount of room, but you know how much you can use on the right-hand side, but that is not an overlap.
The issue there is he's tried to get himself there, but Zach committed to the corner more, got himself ahead, so it was only just the very, very part of the front wing. And as you say, if you're doing a move like that, you have to commit to it. You have to make sure your car is there, because if you do a tiny bit of contact, you're just going to go for a spin because the car's so light mid-corner.
Yeah, absolutely. And then one final clip to show you, and it is an important one. Of course, it's Deagen Fairclough crossing the line, and what a moment. There is Nathan Clifford crossing the line in 3rd position. Of course, ahead of him, Theo Mercuris, and then ahead of all of that, our race winner, Deagen Fairclough. And what a moment it was. What a tearjerker, to be honest.
One achievement for him in his career as well. So look at him shouting at himself. He's so happy with that one, almost in disbelief of what he's able to be done. Yeah, look at that, 2 hands off the wheel as well. He was excited, and then just about to see his mum in the background there having a big hug as well. So the whole family there to watch him, which is great to see that they are obviously being so supportive of him and to be here on this day of his great achievement.
Yeah, like the likes of Fenwick Rodrigo as well was sat there as well, having a little bit of a watch. And again, respect to those competitors, to be perfectly honest, that were knocked out yesterday and still came back to watch the action, to see who was going to win, and maybe think, actually, I could have beaten them, but whatever. It's how it goes, though. But either way, a Deagen Fairclough, I think it'll be a name that we're going to talk about a fair few times over the next couple of years.
I think all this build-up came down to 3 things: the 1 qualifying session and the 2 races. You had 3 opportunities to prove yourself, and it was Deagen who took them both, came out on top. Dylan won probably in another day, if we rerun the races, probably could, battle with him, but unfortunately wasn't able to just be as consistent as he needed to.
I remember my first time commentating on Deagen Fairclough. It was in the WTF1 3 Hours of Spa, and it was in one of the support series races for it, and we were racing some flat sixes and stuff. And bearing in mind, I think he must have been like 14 at this point, and he either made it 3 wide or he was going around the outside of one of the sim racing for Holland cars, I think it was Dennis Downer, and went around the outside brilliantly at Eau Rouge. And I'm like, sat there watching, like, this kid has like the racecraft, has the knowledge. Like, space was given. It wasn't as if, like, one of these you see with a lot of young drivers where their racecraft isn't quite there. They're speeded and they don't give enough room, etc., and there's contact made and stuff. Not on this occasion. That's where you can kind of see that this is a very special kid.
Yeah, certainly comes across as quite mature from that perspective, and the ability to hold on as well in that position. He didn't make the mistake. We saw sort of a little issue sort of halfway through the race. He seemed a bit concerned, but it seemed to go away, and then in the end he managed to come out and actually hold on to the victory. So definitely a bright future for him to come through, because as you say, being sort of 15, 16 years old now, what can he do? He's still another 4 years before he's 20.
Oh, don't remind me of that. Again, I'm still irritated at the idea of someone's 18 and they were born in 2004. That does not register in my brain. In an event like this, we feel very, very old. I think that's the critical thing here. But it just shows how much talent is out there and all these drivers that are going to take over. For us, though, for myself, Lewis McGlade, for Cam Roger, it's our time to step aside. It's been a great journey with all of you, and we've been glad to join you through it. But until whenever we get back, or when we're out on the floor, we'll see you again another time. Over to Nikki Dean for the ceremony.
Well done. Can we have a round of applause, please, for our commentators? They have done a fantastic job. I know there were points there where you had to talk for a very long time. You are very, very, very skilled. OK, that brings us almost to the end of the day. I just need Bob Fernley, who is there, so I don't need to panic. Bob's on his way up, because we're going to, of course, do all of our presentations now and announce all of our winners. Bob, is your microphone working? Let's have a test. Hey, it's seamless. It's seamless. OK, just before we do, what do you think of it? I mean, it's been an incredible day. It's felt like we've been here for about a week, hasn't it? It's really been a long day because there's been a lot of action.
Let's get on with the important bit. I've got this.
A slight issue with your microphone there. No. Oh, is he back? Is he back? Is that all right? Sound? Right, well, without further ado...
No sound in the stream.
Oh, OK, right, you'll have to use my microphone. We're going to have to freestyle, Bob. These are the things we have to react to, so you can see that it's all live, can't you? So we've all had a fantastic day, haven't we? What we're going to do now is we're going to announce our winners. The girls we know, the boys, obviously, they had to go and be totted up officially. So I will call out the names, you'll get the trophies, you'll tell us who's going to present them, and then we'll get everybody up on stage. Is that right?
Absolutely. We're together.
Excellent. We're a team here. OK, let's have a look at the leaderboard then of the girls before we bring our winners up. That should appear any moment now on our screens. But what we'll do in the meantime is all get in position. I think that leaderboard is on its way. But shall we start with the awards? Shall we give them out?
Yeah, let's get moving forward. Yeah.
OK, let's... Leaderboard is on the screen. Oh, there we go, as if by magic. We just weren't being patient enough, were we? Okay, let's start with our second runner-up for the girls today. That was, of course, Jess White. Jess, if you can make your way up onto the stage. You've done fantastically well today.
And presenting your award, Jess, is Katie Baldwin from Motorsport UK. There we go. Well done. Well done. If you can come this side. Yeah. And a special prize, I want to bring Ollie Oakes in from High Tech GP, who's going to be looking after you for the rest of the season. And there's the cheque there.
That's not easy, is it?
There you go.
I think the cheque might be bigger than you. Say a word.
It's very big.
Well done, Jess. Let's move on now to our first runner-up for the girls. It was, of course, Chloe Grant. Chloe, get yourself up here onto the stage. Big round of applause.
And presenting your trophy is George Holmes. George, come up. You're presenting the trophy to Chloe. You see how well organised and rehearsed we are. Come over here. And the microphone in a minute, Bob. And the cheque also to go from Ollie. Yep.
There we go.
Yeah, another one. Is that better as well?
Thank you very much. And, of course, our winner of the ROKiT Racing Star F4 Esports Competition UK. Put your hands together for Monica Bolton Ramos. Woo!
And presenting the winner's cheque is James Kendrick from ROKiT, wherever James has gone. Where's James gone? That is there.
Here he is.
There we go. We can go over that side.
Yeah. That's it. Monica, yeah, if you can join the girls. So if the girls shuffle up in order. And it's very cosy on here now, isn't it? But of course, we will be doing the same again for the boys. We've both got a microphone now, so it might be a bit more seamless. Okay, time now for the boys. I assume we can get a leaderboard here on the screens. Hopefully you can see them, because I know there's quite a lot of us on here now, isn't it? Right, okay, should we announce the boys? Because I know they obviously had to go to race control to be totted up. Are we ready to announce the boys? Are you excited? We are ready to announce the boys. Okay, let's start with us. The leaderboard is running, I believe. So let's now announce our boys. Our second runner-up is Marcus Lucio. Come up onto stage, Marcus. Well done.
And Katie Baldwin again from Motorsport UK presenting it, and Ollie Oakes. Yep.
Okay, first runner-up, and quite possibly the best birthday present he's ever had for tomorrow. It's Theo Mercuris. Get yourself up on stage, Theo. Well done.
Well done, Theo. Thank you. And then you've got the cheque there from, or your prize cheque from Ollie.
Well done. We've gotten there, haven't we? I think so, in terms of everything's happening as it should do. Okay, and our winner for the boys, of course, winning that seat in the ROKiT Formula 14. Put your hands together for Deagen Fairclough. Woo!
And you got your cheque there as well. Right, and then I think we're over to Hank now, aren't we?
Oh, are we getting Henk up? I didn't know we were going to do that one. Henk, say no, please. Henk has been very instrumental in this. I think Bob's pulling his leg. Henk does not want to come up here, but on behalf of everybody here and with Bob, he's been an absolute gem, hasn't he?
I can genuinely say we definitely couldn't have done it without him, so thank you, Hank.
Absolutely. Thank goodness that these two had that beer on the beach, otherwise we wouldn't all be here today. Well done, Henk. Sorry to embarrass you.
I might go without saying something about you, boss.
He's going to good minute.
Yeah, you can't stop me. It's my building. I'm George Holmes. I head this university. The great thing about this is that these young people, their lives are changing through this process for the better, and that's really, really important. And it's been made possible by ROKiT and by James and all the people within the team with him. And the University of Bolton, on behalf of the University of Bolton, I want to thank them for that, and particularly thank Bob Fernley here, who it wouldn't have happened without. We all know it wouldn't have happened without Bob in terms of bringing this together. And this is a massive changing point for Bolton as a town, for Bolton as a university, and for the future of the industry. Because if you were listening to Sebastian Vettel the other night on Question Time on the national TV programme, he actually said that the future of F1 was not driving around a track, travelling around the world all the time, but would be in the virtual simulation domain. And here we are, the new Silverstone of the UK, Bolton, the National Motorsports Centre, where we're going to take you forward with gaming and simulation, with our simulation suites at the top floor, our virtual reality, and our simulation facilities we have here, will make a massive difference to the future of both the industry that these young people are training for, and the way that is seen as environmentally friendly and sustainable, which is massively important to this planet. So it happened here first because of ROKiT, but more than that, it happened here at the University of Bolton because of Dr. Bob Fernley and the work he's done, former F1 team director, major career in the industry. And Bob, you have our absolute thanks on behalf of all the young people and all the people who've been involved supporting you. Thank you to them, but thank you to you. And somewhere there's a bottle of champagne, and I'm not going to let him throw it all over us, because my cleaners will kill me if this building is covered in champagne. But on behalf of the University of Bolton and on behalf of the young people who have been successful, thank you. Dr. Fernley, well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I know he's only done that because he's trying to get round my wife, who likes champagne. Okay, over to you, Nikki. Yeah. I'm finished.
Oh, he's gone all shy now, hasn't he? Right, okay, ladies and gentlemen, these are your winners. Hopefully you've all taken photos as you want to. Can we just have one final round of applause for our winners? Come on, we can do better than that. Woo! We've already said a lot. Well done. We've already said a lot of our thanks as well, but please can we also say a big well done to everybody who made it, our 23 young people that made it to the finals. Let's have a round of applause for them as well, because they did fantastically well to be here. You've all been a part of history, dare I say, the very first ROKiT Racing Star F4 Esports Competition UK. I'm sure it won't be the last. Hopefully we'll see you here next year. But for this year, we're all done. Thank you very much for joining us. We've had a fantastic time, and we'll see you next year.
See you soon, yeah?